Good evening, Santa Monica, and welcome to the July 25th, 2023 Council. Madam Clerk, I know Councilmember Parra was going to call in. Is she going to call in now, or are we going to do that after the Pledge of Allegiance?
Let's, hold on a second. I'm sending her. I mean, I can call her.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Hi, Christine. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Welcome, Councilmember Parra. We are going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to have Mr. Sloan do it. You're up.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, can we call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Swick.
Here.
Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember Terrells is not here yet. Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Here.
And Mayor Davis.
Here. So we are have 6 council members present, 5 in the room and 1 via phone. Councilmember De La Torre, did you?
Oh, no, I was trying to speak.
Oh, okay. So before we head into the evening's festivities, a couple of items. First of all, I would like to move to suspend the council rules to allow public comment on items 3C and 3D on the closed session agenda. We technically did hear that public comment at the last meeting, but obviously it's been an issue of serious concern for a number of people in the community, and I believe there are people here who would like to speak on that. So I would move that.
I second.
All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. Can we do that via voice vote? What?
Since we have calling in.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
Everything has to be by roll call.
Note to self, calling in. Can we do a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Terrells. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Swick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes by 6-0 to 1. The other thing is I am going to move at the request of the Housing Commission to continue to a future meeting. We don't know which meeting it's going to be because we need to do agenda planning, but continue to a future meeting, item 13A, which was a report from the Housing Commission. I've made that motion. Can I get a second? All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Swick.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Terrells.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So if you are here for item 13A, we will be continuing it to another meeting. So I think we will move on to item 1 then, Madam Clerk.
Item 1 is public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like we have 11 speakers.
All right, for those of you who've not been here before, or even for you veterans who may have forgotten, I'm going to call several names. I'm going to ask you to line up to the wall to your left or right. You'll each have 3 minutes 2 minutes to speak. Sorry, I thought I was at a school board meeting. You'll each have 2 minutes to speak, and it'll begin when you begin speaking. So the first few names I'm going to call, please line up. Jerry Rubin, Tony Stone, Eve Lopez, and Mary Fowl. And you can go ahead, Mr. Rubin.
Thank you very, very much. Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, City Council members, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, and fellow Santa Monicans. I want to very much from the bottom of my heart to say thank you to everyone in the city and people everywhere, friends, fellow activists, for the very kind support they've given me over the past year. This Friday will be 1 year since my beautiful wife, Marissa, took her final breath at our home in her hospice bed here in Ocean Park. Thank you for planting the tree of gratitude. And thanks so much for the support the Wise Healthy Aging group at the Ken Edwards Center has done to make sure I'm in an ongoing grief support group that has been invaluable. And I'll be staying with that. And I just hope people understand there's so many wonderful services in Santa Monica, people that need help, and there's people out there that can help in so many ways. So I deeply want to thank you. I love you, Marissa. You'll always be in my heart. And thank you. I'm a lucky guy. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Tony Stone.
Hi, I'm Tony Stone. I've been blessed to live in Santa Monica for 29 years, and I couldn't ask for more. During the time, my concern is, yes, the crime has gone up. Whenever I see policemen or sheriffs like today, when I got off the train or I walk around, I always say thank you. They are here to serve our city, and they are great people. I might have mentioned I feel that the budget didn't put enough into it in regards to hiring more policemen than the 15. When I got off or I'm around, I've talked to the policemen or sheriff. What they feel is that so many people have come in to visit. It's great. Let them come to Santa Monica. It's a beautiful city. But with so many people, there are not enough policemen or sheriffs to cover where the crime might be. If we have a ratio of more police to people coming into the city where there might be one less than a 90th of a percent coming in, that might be bad, we will be able to really stop the crime. So I'll emphasize, we just need more police. They're great people, and they put their life on the line. They've gotten hurt, and I can never say how much grateful I am to have the police here. Just we need more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Eve Lopez.
We're kind of a tag team today, and we have a PowerPoint. It's that one, yes.
Thank you. Amelia Earhart, arguably the most famous woman pilot, spent much of her time in Santa Monica.
I'm sorry, but this is Ms. Lopez's time. We don't do
Excuse
tag teaming, so Ms. Lopez has 2 minutes, and then are you Ms. Fow?
Yes.
Then you'll have 2 minutes. If you want to go ahead of Ms. Lopez, that's fine as well.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Amelia Earhart, arguably the most famous woman pilot, spent much of her time here in Santa Monica, and she loved our city. This is a photo of her and her sister at the beach in Santa Monica in 1923, after she received her pilot certificate and her sister Muriel her teaching degree. Understanding that Amelia loved our city tremendously and enjoyed Santa Monica, it's no surprise that when the decision was made to allow women pilots to participate in an air race, Amelia Earhart was the racer's headliner, and the start of the race was designated Santa Monica Airport. So 94 years ago, on August 18th, 1929, Amelia and 19 other amazing women pilots gathered here in Santa Monica for the first women's transcontinental air derby, placing Santa Monica on the map. This was the first airport where women pilots were allowed to fly together in an air race. The public flocked to Santa Monica Airport to catch a glimpse of these women flyers. A total of 20 women pilots were registered to participate in the air derby, which was later termed the Powder Puff Derby. This was believing that there would be a powder puff around the airport from the women flyers powdering their noses. On August 18, 1929, these women took off from Santa Monica to start their 2,800-mile journey to Cleveland for the start of the National Air Race, which was a male pilot's air race. The race was a grueling 8-day race, encompassing brutal terrain, extreme heat, with none of the modern avionics used today, and little ground support. At that time, the public viewed women as less capable pilots. Their aviation talents were directed at marvelous advertisements promoting the ease of piloting, the safety of piloting. After all, Mr. Customer, if this little lady can fly a fine airplane, then you can too. Those prejudices simultaneously circumscribed women's aerial opportunities, and specifically in the airline cockpits, which remained strictly off limits to women at the time. On August 18, 1929, the air race provided something that no one predicted. At that time, women pilots faced significant discrimination. They were discouraged from flying and were often negatively compared to their male counterparts. At the start of the race, when women experienced mutual love for aviation, the sporting
All
encouragement...
right, thank you, Ms. Fow. Your time is up. Ms. Lopez?
So during the
Whoop, let me just turn on your mic there. It's on.
So during the 1929 air race, something that nobody could have predicted happened. The women, for the very first time, were able to collaborate with mutual love and support. Prior to then, the women had received nothing but discrimination, were told they were less than, incapable, unsafe, and that their place was in the kitchen. This was the first time the women actually were supported in their aviation talents and in their passions. And with that, Amelia Earhart decided here in Santa Monica, at Santa Monica Airport on August 18, 1929, that women pilots needed representation. She then founded the 99s, an organization of women pilots to promote women in aviation. It still exists today. My name is Eve Lopez. I am a Santa Monica resident. I reside in Sunset Park. I'm an attorney, a commercial pilot, and a flight instructor. Mary, likewise, is a pilot. We are 99s, founded by Amelia Earhart. We continue in the legacy that she started here in Santa Monica. We air race, yes, cross-country, in different states. And we start at Santa Monica every year. So we'd like to take this opportunity to invite each of you and you out to the airport at the observation deck Friday, August the 11th at 9 a.m., where you can see us off on our air race in honor of our founder, Amelia Earhart. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. The next few speakers are Bridget Rivera, Kyle Gosselin, Kathy Lamb, and John Alley.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Bridget. It's the first time I come here, but I'm here because I'm a general manager at Meat on Ocean. Sorry, I'm emotional. My team is just so overwhelmed with all the stress. Every day, a manager is calling me to tell me they're being attacked. They're getting things thrown at them. I was approached with scissors last weekend, and so I'm just here to let you guys know that this is happening. I know that there's police officers. I'm sure you're all working very hard, but I don't know what else to tell my crew members who are getting, attacked. Their lockers are being, people are coming in through the back to steal. And there's nothing I can do. I can stand at the door, but I just don't know what else to do. I know there are days when they have patrolmen at the alleys or in the corner or when there's protests, but that doesn't happen every day. And on those days, I feel that there's less commotion. I was speaking with my boss. We were walking around the corner like a week ago. And we're like, wow, it seems like they are listening. There's like no crazies out today. And sure enough, that day, something happened at the restaurant. So I have a log of things that happen because I don't know how else to keep track of them, but I just don't know what else to do. And I know that there's a phone number for, the homeless phone number we can call. But I mean, there's got to be more. People come to the restaurant and will grab whatever they can and throw it at us. And I have videos of people getting into fights with these people. So I just wanted you to hear this from me. I don't know if I have to bring my whole team in here, but I just want to let you know that these are things that are really impacting our crew members and then also our guests who are not coming to the restaurant. So that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Mr. Gosselin.
Yes, thank you, Council. I'm here in support of Bridget Rivera. I'm Director of Operations for King Seafood Company. As I'm sure most of you know, we have several restaurants here, and we've been a part of the DNA of Santa Monica for several years. And I just want to emphasize everything Ms. Rivera shared on top of the experiences our managers are having at Water Grill, at Pure Burger, and we're really getting to a point where our crew, our leaders, our guests don't feel safe coming here, and it's a very serious issue. And as Bridget said, I know you're all working very hard on it, but I'm just here to provide emphasis to that. It's getting out of control. We've had 3 incidents at Meat on Ocean alone in the last week where homeless people, or I don't know how to phrase it, but people have come into the restaurant and threatened our managers with weapons, a machete, scissors. They grabbed one of our reserved table signs, which is a cast iron bowl that looks really great. But when it's threatened, when you're threatened with that as a weapon, it's a little terrifying. So we really are just pleading for help. We need more police presence, as Mr. Stone said, more something, because right now it just feels like there's a lot less happening and there's a lot more activity that's really making our crew and our managers feel unsafe. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kathy Lamb.
Good evening. I've lived in my apartment for 42 years. 5 years ago, a homeless monster on meth broke into my security alarm department and raped me at knife point. In the 5 years since the rape, things have become even more dangerous for all citizens of Santa Monica. Then and now, our elected officials encourage lawlessness and don't care about the law-abiding citizens who live here, who you obviously don't care about. Even though we pay your salary, you're obligated to protect us. Crimes are occurring all day long in Santa Monica, and you do your best to hide it. The police are demoralized. The people are demoralized. People aren't coming here for vacation in droves like they used to. No one wants to use public transportation. People are afraid to go out after dark. And during the day, we're still being attacked, like Phil. And the attackers are out doing the same thing the next day, thanks to your needle drug atrocities and not supporting our police force. All of this encourages these people to stay sick, to continue to commit crimes, and that's driving people away because of you. Many of us in Santa Monica liken this council to an evil version of the Wizard of Oz, hiding behind your curtain of monstrous crime and telling us there's nothing to see here. How stupid do you think we are? We don't believe you or trust you. Arm the people that can and will protect us. Arm them. Punish those who hurt us. My PTSD and physical ailments prevent me from working, but I'm praying to somehow find a way to leave this nightmare of a city that you've helped create and that you perpetuate. I believe in karma, and no one can escape the bad karma that they've purposely created for others. I wouldn't want your karma. You should all be ashamed.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. Mr. Alley, and before you begin, I'm going to call a couple more names. Joe DeRosa, I have him down twice, Ms. Anderson-Warren. Do you see him? Pardon? All right, so Joe DeRosa, Jonathan Foster, Lucian Tudor, and Esther Hickman. Go ahead, Mr. Alley.
Our Civic is a valuable asset and prized possession of the people. Like our peer and iconic treasure, designed by one of our nation's most respected architects. In any of our sister cities, Pasadena, even LA, it would have already been designated a landmark. Repairs and capital improvements are normal and come with owning and managing property. It's wrong for you to decide its fate without lots more of public input, awareness, and discussion. And who are the proposed buyers? They are development companies, some of whom are already doing business with Santa Monica, some of whose principals have or do serve on city boards, commissions, and DTSM. Some have contributed to your campaigns in one manner or another, compromised, incestuous, corrupted, and perverted.
Joe DeRosa. Oh, all right, then we'll put you back onto 2C. Jonathan Foster.
Hi again, Jonathan Foster. I was coming again to speak about Jewish Heritage Month. I don't know if I can find my notes very easy, probably not. But anyways, I had been on 3rd Street and I was talking to the city manager, and the 3rd Street had just opened up, and I was telling them the story about how Brandon would be calling Daryl Bristol, community service officer, 2 Jews, not calling 911 or dispatch to come and bust girls playing on 3rd Street and black people playing on 3rd Street. And then Daryl Bristol got into a fight in the locker room, broke his collarbone, then he had to get off the community service officer. And, I've been harassed over and over. And it took me a while to find out that, and then Stephen Bradford, the venue manager, finally told me what was going on with Brandon. He was making these phone calls, so there's no record of it, right? These people spit at me. Here they are spitting at some nuns. You know, I want to like these people. I've also had one time I was needing to push my car, and this guy get out, helped me push my car. Had a yarmulke on. I thought it was the nicest thing in the world. So it's very difficult to see, you know, how one group of people have like the good apples and the bad apples, right? I'm not saying they're all bad. Right now, what's going on in Israel kind of looks like Portland, you know, when they were burning down the police department. And there's videos here of them throwing down crosses and graveyards in Israel and different things like this. And though, so Santa Monica too is a Catholic place called Saint Monica, and it's like they don't seem to like it a lot. And it's probably.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Mr. Tudor.
Hello, good evening. I'm usually here to complain about something, but this time I just want to say thank you, Mayor Davis and City Manager David White and Jennifer Taylor, and of course Lana Negretti and Christine Para for proposing new zoning for the promenade. I think this is a big step ahead in order to revitalize the lovely promenade we have. So deeply I want to say we have a lot of street to do from now on, but it's an important step, the proposal of tonight, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor. Esther Hickman.
Hi, thank you. Well, one, I want to thank you for your support of Parks and Recs, and there was planning around the Pico Neighborhood Community Garden, and it's really going to be spectacular and a world-class venture, and so thank you for your support of that. Just being here and hearing more stories on crime, I just am asking once again for your support to hire more police officers and also to support the downtown private group to support armed guards. I think that's going to be really important. So thank you.
Mr. Warren, I believe that concludes the speakers under item 1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, we'll move on to the next item then.
Next, we have the public input. It's agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, and consent calendar only. And we have 5 speakers.
All right, so since we only have 5, I'm going to call them all at once, and you can line up. Jerry Rubin, Denise Barton, B. Nemlaha, Joe DeRosa, and Esther Hickman.
Madam Mayor, before I start, I wanted to speak on a couple items after closed session. Will that be still able to do?
I'm sorry, Mr. Rubin?
Can I still speak on a couple items?
Yes. You
Okay.
still, I believe, have 2 more minutes. Is that correct, Ms. Anderson
That's
Warren?
correct.
You'll have 2 more minutes to speak on agendized items after closed session.
Great, okay. Well, I wanted to speak on the closed session regarding the Civic Auditorium. We should go the extra mile. It deserves it. There comes a point when you're thinking, wow, that this cultural, educational venue is going to benefit everyone. It's going to benefit the school district, benefit concerts that'll be held there. We'll raise money for our schools, our environmental groups, so many things. It's a great place. Stairways to the Stars, educational events. Some of the greatest speakers and young people will benefit. I understand the other groups that want this, as important as they are, but the community decided they want to save the Civic Auditorium, and we have a responsibility to help them do that. We owe it to them. And it requires a ballot initiative, because that money will come when we're all united, and it'll be one of the gems that just needed some revitalization. It deserves it. For our cultural integrity, that'll bring much, much value to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Denise Barton.
Good evening. Does anyone else find it interesting when the city is sued for sexual abuse of children by Eric Euler due to the city's negligence to listen to the children's plea for help for 20 years, that the city council expects the community to be okay with selling a once prominent source of funding for the city, the Civic Auditorium? Again, if this is the result of the city's negligent actions, why do you expect the community should pay for it? But on the thought of paying for it, didn't you take out a loan on the Civic Auditorium, not to rehabilitate the Civic, but to redo parking structure 6? Would this action be being taken to pay off that debt too? So may I suggest that the city look elsewhere for funds to cover up your misappropriation of funds to pay off the Powell lawsuit? You should really cut your special interests out, like environmentalism and climate change scare tactics. By the way, did you hear earlier this month the words of leading physicist Dr. John Klaas asserted that misguided climate science has metastasized into massive, shock journalistic pseudoscience? I would also say the city needs to cut its budget by at least a third because the Powell lawsuit is the fault of you in the city. So again, why should anyone in the city have to pay for this but the city? Your council discretionary funds should be taken away because, again, why should the council get feel-good money when you're making the community pay for it by the actions of selling the Civic Auditorium? I also hope you understand by your actions of allowing a predator to sexually abuse children over 20 years does not say you care about children at all. And the slick action of trying to sell the Civic Auditorium doesn't say you care about the city either. Please remember your actions speak louder than your words. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. You have a lot on your plate, and I appreciate the work that you do with all that you have. I am going to ask you, however, on behalf of our community, to consider continuing a hearing on the Civic Center. I know that you've probably seen and most likely read the over 100 emails that came in last week, and they speak more eloquently than I possibly could about the many legal and future issues that give us opportunities to do more than something quick and in a rush tonight. But I also think, and I urge you, to consider that there are people who want to speak to this issue. And they didn't know about your suspending the rules this evening. I only learned about that approximately half an hour before I came to the council meeting. I called as many people as I could. They wanted to come. They said they can't with so little time. So please, in your closed session, consider continuing again this item. Do whatever you need to do. Reverse the designation as surplus land if that's necessary. I think it's discretionary, not mandatory. And open this up to the public. We want to work with you. We want to find bigger, better opportunities than the two that are present. And we will work with you. Citizens will work with you. So please, open this up to your public, your constituents, your voters. They care deeply. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nimlaha. Joe DeRosa.
I have a PDF I sent over to the clerk earlier. And I believe Esther is donating her 2 minutes to me.
I don't.
It's the Santa Monica 2024. Yeah. You guys can just scroll through it as I go through. My name is Joe DeRosa, and I'm here today. Oh, okay. Okay. Can you see? All right. Here we go. Okay. My name is Joe DeRosa, and I'm here today to talk to you, propose a course of action for the economic recovery of downtown Santa Monica, and I believe would benefit everyone in the community. As you can see by the slides I have provided, Santa Monica is extremely rich in resources and could be attractive to events and filming. Let's do this. Many of the city's recovery plans take years, but the pieces are in place right now to make Santa Monica's recovery start today. By turning the vacant Sears property into a Los Angeles Artist Series and reimagining the Civic Auditorium, Santa Monica will have 2 world-class venues in the downtown area, which each of the main halls will be able to hold in approximately 3,500 people for concerts, 7,000 together, and upwards of 10,000 for for conferences and larger events. These 2 venues would be able to be used in conjunction with the city's other nearby properties, such as the Santa Monica High School fording facilities, Belmar Park Soccer Field, the Santa Monica Pier, and the Broad Stage to host conventions, conferences, music weeks, fashion weeks, events, and events like Art Basel LA. These resources can also be marketed together for incoming film and television production. With events like the 2026 World Cup and the 2028 Summer Olympics coming to LA, it is imperative that Santa Monica take advantage of the current opportunities to become a world-class events and media hub. By developing these 2 projects, it would significantly boost the value of the rest of the city of Santa Monica's real estate portfolio, which should help offset the costs of the Civic Auditorium. Sorry. Here we go here. Which should help. The vacant Sears property, the empty Civic Auditorium are both in place to make this happen. And Santa Monica's summer of 2024 PR campaigning could be a 100,000 square foot Los Angeles Artist Series at the end of the promenade and a newly reimagined Civic Auditorium. Santa Monica would have to establish itself as a world-class event venue ahead of the World Cup and the Olympics. Every hotel, restaurant, and retail property west of 30th Street would thrive almost immediately. Let's see here. Oh, I see what's going on here. Sorry, I'm hitting the wrong button. Let's try this. Okay. The amount of media and publicity events would bring to the city would be virtually incalculable financially, and it would help restore tourism not only to Santa Monica, but all of LA and Southern California. I urge you to take this unique opportunity that has presented itself to create a permanent plan for the city to thrive into the next century and beyond. Our city has been under attack from COVID and poor economic environment. You are our heroes, and we need you to act now, as we all believe you can. As you can see by the slides I provided, an LA Artist Series would have 1 main 2-story soundstage concert venue with a mezzanine level, 2 art galleries, a 20,000 square foot room up and filming event space, a separate production hub, screening and editing facilities, and more. A total of 5 event spaces could be rented out separately or together. It would play a central role for the hub of the arts and media and events in Santa Monica while providing a full schedule of arts-based events and media coverage. For larger events, we could work with as a hub, the extensive parking lot, in addition to Santa Monica Place parking lot with the Civic Auditorium parking structure, means there would be plenty of parking for events. Central highway access right there means traffic invasion for these events or production would be minimal. The central location near the E-Line and the Santa Monica bus hub means the entire district would be accessible by the entire Los Angeles community through public transit. I urge the City Council to halt all negotiations and consider the...
Thank you, sir. All right, as far as I can see, that concludes the public comment on item 2.
Actually, I see that I see Eve Lopez for public comment on consent calendar.
Oh, all right. Ms. Lopez?
I'm not sure. Okay.
She doesn't show up. Oh, I see. Okay, she shows up on a separate item. All right, Ms. Lopez?
A photo that was emailed earlier today.
Is it a PDF?
I believe so. Yeah, that's it. Yes. So with respect to the 2800 Airport Avenue, I took this photo a couple weeks ago on July the 1st. I don't know if any of you have been down on Airport Avenue, but how amazing is this? This is the 3200 building, so a couple buildings down. But as you can see, they started the renovations at 3200 Airport, and look at what one of the first things that was discovered. Clover Field right? Which was the name that predated Santa Monica Airport. That goes back to pre-war, before sometime in the 1920s. And so I would just urge this dais, when considering item 5A and who will be doing those renovations at the building just a couple doors down, I noticed that the recommendation was to sign the contract with the contractor who was the lowest in price. You cannot replace these treasure troves that are in these buildings. And I urge you, this is Santa Monica. We used to be such a vibrant city, a safe city, innovative city. We have so many firsts here. And I urge you to keep that in mind when you make decisions about what happens in the city, because the lowest price doesn't always maintain that same culture that we desperately are clinging on to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. I believe that concludes item 2. Is that correct, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Correct.
All right, then we'll call the next item, please.
Okay, so next we have closed session. So first we have the special meeting closed session, conference with legal counsel. It's existing litigation, and this is Scott Hobbs versus the City of Santa Monica, and this is report out only. Then under the regular meeting closed session, we have conference with the legal counsel. It's existing litigation, Mercia versus the City of Santa Monica. And then we have a conference with legal counsel is existing litigation, deciding whether to participate as an amicus. And this is L.W. et al. By all through her parents and next friends, Samantha Williams and Brian Williams versus Jonathan Skermetti et al. And this is a U.S. District Court in Tennessee. Then we have conference with real estate negotiator. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property 1855 Main Street, Santa Monica, California, is the Civic Auditorium. The city negotiators are Jennifer Taylor, Economic Development Manager, and Nia Tang. Owner of the record is the City of Santa Monica. Persons to be negotiated with are Carrie Upton, Chief Operations Officer, Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. Under negotiation is price and terms of payment for sale. Then we have a conference with real estate negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is 1855 Main Street, Santa Monica. This is a Civic Auditorium. City negotiators, Jennifer Taylor, Economic Development Manager, and Nia Tang, Senior Development Analyst. Owner of the property is the City of Santa Monica. Persons to be negotiated with are Jesus Hernandez, Director of Housing Development, Community Corporation of Santa Monica. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment for sale.
All right, thank you. And I'll turn to our city attorney and ask what time he thinks we'll return.
I'll turn my mic on, but I say 7:15.
7:15. All right, we'll do our darndest to make that.
There we go.
Okay.
Jesse. Where are my colleagues?
We haven't seen you out on the weekends, so not that I'm aware, though. Not in summer, it's because I've had to be formal. Right, exactly. Wait till you see me in my summer year. I mean, like, I'm in competition now. I'm kidding, please.
Right, we do, okay. All right, Christine, thank you for being our quorum. All right, so we are back from closed session. I'm not sure where my other colleagues are, but we do have 4 council members here, so we can begin. I will turn to the city attorney and ask for the report out from closed session.
Yes, all of the listed closed session matters were discussed. There is no reportable action. Additionally, reporting out on a settlement from a previously heard matter in the Hobbs versus City of Santa Monica case that the council considered on June 27th. With a vote of 7-0, they approved authority, and we settled that case for $145,000 paid by the city and $175,000 to be paid by an adjacent property owner. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sloan. All right, will you call the next item, please, Ms. Anderson Warren?
Next, we have the city manager's report.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So let me start off. First off, we have some really positive hiring news. I'm excited to announce that I've appointed a new communications and public information manager. That will be Lauren Gold Howland, who will start.
When people are entering, can you please keep your voices down? We are actually in session now. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr.
Thank you. No, thank you. She will be starting on August 14th, and Lauren comes to us from Long Beach Utilities with nearly a decade's experience in communications for local government, a career in journalism prior to that, and we're very, very happy to welcome her. I also want to express my deep appreciation to Delana Benacama, who has served as our acting manager since March of this year to lead our communications team and help the city navigate some really tough topics. Next month, Delana will go back to her work in the DEI team to continue the tremendous work we all heard about at last week's meeting. Also, I want to make sure everyone is aware that if you have not heard, we are going to be doing emergency proactive bluff stabilization work tonight and tomorrow morning that will necessitate some road closures. The northbound Mumat Ahiko Way on-ramp to PCH will be closing beginning at 11:30 p.m. tonight, and westbound Interstate 10 at Lincoln Boulevard through northbound PCH to the California Incline will close SantaMonica.gov for more information and to see a detours roadmap. And most importantly, if you have not taken a spin on our Big Blue bus, tomorrow is your day. All rides will be free tomorrow to accommodate this change, to accommodate this closure. Since this is our last council meeting until August, I'm pleased to report that Tuesday, August 1st is National Night Out with our Santa Monica Police Department. This is an annual nationwide community building campaign that promotes police community partnerships, and this year's theme is Everyone Can Be a Superhero. The event will take place from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. in front of City Hall, and I do encourage everyone here and in the community to attend. The second week of August, the 6th through 12th, is National Farmers Market Week, and if you have not been to one of our amazing farmers markets lately, now is a great time, especially if you are a fan like me of summer fruit. Peaches, nectarines, and melons have been a big hit in the markets lately. And lastly, just a reminder that if you need somewhere to cool off this summer, the Santa Monica Swim Center and Annenberg Community Beach House Pool are open daily and have lots of great events coming up. And keep reading those books the library encourages us so that we can reach our goal of 600. And that's my report this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. White. All right, we'll go on to I don't see any questions in the queue, so we'll go on to the next item, Madam Clerk.
The next is your, the animal shelter. Give me a second.
And it's a special one tonight. But I need the picture. Look at that. Did you know that having a hamster as a pet can increase your quality of life? Here are 4 reasons why you should come to the Santa Monica Animal Shelter and adopt some hamsters. They are cute, they are fuzzy, they are small, and they're very, very cute. The Santa Monica Animal Shelter has 14 hamsters available for adoption. Please call 310-458-8595 to schedule a visit, or simply stop by the shelter during their open hours to meet them if you would like to adopt. That makes me think of my hamster growing up, Mr. Fluff. Not a very original name, but he was fluffy. And I do want to remind you that if you cannot adopt from our animal shelter for whatever reason, but you do have a furry friend and you happen to use Chewy.com, there is an ability on Chewy.com to go to a wish list for our animal shelter and order some food, toys, and other necessities for the shelter as a philanthropic donation. And it's easy to do, and they are very appreciative of everything the community does for them. But come on, hamsters. Need you say more? All right. Hamsters. From hamsters to what are we moving on to next, Madam Clerk?
Next, I need to ask the question, do any council members have anything to report on travel since the last meeting?
Oh, look at that. Thank you. I do. I attended the conference in Tacoma, Washington for 3 days last week. I sit on 2 committees, the Public Safety and Crime Prevention Steering Committee, and also the Council on Education, Families, and Youth. We met with both of them, 4 hours on education, 7 hours on public safety, worked on potential requests for appropriations from the 2024 Congress, and discussed the problems that we all have in our cities. I also visited 3 no-barrier shelters and did an extensive tour of their shelter capacity and what they were doing. And I brought back, it's not a candy bar, sorry, but I brought back a State of the Cities for each of you, as well to read from the National League of Cities.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no other responses, there'll be no candy bar tonight. There's no competition. But we'll go on to the consent calendar, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless council member present dissents. And Mayor, I'm not aware of any items being pulled.
All right, Christine, I'm going to start with you just because I know you're appearing by phone. Do you have any items that you wanted to pull?
No, thank you.
All right. Any other council members have items they want to pull? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion for the entire consent calendar.
I'll move.
Second.
All right, moved by Brock, seconded by Zwick. We'll do a roll call vote.
And you guys can, never mind. Say with Christine. Councilmember De La Torre?
Here we go. Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0. we'll now move on to the sixth item.
Okay, the sixth item is our public input is remaining agendas on the item, on remaining agenda items only. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption.
All right, and because we have people speaking on various items, when you come to the mic, please state your name so the people at home know who is speaking, and please identify the items on which you are speaking so we can direct our...
About 26 speakers, Mayor.
You got 26? Okay, so please just let us know what item you're speaking on so we can act appropriately. All right, just ask you to line up on the wall to your left so we can move through this. The first few speakers are going to be Jerry Rubin, John Alley, Ryan Moose, and Denise Spartan. And again, please tell us your name and the items on which you are speaking.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. I'm speaking for 1 minute on 8A, the annual appointments. I'm also speaking for 1 minute on 11A, the downtown Santa Monica item, and I'm also speaking for 1 minute on 16C, the request by Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, and Councilmember Zwick about the...
I think, Mr. Rubin, you only have 2 minutes left. Is that correct? Oh, you have 3. Okay, good. Okay,
Yeah,
I apologize. All right, go right ahead then.
Thank you so much. I would like to honorably recommend you reappoint Mario Fondo Bernardi to the Planning Commission. I understand he needs 5 votes. Should really be unanimous. He's a dedicated person, deserves to be reappointed, but I also would like to urge you to reappoint Jim Reese and Nina Fresco, 2 hardworking planning commissioners. It should be unanimous. Real quickly, I applied to the Urban Forest Task Force. Someone had recommended I do it, even though I don't think I have that kind of experience. I would honorably serve, but I understand that you need to be an arborist or a former artist, and I'm not that. But if anything ever opens up, I hope you'll consider me. I'll do the best I can. Next item for 1 minute. 11A. I support the downtown district plan to get more security, but I also want to put a shout out to keep some extra ambassadors because they really supplement the equation, and it's the promenade is improving wonderfully. I was at a movie today and there were tourists all over, and they said they walked and they loved it. It was clean, and we can all work together to know there's challenges, but we don't have to make it look like it's that it's an asylum. But you know what I'm talking about. That's the end of that minute. And the last one is the very good proposal by all of you on 16C to reinstate and explore proposed policy and regulatory changes needed to elevate Santa Monica's attractiveness as a major event venue, as we should be. We used to have Cirque du Soleil. We used to have this, that, the other thing, the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium. Refurbishing and renovating that will certainly help, and we deserve it because Santa Monica has always been a cultural and artistic venue. So keep that in mind, and thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Sorry, my list. Ms. Spartan.
Good evening. I'd like to start by briefly going over the numbers from downtown Santa Monica Inc.'s financial year 2023-24 budget. Block by Block's total is just under $4.2 million. Combine that with the almost $2 million for labor distribution and organizational management minus labor distribution, and the total is just below $6.2 million. Add $1.7 million for security services, and the total is over $7.8 million. Add ICE Santa Monica, and the total becomes almost $8.9 million. Deduct that from the revenue total of just over $10.2 million, which totals just over $1.3 million. After you deduct for infrastructure, landscaping, decorative lighting, winter decor, and Lincoln beautification, you're left with only $432,800 for marketing and promotion for the promenade. Isn't that DTSM's core mission? Then on the issue of the new security services for the promenade, do you not think having them in uniform with non-lethal weapons would deter crime and drug dealing, instead of giving them the same ability as the ambassador had to only call and report crime? when this security service is an actual trained security service, not just people from block by block who are not as well trained. Also, since the city has become such a safety disaster with crime, drug dealing, and the homeless problems under your leadership, might a better idea be to let the police chief and police union decide what they think would be the best way to dress and arm the security service, because I'm sure that they are much more qualified to make these determinations than you. Next, on item 16C, looking at what you're trying to do, one does have to wonder how out of touch with reality Mayor Gleam Davis and Council Members Trosas and Zwick actually are. Were you all not paying attention during public input the last few months? I do believe many in the community have come before you and told you about the negative experiences they've had due to the continuing crime, drugs, and homeless problem. But by your actions, where you appropriate funding for the city, a safe city isn't one of your true priorities. Are you really walking around with blinders on? Have you missed how many times Councilmember Negretti's music store has been broken into? And Councilmember Brock was recently attacked on the promenade. Instead, it would appear by this item that you want to sucker people into holding events here. I recently heard an event was held here that they will never come back here because of the crime and homeless problems. So hopefully you see putting out a false image of the city isn't making people want to come back. Just like when people have to drive around, unable to find parking, they usually decide not to visit the city of Santa Monica or come back. So again, may I suggest that you significantly hire more sworn police officers, because besides the people into the city like sardines, which also requires more sworn police officers and firefighters. And by all the disadvantages you want to put on the new promenade, you do not want to deter crime, because that's what the uniforms and non-lethal weapons would do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Oh, hang on one second. John Alley. No, and then Mr. Moose. Are you Mr. Moose? Sorry. Well, according to my list, Mr. Alley is next. The list has been changing.
Yeah.
People's order has been changing for some reason.
And John, did you have time donated from Eve?
Yes.
Okay. And Eve, there you go. Okay.
For Ms. Lopez, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when I get to her, then she won't have time. All right, go ahead, Mr. Alley.
I'm John Alley from the Santa Monica Coalition and an assessment. Our promenade and downtown are suffering because of negligence by the city and the DTSM organization. We have assaults, theft, drug dealing, open drug use. Since 2019, our mayors and city managers did not tell us that the county and the Venice Family Clinic were giving needles to addicts. On the promenade, at the 7-Eleven, the California Incline, and in our parks. Health Director Barbara Ferrer did. The council passed a motion asking the county to move the program out of the parks and into city-owned buildings with supervision last September. Since then, you guys have said nothing. City Manager White last month signed a joint statement endorsing the program. Of course, our retail base has declined. Tenants are still giving up on Santa Monica and leaving. Many remain on a month-to-month basis and pay rent based only on a percentage basis. But the promenade and downtown commercial property owners should not be funding law enforcement that benefits the entire city. Law enforcement is the obligation of the city. Covered Six should be armed as originally agreed upon, not just the roving supervisor. Employees from prior companies, city maintenance, ambassadors have been stabbed on the job and assaulted. The contract should have a 30-day cancellation. Covered Six already agreed to this during their open presentation meeting. Why? Oh, and also 3 prior security companies have already failed our downtown, including the ambassadors. There are 25% of stakeholders who are working towards withdrawing from DTSM by year end and will not be obligated to pay. Why are 25% of stakeholders pulling out of DTSM? Because it's not a true business improvement district. And from a $10 million annual budget, only $500,000 or 5% of the budget is allocated for actual marketing of the promenade and downtown. These numbers show that neither DTSM nor the city is invested in the businesses on the promenade. So why should the businesses be invested in DTSM? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alley. Mr. Moose, and before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names, hopefully in the right order here. Esther Hickman, Lucian Tudor, Erica Leslie, and Angela Scott. All right, go ahead, Mr. Moose.
Okay. As you heard, my name is Ryan Moose. I am one of the partners of the Lobster Restaurant. The last time I was at a city council meeting was 25 years ago. We've been in business 23 years. But over the past 6 months to a year, there have been a lot of people that have approached me and asked me to do something about what's going on in Santa Monica. We've heard many people speak about the different issues that are going on here. And I can't speak with any great level of expertise on any of these areas. But I just know that people don't feel safe coming to Santa Monica anymore. I went to Santa Monica High. At that point, when I went there, it was an open campus. You could leave the high school and go to the to 3rd Street Promenade, which was just actually being developed at that point, and the Santa Monica Place. It was the safe place to grow up. And now just walking from here over to the restaurant, there are homeless people lying everywhere. And I like the idea of Santa Monica trying to help people. I think it's a wonderful idea and it's a noble idea. But if we're going to do that, we really have to do it. We really have to set aside space for them and put a program in place to help the people that are mentally disabled, and then to police the people that shouldn't be here and get them out of our community. So I think in some ways Santa Monica might have a crisis of identity that we need to decide, do we want to be a real gleaming touristy place, or do we want to be more of a homeless magnet? Because so many people from our country are now coming here because we're really good to people. And so in closing, I think for the time, I think that we need to arm the private security on the promenade for the time being until we sort this out. And I could share more, but that's just my general thinking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Esther Hickman.
Good evening. I'm speaking in support of the reappointment of Mario Fonda Bernardi and Nina Fresco, specifically because Mario is asking to be reappointed for a 3rd consecutive term. I want to speak on his behalf or in support of him. We need people on the Planning Commission who care deeply about affordable housing, our families, and sustainable solutions for our city. Mario has over 40 years of institutional knowledge that we desperately need. I hope you will consider his professional credentials, contribution to our schools, greater community, and years of service. Thank you for your Mario's track record and dedication to this cause should be supported. I hope you will provide unanimous support for his reappointment. And also, thank you so much for putting 16C on the agenda tonight. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tudor. And your name's down twice. Are you speaking on 2 different items?
I'm going to speak on 2 items.
Okay.
I'm going to try to be inside of 2 minutes. So
That's fine. Just
yes.
let us know which items you're speaking
Okay, so regarding the 10C, I was addressing a little bit in public comment. I want to say this is a big step forward to create an entertainment district in our Santa in approaching the entertainment part of it and the nightlife and bars and live music and restaurants. But the proposal from David Martin office and Jennifer Taylor, and I think it's a great way to move forward. So I just want to say thank you for your hard work of putting all of that together. The next item is going to be 11A, and I want to address a little bit the safety issue of Santa Monica. I think it's time to do a change, and things like we've been doing so far doesn't work anymore because the times change. I totally agree with Cover 6 approach. It's an empathetic approach to the less fortunate community. And I don't think we need guns on each officer on each street. I I think that's not the message we want to send. One thing I love about this company is the fact they keep accountability, the different agencies we well funded from the public money. So they're gonna call different agencies to help these people out. So I think they very professional. They work very well in Beverly Hills. So please vote yes to have them in downtown Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor. Erica Leslie.
I'm down a couple of times, so let me.
Yeah, you notice both? Yeah, so you've got 4 minutes, and just let us know which items you're speaking on.
I'm going to donate at least one to Angela Scott.
Oh, okay. Well, then, you get to donate in two.
Donate in 2 minutes.
2 minute increments.
Okay, let me see how quickly I can say this. How about that?
All right.
Okay. So, we ready? Start? Okay. So, what I'm going to say is this. First off, as our police department has said that we cannot police our way out of homelessness, neither can security. Let me start out saying that. Number two, the community that I represent does not want guns on the promenade. That's number two. Number three, we need to have entertainment district down in downtown Santa Monica. I wear several different hats. You know, I'm coming from several different aspects. I've been saying this since before COVID hit. I've been an Uber and a Lyft driver. And this is what the people wanted that rode in my car. The thousands that I rode out here to Santa Monica, and I had to take out of the city because there was no soul food restaurants, there was no entertainment, and they said we closed up entirely too soon. We need to do that. What we need are more HLP officers, and we need to empower our police department. Also, we have a couple of individuals that need to be reappointed to the PSROC. Angela Scott and Derek Devermont. And I am done. Passing the mic.
All right. Ms. Scott, you're down here twice as well.
I should be down there 3 times.
Twice, but you got some time from Miss Leslie because she finished. So,
okay, so
which items are you speaking on?
I have 8A, 11A, and 16E.
All right, and so she would have 6 minutes total, is that correct, Ms. Clerk? All right, so you'll have 6 minutes total.
Okay, I'll start with, I'm short. I'll start with 8A. For the past year, it feels like it's longer, it has been a pleasure serving on the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission with Commissioners Jaime Cruz, Commissioner Adia Mohanty, and Commissioner Derek Devermont. Each of them has dedicated tireless hours to reimagining, having deep, difficult conversations regarding what public safety means here in Santa Monica. Let's all be perfectly clear. Diversity, inclusion, work, creating police reform is not a sprint. It is a marathon. It is a journey. And it takes dedicated commissioners such as Devermont, Cruz, and Mohanty to help make progress work. Each of them has contributed in tireless ways, including Commissioner Cruz, who is a lifelong resident and advocate for civil rights and justice here. Commissioner Mohanty just kicked off a wonderful school safety discussion, and it's been very robust. And to have a young person like that have a voice in a shared space where she feels valued and she feels like she can drive change, let's give her the opportunity to do that. And at the same time, having a subject matter expert such as Chair Devermont has been impactful truly for our commission as a whole. So I would please plead with you all to consider reappointing all of them to their stated. That is it for that. I'd like to now speak on 11A, which Commissioner Leslie spoke so diligently with regards to safety at downtown Santa Monica. As we know, homeless population is a global issue. And we have to think about how, from an optics perspective, As a tourist coming to downtown Santa Monica, do we really want to see officers down there holding guns? Well, yes, I am a veteran. These are things that you have to think about from the perspective of, are we now in a war-torn city when we see things like that? I think we need to step back, reimagine how we can best empower our police department and the ambassadors that we've had. I'm so impressed by them. So I feel like we should work collectively with them to really give them an opportunity, let them come together and talk about other ways to make that kind of change globally. Now I'm on 16E. With respect to reallocating funds, I believe that when commissioners and city council members and such go out on conventions nationally and globally, we need to measure effectively what does that impact look like. And it should be more than brand presence and bringing back tokens. It should be reporting in on what can we take from what we've learned and implement it better into our system as a whole, right? And I think until we reach a point where we can really define what those metrics look like, we might best be served by allocating those money back into our community. Chamber have the Next Gen Mentorship Program, right? Why don't we invest in programs like this? Samo High, we just had our 26th year with our Rites of Passage graduation. When we empower our generations coming up, we let them know that, yes, you have a voice here. Yes, we support you. And yes, we want to watch you become our next leaders. So let's think about that effectively and how we can reallocate unspent funds like that back into our community, because the only way that you can build a city is to invest in the people that live in the city. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Our next speakers, Joe DeRosa, George Centeno, Judy Kruger, and Alban Gielitz.
Hello, is there any chance you guys can pull up that PDF again from before, or the Santa Monica 2024 one I mailed to the clerk? Oh, okay. All right, don't worry about it. I just wanted to say in about 16.3 and creating an entertainment district and, you know, making the city more available for events. I've talked a lot of stuff about reviving the Civic Center and what I'm looking to do with the Sears building, creating an LA Artist Series. I've done a lot of investigation into state funds, federal funds that might be available because the projects are very similar. I can tell you, I really believe that the funds are there. Because it's a landmark building, it needs seismic upgrades. We have these large events like FIFA and the Olympics coming in. There should be federal money to help improve the area ahead of those events. I think you guys, if we do a little bit of research, we can find the money to save the Civic Center. And, you know, an LA Artist Series, I'm always going to be able to fund privately if I can actually get her to sell me the building. So I wouldn't be worried of that. So I really think the ability to do this is in place now if it's not messing with anybody else's plans for the Civic Center. But you have a lot of property down here, and I've emailed all of you a copy of the deck that I was going to show today. And also there are federal grant funds available till August 13th, up to $120 million from the state through the California Competes program. It's something you guys might want to look into. You know, and like I said, I've been through like the whole website, and there is a ton of money through a lot of projects that this might qualify for, and I urge you guys to look into it. Thank you both. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. George it's got an 8 in the middle there. Centeno, but I think it's just somehow there's an 8A in there as well.
It's Centeno.
Yes, I thought that's what it was, but there's all sorts of numbers here on the list. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. George Centeno, Santa Monica. I'm the vice chair of the Santa Monica Police Oversight Committee, and I'm here to speak on item 8A, which is the appointment of the 3 candidates that are up. I'm not going to support or be critical of any one of them. As last year when I came to speak on the subject, when there were other candidates or commissioners up for reappointment or consideration, I spoke on just the record of the commission itself. And some people would say we haven't accomplished a lot. Here's what I think we have accomplished. We have gone over all 44 recommendations of the OIR report with great debate and wisdom and insight. We have not gone off the wall with reimagine, defund, and go crazy over defunding and eliminating police work. In fact, what we have done is we have looked at all of the critical areas and we've debated with them. The chair, who works legal defense, personally myself with 35 years in law enforcement, we've been able to provide balance and insight into the law and the application of the law fairly out there on the field by the officers and the difficult job they have doing that. We've covered use of force, self-defense, military equipment. We've covered all of those, and we've provided reports to the council for consideration. I think the chair has done a good job. He's a good representative for the city and a good leader for the commission. I said I wasn't going to support anybody, but I really do believe that the commission has done a good job of.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Okay.
Judy Kruger.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and Mayor Pro Tem Negretti and council members. I'm speaking on item 11A. I'm Judy Kruger, the CEO of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce supports DTSM's proposal to hire the private security firm. And the Chamber businesses and its leadership find the short-term solution as providing relief from the current challenges related to crime in the downtown. Solution, this short-term fix is one step toward a full economic recovery for our businesses. Furthermore, the proposal includes a well-known and reputable security firm that already has a track record for this very solution. I had a chance today to speak to my counterpart at the Beverly Hills Chamber of Commerce, and as we all know, Covered 6 has been in Beverly Hills for 3.5 years. And my counterpart said nothing but glowing remarks for what this security firm has done for the city of Beverly Hills. And his words were, it has become the eyes and ears and a strong presence that has been a really good deterrent for that city. And many of us heard the proposal from Covered 6 and believe that it is the level of professionalism that we expect and know in Santa Monica, and also see from our police department that supports this proposal as well. And for those reasons, the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce and its leadership support DTSM's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger. Alvin Gielich. And before you begin, Mr. Gielich, I'm going to call a few more names to line up behind you. Andrea M.C., Sam Jagger, Arthur Jaon, and Julia Ladd. And Mr. Jaon, you're down twice. Were you speaking on 2 different items?
No, I was only going to speak on 11A, but, give me another 2 minutes.
Nope, 1 item, 2 minutes. But you can't fault you for trying. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Gielich.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, council members, and staff. My name is Alvin Gielich, and I'm speaking on 11A. I'm here tonight wearing 2 of my community hats, that of the chair of the Experience Management Plan Governance Committee and as vice chair of the Montana Avenue Merchants Association. I'm in full support of partnering with Covered 6, the downtown area, and here's why. It is directly in line with your priorities of safe and clean, homelessness, and economic recovery. In fact, it addresses all 3. It will help get our economic engine back up to full throttle and firing on all cylinders, which then can restore confidence that DTSM is a safe place to spend time and money. It will then spur further economic recovery, which will help us realize and fund our other important community priorities that support our community values. It's a pilot program. If it doesn't go well, we can alter it or discontinue it. There's solid, verifiable proof, as Judy just mentioned, that it's working well in Beverly Hills. Chief Batista, all of the Santa Monica Police Department, and the POA are on board with this plan. There have been ample community meetings and opportunities to weigh in on this matter. There has been neither any real opposition to this plan nor alternative solutions proposed. And lastly, it is irresponsible to allow the fear or concern of any unintended or potential consequences that could occur if we move forward with this program to outweigh the known consequences and what will continue to occur if we do not move forward with this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea MC.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrea McPherson, and I'm speaking on item 10C, 11A, and I just wanted to say that 10C, the introduction and first reading of ordinance amending text of zoning ordinance to provide incentives for housing projects that filed an application. I don't actually even know what that means. So when people who are low income, people who are disabled, people who are seniors, like myself, we actually don't understand what's available to us. And I'm thinking that when you table things like 13A, I think it's important to talk to whoever it affects the most. And with that, I don't know if we need to make sure that everyone who is affected by the different things that you guys table, if they need to have some sort of side meeting just to understand exactly what's going on. And this is the way I'm just basically trying to explain this to you guys. Work opportunities for seniors, for the disabled, and housing, and so that they can own homes and just different things like that. We need to talk about those things, but how can we do that? A lot of people can't come to the city council meetings. A lot of people can't participate because of their disabilities, but how can we talk to them? How can we reach out to them? We've lost all intercommunication. So with that being said, how can the city of Santa Monica do it? We need to call on everyone who has low-income housing or someone who has a resource organization or something like that that works directly with them. And we all have some sort of task force that deals with all of the different disparities that people have who are disabled, who are seniors, who have low-income housing, and let them know their options and then talk about it and deal with it from an empathetic perspective. Talk about what we go through on a regular basis and see exactly what we go through. And if you table things like that, actually wait until you talk to us and let us know. We let you know exactly how it affects us and the best decisions to make accordingly. And as far as 11A, I'm sorry, I've never been a public speaker, so love me for who I am, you know? I had brain surgery, okay? So I have epilepsy and I have seizures, so I'm doing the best that I can at this point, you know? But with that being said, 11A. 11A, parking lot 3, safety issues. Over in my residential parking lot over there, the gate, it is at least about maybe 50 pounds. And when you try to slide it open, you hurt yourself. And I actually broke all my nails one night just trying to get into it. The lock is illegible. You can't read it. And people, the residents and things like that, they have a hard time. So we need to fix that lot. We need to number the parking spaces and just different things like that just to help people out and make it so that they don't have to fight to get into their own parking lot at night and go home and have, dinner, whatever. So with that being said, if you can address parking lot 3 and the safety issues that you guys have. But other than that, thank you so much for actually listening and having the patience. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Jagger.
Good evening. My name is Sam Jagger. I'm the general manager for the Fairmont Miramar Hotel. I'm here in support of 11A. I'm dedicated to the city of Santa Monica and the tourism industry. Our owners, in fact, have a long-term investment here in the community, and we're committed to finding solutions that support the rebuilding of this community. We need urgent action. The downtown Santa Monica security proposal is of utmost importance for the city. Urgent action is needed to bolster confidence in our burden on the already stretched police force. This city's not recovered. The Santa Monica reputation, and I travel extensively on business, is one prevalent concern amongst all travel advisors, both domestically and internationally, including prestigious consortium travel agents. That Santa Monica is perceived as unsafe, unclean, and unsuitable for travelers. Addressing this perception is vital, as it impacts not only the Fairmont, but also all other businesses in the city. We're not back to 2019 levels. We still have a long way to go. The impact on the tourism industry, by addressing these safety and cleanliness concerns, Santa Monica can reclaim its position as a premier destination for both business and leisure travel. This shift will not only benefit hotels like us, but also bolster revenue for local restaurants, retail, and tourism businesses. Rebuilding Santa Monica's attraction in the past, Santa Monica has held a magnetic appeal to visitors to Los Angeles, and regrettably, this allure has waned in recent times. To recapture this charm, it's essential to ensure that guests and visitors feel secure and comfortable exploring beyond the grounds of their hotels. This is the same for our employees. They don't feel safe going home at night. They don't feel safe coming in the morning. They're preyed upon by the homeless and other individuals on the street, and it's a deterrent for officers coming back to the city too.
Thank you, Mr. Jagger.
Thank you.
Mr. Gian.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you all in person. I live 9th in Arizona, so downtown Santa Monica is my front yard. You've all seen the pictures in my endless letter, so I won't spend too much time on that. What I will say is that there's this space between what the police can do and should be doing in terms of serious crime, and then there's the kind of lower level but equally impactful disorder and transient drug addiction and mental illness playing out in my front lawn, in my carport, in the parks, in various different just public spaces. So that can't be addressed by the police. We need an interim force that can kind of come in and start, interviewing people, talking to people that are shooting up, that are breaking the law by doing drugs in public. But don't rise to the level of, oh my God, 3-alarm fire, get the police there right away. So I've seen Coverage 6's 3 presentations. They've been incredibly patient in terms of their presentation over the last year. And they're professional. I trust them. Chris and Mike are both veterans and highly professional, and they're invested. They really care about how successful they are. The other thing I like about them is that they've got a person, Melissa Lee, who's going to be public outreach to the different homeless organizations and kind of in a kind of not just sort of auditing way, but actually helping to refer people and work with the different organizations in town. So they really come prepared and provide the whole.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Okay, great.
Julia Ladd, and before you begin, Ms. Ladd, I'm going to call a few more names. Laura Vrastel, Joe Sylvan, Mandy Prince, and Derek Devermont. You can go ahead, Ms. Ladd.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Davis and Mayor Pro Tem Lana Negretti. I'm Julia Ladd. I'm here to speak tonight on 11A, and I speak on behalf of Downtown Santa Monica Inc. Board, as well as a representative with Mace Rich. I'm here to request your vote in favor of amending the DTSM Inc. Services Agreement. As evidenced on the promenade and in Santa Monica Place, driving business to downtown is more than challenging. Our high street remains under 60% occupied. For every step forward, there are many steps back every time a resident, a visitor, an employee, or a business owner is victim to a crime. We hear their concerns regularly, and at the DTSM board meetings, we hear them every month, and we hear them daily, and we are experiencing them. The primary request is, how can DTSM help to make the downtown environment safe again? DTSM as an organization was formed to enhance services and grow economic vitality. We are also charged with serving the greater good. Herein lies the most compelling reasons that we must take action to accelerate change that will drive business and bring back our community. SMPD supports a private security program and sees it as a force multiplier to help them provide a safe and welcoming downtown. The POA is also very comfortable with the program, and so we have the support that we need from our officers, and we can provide support for them. We, supporters of SMPD, want our sworn officers to have every tool they need to provide for safety in downtown. The covered 6 layer is designed to assist the police department and provide support to Santa Monica PD at a granular level. The program is more than a security presence. This organization was chosen as they also bring a social service arm that will work with city and county teams to connect people to resources faster. In conclusion, downtown is challenged daily by crimes and display of disruptive and antisocial behaviors. The Covered 6 team can respond to these events and coordinate their efforts through SMPD oversight.
Thank you, Ms. Ladd. Your time is up. Ms. Vrastel.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and Santa Monica City Council members. My name is Laura Vrastel. I'm the asset manager for Federal Realty West Coast portfolio, which includes about 40 properties in California and Arizona, many of them right here in Santa Monica on the promenade. We own the John Reed building that's recently opened, as well as Wally's CPK and the office building fronting 2nd Street. In the 1200 block, we own several vacant buildings where J. Crew, Old Navy, and Club Monaco were formerly located, in addition to the Cabo Cantina, Casa Martin, and House of Hoops buildings. We have a building at 301 Arizona and one at 1337. And finally, we own the buildings where Adidas, Patagonia, Wilson's, and Zumiez are located. I'm here this evening to speak on behalf of Federal Realty in support of adopting the Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. annual plan budget and the proposed modifications to the service agreement between the city and DTSM. Federal Realty supports the hiring of Covered 6 to provide much needed support to the Santa Monica Police Department. Conditions on the street, while perhaps overblown by the media, are not conducive to a vibrant downtown. We believe this change is a positive step in the right direction and a necessity to rebuild and revitalize Santa Monica's downtown. Therefore, Federal Realty strongly supports adoption of the DTSM plan, the hiring of Covered 6, and the proposed amendments to the service agreements, and urges each of you to vote favorably.
Thank you. Joe, it looks like Sullivan, but there's some vowels missing.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. That's okay. It's just it could be Sullivan.
Well, good evening. I am with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 11, and the National Electrical Contractors Association of Greater Los Angeles. This represents about 400 electrical contractors who employ about 10,000 union electricians in Los Angeles County. And so I want to say thank you, Mayor Davis, thank you to the council, thank you to the staff, including City Manager White. I'm here to express our strong support for Agenda Item 16D, addressing skilled and trained labor requirements for renewable energy measures. Not only will training ensure safety, efficacy, and achievement of performance standards, training and education will create high-road careers that pay family-sustaining wages and benefits, provide no-cost apprenticeship training with career placement, career pathways, and equity and inclusion due to extensive outreach efforts. We want to thank Santa Monica for your leadership and sustainability. And thanks to these efforts, if you can combine this with training and education requirements, this work will be done right, and it will create high-road. And I appreciate it, and sorry for the name.
Not a problem. You're a better typist than I am. Mandy Prince.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, and council members. My name is Mandy Prince. I'm here speaking on behalf of Santa Monica Travel and Tourism as a Senior Public Relations Manager. This letter was sent to you previously, but I'm also going to read it now. We encourage you to move Agenda Item 11A, Approval of Downtown Santa Monica Inc.'s Fiscal Year 23-24 Budget and Work Plan forward. We hear the frustration and clearly understand the issues that are currently facing businesses in Santa Monica, specifically in our downtown, related to safety and security. We all strive to offer positive experiences for all that live, work, and visit here. The addition of a new security presence will further support our police department while allowing for more timely responses to the needs of our community and serve as a deterrent for criminal behavior. An increase in monitoring has been shown to significantly decrease crime in a way that could positively impact revenues for business and the city. Less crime, and just as importantly, the perception of safety will encourage locals to return and help to increase visitors to downtown. This private-public partnership with Santa Monica Police Department offers an opportunity to provide a safer and more welcoming experience for all. We respectfully request the City Council to approve the plan to hire private security for a pilot program. Thank you for your service to our community. The only other thing I'd like to add is that we appreciate the work the staff in downtown Santa Monica has done to get all the important items on your agenda tonight that will aid in our full economic recovery.
Thank you, Ms. Prince. Mr. Devermont, before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names so folks can line up behind you. I have Dante Harrington, Amy Gottstein, Brian Stedge, and Barry Snell. All right, go ahead, Mr. Devermont.
Thank you so much. I had something worked out, but the Vice Chair Centeno nailed most of it, so I'm kind of left with a lot less to say. You did choke me up a little bit, though, to be honest. Serving on the commission as chair has been a great honor. We've done a lot of things. The Vice Chair covered it. What I've sought to do as chair is to, number one, remove the politics from it as much as I possibly can. And with good work and an honest look at the conditions, move us toward a safer Santa Monica that does right by both the public and the SMPD. That's what I've sought to do. Another thing I've gotten out of this is I have had the luxury of meeting some incredible SMPD officers. Now Captain Rudy Flores, Chief Batista, but worked very closely with Deputy Chief Jacob and Sal Lucio, who gave me great insight into SMPD and changed a lot of my viewpoints. I've learned two things. Number one, there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do with police oversight. And I've learned that we have a police force that can very easily do it. If we keep our high standards and we keep the product that we keep putting in, if we keep that up, I think we can do it. It's not easy, but if we remove the political aspect of it, it can be done. I think, honestly, this council is at a precipice where it has to decide. Does it believe in oversight by civilians, or does it not? Is it real oversight, or is it not? I think that absent the political aspects of it, if we have two communities, SMPD and civilians, working together, then we'll get the police force that'll be a model for the nation, if it's not already. So, having said that, I thank you all. I very much hope to have your vote. And thank you kindly for this opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Devermont. Dante Harrington.
Good evening. Good evening. I am a commissioner for the Police Reform and Social Justice. I started about a year ago, and I've watched Chair Devermont put together strategies on how to work with the police as well as the community as well. And I know it's not something easy. I know it's something that can't be done overnight, But I believe that if we don't continue this tenure that we're doing, then all the work that we're putting in just goes unnoticed. I've watched the commissioners work tirelessly on certain issues and come up with plans and in communication with Mr. Devermont, and he has taken a lot of ridicule behind certain things and aspects that I know I stand there on the commission and serve as our chair. I think that we should keep him on board and let whatever we're trying to do for our community and for our city, because Santa Monica has fell off a little bit, but I do believe with this commission that's put together that we can make Santa Monica better again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Amy Gottstein.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to speak in front of you. I'm here to speak on item 11A, and I'd be lying if I didn't say that I was vehemently opposed to Covered 6. Covered 6 is a for-profit college, and I believe that their training program, because they hire their own graduates and pay them poorly, most of them paid less than $40,000 a year. I find this to be just a dubious practice of the company just at a base level. But also, I'm really concerned their curriculum, it says it's 80 hours, but it's actually only 70 hours because 9 hours is so they can upsell you to the more expensive program, which is, I think, $15,800. And those folks also get hired, the graduates also get hired. This is all information at the bottom of their website. All of it is right there, but nobody seems to be talking about it. And I'm really concerned that somebody with insufficient training may be armed, possibly body cammed, and possibly in plain clothes. I find this dangerous. We have mostly tourists and vulnerable individuals on the promenade, not residents. And as my time is wrapping up, I also want to say it out loud, is that I find Councilmember Brock's stunt on the promenade to be shameful and just a bad demonstration in an effort to prove that there's a lack of safety. It smells fishy. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gottstein. Brian Stedge.
Hello. Should I begin?
Yes, you may begin.
Thank you. Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak on item 8A. I'm supporting Michelle, and I'm terrible at pronouncing names, so I apologize. Supporting Michelle Edgar. Her wealth of experience will be amazing for the Arts Commission. I'm also here to support Jamie Cruz, Adaya Mohanty, and Derek Devermont for the PSROC. The Commission's role attempts to gut the Commission has truly been disappointing. I want to also single out Derek. Policy work is really, really hard. You all live it. You can do great work, and someone's always going to be upset with you the next day. Derek has walked a very tough line as chair, pushing the Commission to be fair and respectful to all sides. I strongly urge you to appoint all of them back to the Commission. Thank you, and have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Stedge. Barry Snell. And Mr. Snell, you're down twice. Are you speaking on two different items?
I am.
All right, then we'll have 4 minutes.
First item is 6A. I'm here to support the commissioners for the police commission. I think Commissioner Devereaux, Ms. Scott, and the third item individual are valid commissioners. They've done an incredible job in serving the community. It's an incredibly difficult commission, one that's been quite controversial since it started. And I believe a change of having commissioners at this point in time would be devastating to the community and also to the commission as a whole. So I support those three individuals. I know Derek very well. He's committed to our city and to the safety of our committee. Angela Scott is a strong, vocal leader for the African American community, and I think it would be devastating if you thought about changing the commissioners at this point. The other item that I'm going to speak on is 11A. As you may well know, I'm the treasurer of downtown Santa Monica. I've been there for 10 years, and I work strongly to see that we have a safe, viable downtown. My support of the security guards initially was not favorable. I believe that downtown Santa Monica should not be using the $1.7 million of their budget to handle security and safety. I understand that the community, and I also understand that businesses in our community are having a very difficult time with safety. And I think that our police officers do a very good job. But I do believe that this private security, even though it's temporary, may not be as effective as we think it should be with respect to our homeless issue downtown. The $1.7 million is going to eliminate 13 ambassadors, which are eyes on the street, for 4 security guards and 1 supervisor that will be having a gun, and I don't support that. However, I realize that it's a temporary program. I understand that we will, as a board, work closely with the police department to value the goals of the program. And should this program be successful, I'm hoping next year that your city council will find in your budget to take the $1.7 million and put it into your budget, because downtown Santa Monica is not prepared to continue this program after 1 year. So I ask you strongly to take a look at it and understand that I heard from a number of people tonight that community members have not been vocal about it. I've heard from the Santa Monica Democratic Club. I've heard from Santa Monica Renters' Rights. They are all opposed to it. So I am going to be looking closely as to the viability and the goals and how successful this program is. And if it is successful, then I hope our city council will take it over to support our businesses, because they do need it. They do need it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Snell. And Ms. Anderson-Warren, it looks like that was our final speaker. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, then I will close the public hearing under item 6, and that moves us on to the 8 items.
Okay, be patient with me on this, but 8 item is the annual appointments of the boards and commissions. And so our first board that we have up is the Airport Commission.
Right, and what I'm going to do, Councilmember Parra, are you still there?
He's here.
Great. Sure am. Great. So what I'm going to do, because I know it's hard when you're on the phone, is I'm going to go to you first on every commission and see if there is anyone that you would like to nominate, so that you don't have to try and guess when to barge in, if that's all right.
That's fine.
All right, so we're going to start out with the Airport Commission. There are 2 openings, as I understand it. Is that correct, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
It is correct.
And we have 1 incumbent, Jeffrey Neary, who's looking for reappointment. Let's do those separately, and we're going to have to take a vote on this. I would suggest that we reappoint Jeffrey Neary. Can we take a vote on that, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Sure. So it's a yes or no?
Yeah, I think so, because usually what we do with someone who's already on the commission is try and, and then if someone wants to appoint someone else, we have the opening, the second one. Okay. And if people vote no on Mr. Neary, then we'll have 2 openings.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, Mr. Neary's reappointed, 7-0. So now, Councilmember Parr, we have 1 additional opening. Is there someone you would like to nominate?
Margaret Griffin.
All right. Are there any other nominations? All right. May we have not seen any other Councilmember Zwick, I'm sorry.
Gross.
Spencer Gross. All right. So we're going to have a roll call vote, and you can select either Margaret Griffin or Spencer Gross.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Griffin.
Councilmember Terosas?
Gross.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Griffin.
Councilmember Brock.
Griffin.
Councilmember Para.
Griffin.
Councilmember Zwick.
Gross.
Mayor Davis.
Griffin. So that is 5-2.
I'll change my vote.
All right.
Similarly, yes.
All right. So Councilmember Terosas and Councilmember Zwick change their votes. So Margaret Griffin is unanimously appointed to the Airport Commission. And thank you, Ms. Griffin, for your willingness to serve.
Okay, so next we have the Architectural Review Board, and the incumbent is Edward Scott, and he is the only applicant.
I see that, and we only have one space open. So I think since he is asking for reappointment, we'll have to take a roll call vote, but Mr. Scott for reappointment to the ARB.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, Mr. Scott is unanimously reappointed, and we appreciate his continued willingness to serve.
Okay, so next we have it's for the Arts Commission, and we have 3 vacancies. We have 2 incumbents that are interested in being reappointed. It's Kathleen Benjamin and Deepa Subramaniam. Thank you.
All right. So let's start with the reappointments. Kathleen Benjamin. Can we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson Warren? Yes or no on Ms. Benjamin?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Mayor Davis.
Yes, Ms. Benjamin is reappointed unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Benjamin, for your continued willingness to serve. Then the other commissioner seeking reappointment is Deepa Subramaniam. Is there anyone else that someone would like to appoint? Councilmember Parra, since you're on the phone? There are 3, but we're going through the people who are asking for reappointment first.
So do we want to go yes or no on this?
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to try and do, is go yes or no on Deepa Subramaniam reappointment.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
No.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, Mr. Subramaniam is reappointed 6-1. And that leaves us with a 3rd open appointment. Councilmember Parr, do you have any nominations?
Yes. Anna Bogosian, please.
Okay. Does anyone else have any nominations? Councilmember Zwick,
Koretsky.
Koretsky, and Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Michelle Edgar.
All right. Did you have a hand up, Councilmember Terosas?
Covered it.
All right. So when your name is called, you will either be Bogosian, Edgar, or Koretsky.
Councilmember Zwick,
Koretsky.
Councilmember Parra,
Bogosian.
Councilmember Brock,
Bogosian.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Edgar.
Councilmember Terosas,
Edgar.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Edgar.
and Mayor Davis.
Edgar. Ms. Edgar is appointed by 4 votes. So thank you, Ms. Edgar.
I'd like to change my vote.
All right. Councilmember Zwick is changing his vote. So
I'd like to change, please.
all right. Councilmember Parr as well as Councilmember Brock. All right. Thank you, Ms. Edgar, for your willingness to serve, and congratulations on your appointment to the Arts Commission.
Okay, so next we have the Community on Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and Environment. And we have incumbent Dean Kabani and incumbent Susan Means, and they are both interested in being reappointed.
All right. Let's start with Mr. Kubani. It's a yes or a no.
How many slots
Oh,
are there? Sorry, how many are we voting on in total?
Well, we're going to vote one at a, we have 2 openings and 2 incumbents.
Thank
So if there's someone you'd rather propose, that's okay as well.
I mean, do I do that now or later? I'm sorry.
You can certainly do it now, and then when we get to the second person, you can do it as well then. It's up to you.
Okay, I would propose Ms. Newbold.
All right. So we have Kubani and Newbold. Identify which one you want in the roll call vote. Councilmember Parr, I didn't ask you. Is there anyone you would like to propose in addition to Mr. Kubani or Ms. Newbold?
Susan Mir, well, no, we're doing her next, so no. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So Kubani or Newbold?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Can you repeat the last name again?
is Kubani or Newbold?
Oh, Kubani.
Councilmember Terosas,
Kubani.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Kubani.
Councilmember Brock,
Kubani.
Councilmember Parr,
Kubani.
Councilmember Zwick,
Kubani.
and Mayor Davis.
Kubani. Zero, and thank you for your continued willingness to serve. All right, the second position, Ms. Mearns is seeking reappointment. Is there anyone else you would like to nominate? Anyone?
I would like to nominate Gerda Newbold.
All right. Councilmember Parra, is there anyone else besides Ms. Mearns or Ms. Newbold you'd like to nominate?
No, thank you.
All right. So it is a choice between Ms. Mearns and Ms. Newbold.
Councilmember Zwick,
Newbold.
Councilmember Parra,
Mearns.
Councilmember Brock,
Dr. Mearns.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Dr. Mearns.
Councilmember Terosas,
Newbold.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Dr. Mearns.
and Mayor Davis.
Ms. Newbold, but Dr. My vote to Dr. Mearns as well.
I'd like to as well.
All right, so she is unanimously reappointed, and thank you, Dr. Mearns, for your continued willingness to serve.
Next, we have, well, okay, so just to let you know, the Disabilities Commission, we had no applicants.
I thought we had one.
We do not.
No, we had one the last time, and we appointed that person, but we had 2 openings the last time.
I encourage you as council members to please go out in the community and see if we can get some applicants for this.
Please apply.
So we will continue this item. Not just from the dais, but when you're out.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so next we have the Housing Commission. So we have an incumbent, Richard Hilton, who is not eligible. He has termed out. And then Teresa Marasco. And so both of these are participants in affordable housing programs. So we need to do these two, we need to do these separate. So
Right,
just to let you-
and can you clarify, Ms. Anderson-Warren, is Ms. Marasco's a 2 or a 4-year appointment?
Ms. Marasco's is a 2-year appointment. And the other, so just to let you know, the other one, that's the 62, the person has to be 62 and older. There are no applicants for that position.
So no one qualifies for
No one
Mr.
qualifies.
Hilton's seat.
So before you start, let me explain. So it has to be, they have to be a participant in the affordable housing in one of the programs. Also, they have to be over 62.
So there was one applicant, Ms. Gordon, is not a participant in the programs, but she meets age, but not.
Not the housing, affordable housing requirement.
Thank you so much.
So none of the applicants, despite we do have a number of applicants, none meet the requirement for the particular seat, not the Ms. Marasco seat, but the other seat.
That's correct.
All right,
So we should
so,
do the Ms. Marasco one.
all right.
So we need more applicants.
Yes, who are over 62 and are an affordable housing recipient. All right, so Ms. Marasco, that is for a 2-year seat. She's seeking reappointment. We can do that, I think, on a yes or no basis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because there's no one else who qualifies for that 2-year seat.
Correct.
All right, so take it away, Ms. Anderson-Warren.
Councilmember De La Torre. So this is just a yes or no, by the way.
Yeah, just a yes or no.
On Commissioner Marasco's, yes, please.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra. Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, Ms. Marasco is reappointed to 2 years, and thank you for your continued willingness to serve.
And so again, I encourage you to encourage the whomever to apply for the second seat. Okay, next we have the Human Services. We have 2 seats. We have one incumbent that is not interested in reapplying, and then we have Ms. Alexis Hemphill Elsie, who is seeking reappointment.
All right, let's start with the reappointment.
Lou Wells withdrew.
She was appointed the last time.
That's right.
Yeah, we already appointed.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hey, I'm behind.
All right. So let's start with Ms. Hemphill Elsia, whether she should be reappointed, yes or no.
Okay. Councilmember Swick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, Ms. Hemphill Elsia is reappointed. Thank you for your continued willingness to serve. Now we have a second opening. Councilmember Parra, is there anyone you would like to appoint for the second opening on the Human Services Commission?
You know what? I can't find my notes, so no, not at this time.
All right.
Yeah, I can't find it.
Any other nominations?
Dr. Einbinder. Susan Einbinder.
All right. Any others? Seeing no hands, then it'll be a yes or no on Einbinder.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Swick,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, Ms. Einbinder is appointed 7-0. Thank you very much for your willingness to serve.
Okay, now we have the Personnel Board. There is one seat available. We have
About
two.
library.
Yeah,
Before the,
Oh, okay.
isn't library down here?
Library's set next on my list. Okay.
yeah, because the library board, it's alphabetically weird. So Personnel Board is next on Denise's.
One second, give me a second. I can move it
She's
around.
It's okay. It was just
She's
like
adaptable.
in the PDF in this order.
Okay, all right, so the Santa Monica Library, we have one vacancy, and Laurel Schmidt is the current applicant. She is interested in being reappointed.
Okay, are there any, Councilmember Pars or anyone else you would like to nominate?
Yes. Jason Lynn.
Oh, Jason Lynn?
Wait, isn't he already in? He already's on the library board.
Yeah, he's on the library
Okay.
board.
From previously, he was already appointed.
Sorry, then I take that back. And Antonio Spears.
All right.
I would like to nominate Heidi Vega Amonetti.
Any other nominations? Is anyone nominating Ms. Schmidt? I just want to make sure we don't. All right. So the two nominees are Antonio Spears and Heidi Vega Aimonetti. So when you are called, please let us know who you're supporting.
Councilmember Swick,
Vega. I'm sorry.
Aimonetti,
Aimonetti.
Councilmember Parra,
Spears.
Councilmember Brock,
Spears.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Antonio Spears.
Councilmember Terosas,
Amonetti.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Antonio Spears.
and Mayor Davis.
Vega Aimonetti. Mr. Spears, you are appointed to the library board, and I will change my vote to support you.
Me too.
Sure.
All right, so you are unanimously appointed to the library board. Welcome, and thank you for your willingness to serve. Now we will go to the personnel board.
Okay, so the Personnel Board, Ms. Allen is the incumbent, and she wishes to be reappointed.
All right, does anyone have anyone else? All right, well, it looks like a yes or no on Ms. Allen.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Swick,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, Ms. Allen is unanimously reappointed to the personnel board.
Okay, so next we have the Planning Commission. There are three incumbents, Nina Fresco and Mario Fonda Bernardi are seeking reappointment. They are seeking their third appointment, so they will need to have 5 votes. So do you want to start off with Jim Reese?
Yeah, let's start off with Jim Reese. Is there someone else someone would like to nominate?
Can I?
Mario.
Oh, but are we going through those after?
No.
Well, no, we're going to go
We're
through
doing
the
it.
incumbents because they need 5 votes.
So Jim Reese is one of the
all
ones
three
that needs
do,
5
correct?
votes?
No, Jim Reese only
Only
needs 4.
because
Right,
it's
the other ones need 5.
The others need 5. So Jim Reese, at least in theory, is the easy one, although maybe not if there's someone else someone wants to.
I'm going to nominate Josh Hamilton.
Okay. All right. So it'll be Reese or Hamilton, Miss Anderson Warren.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre.
Reese.
Councilmember Terosas.
Reese.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Hamilton.
Councilmember Brock.
Hamilton.
Councilmember Para.
Reese.
Councilmember Zwick.
Reese?
Mayor Davis.
Reese. Mr. Reese is reappointed. Thank you for
I'll
your.
change my vote, please.
All right. Councilmember Brock changes his vote. Mr. Reese is reappointed. So now, Mario, I mean, we can do it in either order if someone has a preference. Mr. Fonda Bernardi or Ms. Fresco?
Doesn't
Let's start
matter.
off with Miss Fresco because she's next on she's alphabetically on my list. So.
All right. All right, and I would like to nominate Josh Hamilton.
Is anyone nominating Miss Fresco?
Is anyone nominating Ms. Fresco?
Yes, I'll nominate Nita Fresco.
All right, but she will need 5 votes. Do you have a nomination, Councilmember Para?
I was going to nominate Fresco as well.
All right, okay,
Okay, so it's Hamilton or Fresco.
yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Fresco.
Councilmember Terosas.
Hamilton.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Fresco.
Councilmember Brock.
Fresco.
Councilmember Para.
Fresco.
Councilmember Zwick.
Hamilton?
And Mayor Davis.
Hamilton. So Ms. Fresco did not get the 5 votes. Should we go to Mr. Fonda Bernardi then? All right. Mario Fonda Bernardi, are there any other nominations? Yes, Councilmember Zwick.
Hamilton?
All right. Councilmember Parr, did you have any others?
Yeah.
Who?
Did you have one, Councilmember Para?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said no. Thank you.
Okay,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, we misunderstood, I apologize.
so it's Hamilton and Fonda Bernardi.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, all right. Councilmember Zwick.
Hamilton?
Councilmember Para.
Sandra Bernardi.
Councilmember Brock.
Fonda Bernardi.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Fonda Bernardi.
Councilmember Terosas.
Hamilton.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Fonda Bernardi.
And Mayor Davis.
Hamilton. So Mr. Fonda Bernardi does not get the 5 votes necessary for reappointment. That still leaves us with 2 seats to be filled. So are there any nominations?
I have a question.
Sure.
Procedurally, normally they can be nominated again as we keep going.
Sure.
Yeah.
They just need to get 5
They'll
votes.
still just need
Okay,
5.
I'll nominate Fonda Bernardi.
I'll nominate
And
Hamilton.
we're going to, okay.
We just did that vote, but okay.
okay, it doesn't take a genius to figure out what's going to happen right now. So I just don't want to be here all night, but we can do this. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, that's fine. I mean, we can take one more vote, and if that doesn't work, maybe then people will change their position. So again, it's between Fonda Bernardi and Hamilton, Ms. Anderson
2 in
Warren.
the morning, break you
Okay,
down.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Fonda Bernardi.
Councilmember Terosas.
Hamilton.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Fonda Bernardi.
Councilmember Brock.
Mario Fonda Bernardi.
Councilmember Para.
Sandra Bernardi.
Councilmember Zwick.
Hamilton?
And Mayor Davis.
Hamilton. So,
Sorry, can I say something or no?
no.
Okay.
So we still have 2 openings on the Planning Commission. Do you have anyone that you want to nominate, Councilmember Para?
Nina Fresco.
All right. Any other nominations?
Hamilton.
We're getting good at this.
Is there a rule as to how many times we have to do this?
No, but I mean, look, people can change their votes. People are allowed to change their votes. If someone might change their vote, you don't know. What's your question?
If, let's say we fail to, let's say the meeting adjourns before we make these appointments, we fail to make these appointments, what happens?
The current, so Nina and the ones that are currently appointed will continue to serve until an appointment is made.
Right. But we do have, I mean, we're not there yet.
And that would assume that we were staying here till.
No, we're not.
We have a lot of other things. We're going to be here anyway. It's not like we're leaving after this.
Well, right. I mean, there are other things, but this is a very important commission, and we need to get people appointed to it.
It's going to be a sacrifice needed to be
Okay,
made.
so we have Fresco, and we have
Right.
Hamilton. Okay.
Right.
So I'm gonna go through. Councilmember Swick,
Hamilton?
Councilmember Para,
Fresco.
Councilmember Brock,
Nina Fresco.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Fresco.
Councilmember Terosas,
Hamilton.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Fresco.
and Mayor Davis.
Hamilton. So we still have 2 openings. I would nominate Josh Hamilton. No,
No, I just don't know how long we're going to do this.
well, we'll see. Is there another?
I'll nominate Nina Fresco.
Okay. So I mean, that's fine. We'll keep going.
We should just nominate all the names right now.
Well, then
Let's really lock it up.
You could put
Mario.
All right.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was there?
Yeah, Mario Fontenardi.
So now we have 3 names: Fresco, Hamilton, and Fonda Bernardi.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre. So it's Hamilton, Fresco, or Bernardi.
And there's,
Right.
there's 2 seats open, and we're only
Voting on one at a time here because
there's no ranked choice voting or nothing.
no, Miss Fresco and Miss Fonda Bernardi
Somebody doesn't get a seat.
need 5.
I need a name. Councilmember De La Torre,
Fresco.
Councilmember Terosas,
Hamilton.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Mario.
Councilmember Brock,
Fresco.
Councilmember Para,
Fresco.
Councilmember Swick,
Hamilton.
and Mayor Davis.
Hamilton. So nobody got 4 votes. And the ones that needed 5 did not get 5 votes.
I'll nominate Mario Fonda Bernardi.
I'll nominate Josh Hamilton.
Any other nominations? I mean,
Can you read, again, knowing what's happening right now, what is the next steps to?
So, I mean, it's clear that Ms. Fresco and Mr. Fonda Bernardi, need 5 votes. They do not have 5 votes on any of the votes so far. You can continue to nominate them and,
I'm just saying, is there a time limit? Like, do we
No.
go for 30 minutes, 2
No.
hours?
No, there's a rationality limit at some point. There's the reality limit that you can see what's happening.
Right.
It's up to you guys.
There's 3 people, 2 seats.
So as I have it now, I have 2 nominations, Fonda Bernardi and Hamilton. I mean, people are always free to change their vote if they want to put an end to this and nominate somebody. I mean, I think that, any one of us can change our votes. So,
Okay, so are we going now?
yes, Fonda Bernardi or Hamilton.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick,
Hamilton?
Councilmember Para,
Fonda Bernardi.
Councilmember Brock,
Fonda Bernardi.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Fonda Bernardi.
Councilmember Terosas,
Hamilton.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Fonda Bernardi.
and Mayor Davis.
Hamilton.
I'll nominate Hamilton.
All right. There any other nominations? All right, can we have a roll call vote?
There were no other nominations.
There were no other nominations, so it's a yes or no on Hamilton.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
No.
Councilmember Swick,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, Mr. Hamilton, you are appointed to the Planning Commission on a 6-1 vote. Welcome to the commission.
I nominate Mario Fonda Bernardi.
And Alma?
Can I vote, please?
Oh, yeah,
Let me.
go ahead, Councilmember Parra.
I just wanted to change my vote to a yes for Hamilton.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. So Mr. Hamilton is appointed unanimously. So we have Fonda Bernardi, and I'm going to nominate Fresco.
I'm sorry, Brock, you were the one who nominated?
Yes, Councilmember Brock nominated Fonda Bernardi, and I nominated Ms. Fresco. Are there any other nominations? All right, those are our choices. Just let us know who you're selecting when we get to you.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Fonda Bernardi.
Councilmember Terosas,
Fresco.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Fresco.
Councilmember Brock,
Fonda Bernardi.
Councilmember Parra,
Fonda Bernardi.
Councilmember Swick,
Fresco.
and Mayor Davis.
Fresco. Since Ms. Fresco needed 5 votes, she is not appointed. There are other people on the list who
I'll
only need 4.
nominate Mario Fonda Bernardi.
We'll nominate Nina Fresco.
I'm going the same.
All right, any other nominations? Councilmember Parr, do you have anyone else?
No.
All right, so again, Mr. Fonda Bernardi or Ms. Fresco?
Councilmember Swick,
Fresco.
Councilmember Parra,
Fonda Bernardi.
Councilmember Brock,
Mario Fonda Bernardi.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Fresco.
Councilmember Terosas,
Fresco.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Fresco.
Mayor Davis.
Fresco. Ms. Fresco has 5 votes, and she is reappointed to the Planning Commission. Thank you, Ms. Fresco, for your continued willingness to serve.
I'd like to change my vote to Fresco.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Now we have the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. So there are no applicants, just to be clear, there are no applicants that meet the 18 to 22. The appointee, is it Adnya?
Adya.
Adya Mohanty?
Yeah, she was previously the 18 to 22. She is no longer in that age group. So so there's no one for that age group to be.
And just so we're clear, so there's one opening for someone in the 18 to 22 group, and there's 2 openings for people in the quote-unquote adult. I hate to characterize
Point
it.
of inquiry, can we waive the 18 to 22 requirement or grandfather the person in who was previously serving in that capacity?
I don't think so. I think it's part of the ordinance.
Question for the city attorney.
Correct. It's in the ordinance. It's not optional.
Okay.
So we have the two adults, as you call them, are Jamie Cruz and Derek Devermont. They are the incumbents, and they are seeking reappointment.
Right.
And then, of course, Ms. Mohanty can also be considered.
Right. So we have three slots. They are all for over 22. The 2 of them are for over 22. We don't have anyone who qualifies for the 18 to 20, so we really only have 2 slots.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yes. All right, we have 2 slots. What's your pleasure, council? Who wants to nominate who?
I'd like to nominate Alban Galich.
I'd like to nominate Derek Devermont.
Councilmember Parr, is there anyone you wanted to nominate?
Yeah, Jaime Cruz.
All right, whoops. All right, so we have Cruz, Galich, and Devermont.
And so just to let you know, Alban would need to have 5 votes because he is a registered lobbyist.
Right. And he also serves on another committee, is that correct?
Yeah, but it's an advisory.
So so it doesn't matter, but because he's a registered lobbyist, he would need 5 votes. Okay.
Okay, so we have Cruz, Devermont, and Gielitz. Okay? Councilmember Zwick.
Cruz?
Wait, sorry, are we doing 1 or 2? 1?
We're doing 1 seat.
Okay,
One
all
seat.
right.
Councilmember Para.
Cruz.
Councilmember Brock.
Cruz.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Albin.
Councilmember Terosas.
Cruz.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Cruz.
And Mayor Davis.
Cruz. So Mr. Cruz is reappointed to.
And I'll change my vote.
All right. He is unanimously reappointed to the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. So we now have a second slot. I'm taking nominations.
Amy Newton Goldberg.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. One
Oh,
at
I'm
a time,
sorry.
please.
That was yours.
Albin.
All right. And Councilmember Brock?
Amy Newton Goldberg.
All right.
And I will nominate Derek Devermont.
Okay. So any other nominations? Yes.
Jason Feldman.
All right. So we have Jason Feldman, Amy Goldberg.
We have Devermont, Feldman, Gielitz, and Goldberg.
Right. All right.
Did you guys all hear those?
All right. So let's take the vote.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Feldman.
Councilmember Terosas.
Devermont.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Albin.
Councilmember Brock.
Goldberg.
Councilmember Para.
Goldberg.
Councilmember Zwick.
Devermont.
And Mayor Davis.
Devermont. So no one got 4 votes. We'll do it again. I'm entertaining nominations.
Goldberg.
Devermont.
Albin. And I'm saying first name because it's just easier to pronounce. It's Albin.
I'm sorry, who did Devermont? Was that?
Terosas.
Cirrhosis.
Right, here we go.
All right. So,
Councilmember De La Torre. So it's Devermont, Gielitz, or Goldberg are the names. Councilmember De La Torre.
Goldberg.
Councilmember Terosas.
Devermont.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Albin.
Councilmember Brock.
Goldberg.
Councilmember Para.
Goldberg.
Councilmember Zwick.
Devermont.
And Mayor Davis.
Devermont. So nobody got 4 votes on that round.
Goldberg.
Albin.
Devermont.
If at first you don't succeed. All right. Any other nominations? All right. So we have Gielitz, Goldberg, and Devermont. One more time.
Councilmember Zwick.
Devermont.
Councilmember Para.
Goldberg.
Councilmember Brock.
Goldberg.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Albin.
Councilmember Terosas.
Devermont.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Goldberg.
And Mayor Davis.
Devermont. No one got 4 votes.
I'll nominate Goldberg.
Albin.
Devermont.
So we're doing the same 3?
We're doing the same thing because you know the definition of insanity.
So it's Goldberg, Albin, and Devermont. Okay. Okay. Councilmember Zwick.
Devermont.
Councilmember Para.
Goldberg.
Councilmember Brock.
Goldberg.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Albin.
Councilmember Terosas.
Devermont.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Goldberg.
Mayor Davis.
Devermont. So nobody got 4 votes?
I, strangely enough, will nominate Amy Newton Goldberg.
I'll nominate Derek Devermont.
I don't want to sit here all night because Albin needs 5 votes, right?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so we have Goldberg and Devermont.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre.
Devermont.
Councilmember Terosas.
Devermont.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Goldberg.
Councilmember Brock.
Goldberg.
Councilmember Para.
Goldberg.
Councilmember Swick.
Devermont.
And Mayor Davis.
Devermont. Mr. Devermont, you are reappointed to the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission, and thank you for your continued willingness to serve.
Okay. Next, we have the Recreation and Parks. And it's one appointment.
All right, Councilmember Parr, is there anyone you wanted to appoint?
All right, kind of Recreation and Parks. Hold on, let me go to my list. Ann Bowman.
All right. Are there any other nominees?
Sean Besser.
Any others? Not seeing any others? Ann Bowman and Sean Besser.
Councilmember Zwick.
Besser.
Councilmember Para.
Bowman.
Councilmember Brock.
Ann Bowman.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Ann Bowman.
Councilmember Terosas.
Besser.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Ann Bowman.
And Mayor Davis.
Sean Besser. Ms. Bowman, you are appointed to the Recreation and Parks Commission. Congratulations.
Change my vote.
All right, I will change my vote as well, so it's a unanimous vote. All right.
Next, we have the Urban Forest Task Force. We have 2 seats available. We have 1 incumbent, and the incumbent meets the arborist qualification. And then we have Jerry Rubin, who doesn't.
And do both seats need to be arborists?
Yes.
All right.
Because they don't, it requires to have 3 arborists on the board, and there's currently only 1.
All right. So, and I think Mr. Rubin recognized this when he spoke, that he doesn't meet the qualifications.
Am I wrong that we had 7 vacancies on this commission when
Yeah.
we started?
Yeah, that was previously, you guys already.
Yeah, we appointed 5 people.
But if we don't,
I didn't realize that there were 5, and I don't think I knew that this was a requirement, but okay.
isn't it not fulfilling its statutory obligation either way?
I'm sorry?
Tourists.
Can we
Right.
waive that requirement and just appoint Mr.
But they
Rubin?
need to have, right, but well,
I think this too is in the ordinance, establishing the Urban Forest Task Force. I think.
Need to check.
Okay, they're going to check. Well, why don't we do this? While they're checking, why don't we do Mr. Martinez, yes or no?
yes or no.
Since he meets the requirement, he is currently serving and desires to serve again. So why don't we do a vote on him?
Councilmember De La Torre. It's just a yes or no. And this is for Mr. Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, Mr. Martinez is reappointed, and we are grateful for his continued willingness to serve.
Can I go back for a minute? Well, wait till
No.
we're not. I know we can't yet. But
Not yet, we can't,
Ever.
ever.
well, let's wait till we're done with this.
All right, do we have an answer on whether or not?
Can we pause on this and go to the
Urban Task Force.
appointments to the 2 council members for the audit subcommittee?
Sure, we can do that. And the 2 people whose spaces are up,
Available are Councilmember Para and Mayor Davis.
right. So who would like to serve on the audit subcommittee? Don't all raise your hands at once.
I'm willing to re-up.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Para. See, no one else. Wait a minute, let me get the scissors out because I had to stab myself in the face the last time to do this. Since no one else is volunteering, I will too volunteer to remain on the audit sub. No, that's all right. You all owe me, and Councilmember Para. All right, so can we just do a roll call vote on Para and Davis for the audit subcommittee?
Yes.
Okay.
And I actually wrote that down somewhere. Okay. Councilmember Zwick. It's a yes.
It's a yes or a no?
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
What was this?
Yes.
Councilmember
Audit
Brock.
Subcommittee.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, Councilmember Parr and I are unanimously reappointed to the Audit Subcommittee. All right, going back to the Urban Forest Task Force, do we have an answer yet?
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be in an ordinance, so we're looking for a resolution. So I suggest you float this until we can figure it out.
All right, so why don't we do this? Can we continue this appointment to the next meeting? Does that make sense? That'll give us time to figure it out. All right, so we're going to leave one spot open on the Urban Forest Task Force so we can figure out whether or not, in fact, that next appointment does need to be an arborist. And Mr. Rubin's application will remain active until we come to that conclusion. Okay. All right, fair enough. Councilmember Brock.
There may be an eligible applicant. I think the city manager and city clerk are checking right now. It's a plus 62 and in housing. So they're checking to see if indeed my information is correct.
Do they should have put it on their application, though. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head.
Sheila Finley is the name of the person.
And did they check that they were part of the affordable housing program as well?
That's my understanding, is they're part of affordable housing.
Well, what does it say on their application, I think is what the clerk is asking.
I haven't found that.
Yeah.
If not, we can postpone. But
Why don't we do this, since that is an opening that remains. We'll have an opening on the Urban Forest Task Force and an opening on the Housing Commission that will continue to the next meeting, and that can be determined. How does that sound?
That works.
We couldn't do it. Ye of little faith.
Okay. So next we have, this is an ordinance. It's the second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 7.18.040. And this is well prohibition in the city. This is a second reading.
Move to approve.
I'm sorry, was there?
Terosas moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, moved by Terosas, seconded by Negrete. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0.
Next, we have introduction and first reading of an interim zoning ordinance to promote economic recovery in the city's downtown districts, including 3rd Street Promenade area, and provide other minor and clerical amendments to the zoning ordinance related to economic recovery.
I'd like to make a motion we approve. Is that what we're waiting for? Everyone's kind of tapped out up here.
Wait, so that we we waive the staff report? Is that what you're asking?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were standing up there. I was like, what's happening?
No, we are not waiving the staff report.
You zip right through that.
Happy to do that.
Take it away.
The rent board all the time.
How come we don't have
So good evening, Council. Steve Mizukami, as well as Kerry Fukui, here from the City Planning Division. And the next item on the agenda is an interim zoning ordinance, including zoning changes for the downtown area, as well as the 3rd Street Promenade, supporting a variety of commercial uses as part of the city's ongoing economic recovery efforts. So a little bit of background. So this past year, the council, as you're familiar with, has adopted a variety of zoning amendments related to economic recovery, both on a citywide level as well as within the downtown area, including the promenade. Last October, the council permanently adopted IZO provisions that were essential during the pandemic, relating to streamlined reviews for land uses, greater flexibility in allowing businesses to occupy or reoccupy vacant tenant spaces, and also relaxing parking and loading requirements. In March of this year, the council adopted the Outdoor Space Program, supporting businesses to use outdoor space on private property. And earlier this year in January, the council held a discussion on strategies to revitalize the promenade, including evaluating the 1200 block as an arts and entertainment district, expanding outdoor dining opportunities, promoting available tenant space on the promenade, to expand the types of allowable uses, and to partner with DTSM on street performers. And so the proposed IZO this evening includes zoning changes that continue promoting business in the downtown area, and also summarized here on this slide. The IZO allows for greater operational flexibility for restaurants to provide entertainment within the 3rd Street Promenade area. This also expands alcohol exemption eligibility to additional uses to streamline the overall review of alcohol permits, and establishes new as well as correcting existing alcohol exemption operational standards. This also allows certain outdoor rooftop commercial uses on public parking structures owned by the city, allows the Director of Planning to consider unique commercial uses not clearly defined in the zoning code, and also allows a longer term for temporary use permits. So jumping into the first item here, which is restaurants with entertainment. The zoning code currently allows restaurants to have a limited form of entertainment, such as amplified music, use of DJs and dancing. However, it does include operational restrictions to have such entertainment, with the intent to ensure that these restaurants do not operate as bars or nightclubs, which typically require discretionary permits such as conditional use permits. So in effort to provide restaurants in the promenade area with the flexibility to provide entertainment as part of their restaurant operations, this IZO would eliminate or relax restrictions on dancing, checking IDs upon entry, for example, pool tables and arcade games, and would eliminate the need for storefront improvements such as double door vestibules and double pane glass when amplified music is provided in an establishment. So although these are not specifically limited to the 1200 block, we did want to make sure that this initial change to restaurant flexibility was available to the entire promenade area at this time. And this is to encourage a more active day as well as nightlife presence on the promenade as a whole. And we also did not want to disincentivize a restaurant due to its location on the promenade. The second item is alcohol exemptions. So in 2022, we expanded alcohol exemption eligibility to bars, nightclubs, and retail establishments such as wine shops and liquor stores within the promenade area. This IZO continues this expansion by extending AE permits to outdoor rooftop areas, uses, cultural facilities such as museums, instructional services such as group painting lessons, commercial entertainment recreation such as bowling alleys, and convenience markets. The IZO establishes the operational standards for these expanded uses, including those uses approved back in 2022. And this will provide greater clarity for those uses already allowed to obtain an AE permit instead of a conditional use permit. The next item is outdoor rooftop uses. This change would allow certain outdoor commercial uses on the rooftop of city-owned parking structures, including rooftop cinemas, community assembly uses, community gardens, and small and large-scale entertainment and recreation facilities. The rooftop cinemas, these uses would be exempt from floor area as well as floor area ratio, and also exempt from developer linkage impact fees. To accommodate the uses, the IZO includes additional height projections above the top level of the parking structures, including 25 feet for cinema screens and up to 15 feet of projection for support structures, such as concession stands and restroom facilities, as well as storage structures. So as businesses are developing creative and unique business models during this period of economic recovery, this change would allow the Director of Planning to consider uses that are not clearly defined in the zoning code, but are uses that are similar or consistent with and no more disturbing than the uses that are permitted in the district or conditionally permitted. So for example, a use that is similar to a permitted use could be approved, while a use similar to a conditional use permitted use in the district may be provided the opportunity to go through that review process and obtain such discretionary permit. And so from time to time, we do see proposals that may consist of a hybrid of multiple uses that do not exactly fall into any specific use classification as defined in the zoning code. So this change would allow the director to have some flexibility and a little bit of wiggle room to consider uses in businesses that are a little bit more unique to based on kind of the normal uses we see. The last item is temporary use permits. So temporary use permits would be allowed a longer term of permit up to 180 days, which is essentially 6 months, without needing a minor use permit, and a one-time 6-month extension subject to additional operations conditions as necessary with certain findings. And so this provision is similar to what we've allowed in the recent economic IZO, which expired this past month. And so this is basically an extension of that provision, which will provide continue to support temporary uses during this IZO period. This IZO also includes a few clerical fixes to previously approved changes by the council. For the 3rd Street Promenade, we are clarifying that bar, nightclub, and liquor stores are permitted use, subject to obtaining an alcohol exemption permit. And we are also fixing language related to exempting the outdoor space program from parking requirements in a section of the parking chapter. This was inadvertently omitted by a subsequent ordinance after the council's adoption of the program in March. So this will just bring it back to what was originally adopted. So the 1200 block, as mentioned, this IZO seeks to provide simple revisions that provide fewer operational restrictions for restaurants and a streamlined review path that will help incentivize these arts and entertainment uses to the promenade, while staff continues to evaluate how specifically to study the 1200 block and how it can evolve into an active arts and entertainment hub. Future evaluation of the 1200 block will include working with DTSM and also engaging with a consultant to explore opportunities in using the sidewalks and public open space for within the block, but while also providing public safety as well as emergency service access on the 3rd Street Promenade. So staff has received additional feedback since the posting of the staff report. So this is new information for the council's consideration this evening, and this is regarding the Santa Monica Place and how it contributes to the overall economic vitality of the promenade area. And as such, the question would be, should the Santa Monica Place also be afforded the land use flexibility as part of these economic recovery efforts? So there are a few new recommended changes for the council's consideration. First, that the same alcohol exemption eligibility for the 3rd Street Promenade area be extended to the Santa Monica Place as well. That would provide consistency in alcohol permit review. Second, to allow the Santa Monica Place restaurants to have the same entertainment flexibility as the promenade area restaurants are, as we are proposing. And lastly, to streamline the review of small and large-scale commercial entertainment facilities in the Santa Monica Place as permitted by right, no matter what the size of the tenant space is. Currently, the small-scale facilities in the Santa Monica Place are already permitted by right, and so this change would ensure consistency in a by right review process for both small and large facilities. And so you see here, limitation 21 here would be revised to exempt the Santa Monica Place from this limitation, which requires a conditional use permit. Okay, so in summary, the subject IZO reflects both short and medium-term policy of streamlining for restaurants with entertainment and other art-related uses, which are seeking alcoholic beverages as part of their experience. This would enable outdoor uses on the rooftops of our parking structures and provides, this IZO would provide immediate zoning flexibility in response to feedback from businesses interested in the promenade area, and also provides clerical fixes to prior economic recovery related amendments. Staff recommends that the council adopt the subject interim zoning ordinance to promote economic recovery in the downtown, as well as the 3rd Street Promenade area, including the clerical amendments as outlined in the staff report. And also just to note, there are 4 areas of attachment A that we are proposing changes to, as we just highlighted, so we can put that on the screen so that way the council can go ahead and see what those changes are.
And does that complete the report?
That completes the report.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Questions only? You're getting off light this evening. I don't see any questions. All right. Do we have any discussion or a motion?
Oh, I will.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yeah, I would just say that I'm ready to make a motion, but I wanted to make a couple of comments as well.
Well, you can make comments
Sure,
and then make a motion. The floor is yours.
Great. So I think obviously promoting our economic recovery is of highest importance, and I really thank you, staff. Thank you to you and your entire team for doing this, and listening, I think, to the entire council and putting this forward. I also really appreciate the greater flexibility around uses, especially if I'm not mistaken, we're going to allow the Director of Community Development to explore land uses that have not been clearly defined in the code. Tell me if I'm making that up. And also, I really appreciate that we're expanding the alcohol exemption permits to additional uses. And then finally, I think all of us have been hearing from the community for greater flexibility to provide entertainment within the 3rd Street Promenade Area District. I think that this goes really well with what we're going to hear about from DTSM and how we're really revitalizing our downtown. And I'm really excited about the outdoor uses on top of the parking lots. I'm excited to see some movies and so thank you for creating a new and vibrant downtown. I'm very excited. I'm ready to make a motion, if that's appropriate at this time.
Sure.
To approve the first reading of the ordinance. Sorry, I'm the first reading of the interim zoning ordinance to promote economic recovery in the city's downtown districts, including 3rd Street Promenade, et cetera.
Second.
All right. I just want to clarify since, and you are including the changes proposed by staff to include Santa Monica Place, et cetera?
Yes.
Thank
you.
So we have a motion by Terosas, seconded by Negretti. Are there any comments?
I did.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Negretti.
I just wanted to also thank the staff for putting this together. This is one of the first things that I took an interest in. The last block of our promenade, was really lively with the outdoor dining, specifically 1212 Casa Martin. Clearly, they've lost a lot of that. So however we can really streamline the process and really engage with the business owners themselves and listen to what is holding them up, because I think oftentimes staff may think the holdup is somewhere and we don't realize that there are other issues that are creating a problem because we fix one thing and then something else pops up. So I just hope that we're engaging proactively with business owners and so that we can actually follow through on what we're trying to do here. I know we're short-staffed, but I think it's important for all of us to move quickly on this. So I'm excited to second this and move it forward.
All right, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I also want to thank staff for listening to council and working with us and working with the business owners. I also want to recognize Lucian Tudor, who's been here many times, and I got back from Barcelona, Spain, and walking through this area they call Las Ramblas, and just seeing sort of the outdoor experience, the dining experience. I don't know if Lucian probably saw that or learned that from his travels, but he's right on. I mean, here's an example of a business owner who had the right vision. I hope that this will allow us to bring some of these creative, innovative ideas, that sometimes outside of the box thinking, and we need to align our policies and our ordinances to make those types of business ideas happen on the 3rd Street Promenade. And so I think with the support of more safety, more security on the promenade, and coupled with these new changes right to the promenade, I hope that we continue this partnership of working government and business working together to bring back the promenade, bring back Santa Monica. So thank you.
Right, and not seeing anyone else in the queue, the 2 comments I want to make are, first of all, I'm very excited about extending the temporary use permits. That deadline was set at a time back when we could move much quicker than we do now, and we know there are certain businesses within Santa Monica who are staring down the barrel of a temporary use permit extension, a temporary use permit expiration, and we don't have a methodology to extend. So I think that will make a big difference to people. And I really do, I think, as I've said before from the dais, and this is obviously a much longer term project, but as we really start to think about our zoning code, it should be much less prescriptive in terms of this is a list of things you can do, because the fact of the matter is, with all due respect to our staff and everyone up here, is we have entrepreneurs out in the city who are thinking of things that none of us are thinking would be good ideas. And so I think giving the planning director the flexibility to say, you know what, we didn't think of that, that's not in our list of approved uses, but it fits there. It'll work there. This is a good thing. And I think that's really key, because that moves us in that direction of letting entrepreneurs and innovators start to think about what they can do within the downtown area. So I'm very excited about that. Not seeing anyone else, we have a motion by Torosis, which includes the suggestions by staff, seconded by Negretti. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0, and thank you very much for the presentation.
Next, we have item 10C, which is introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the text of the zoning ordinance to provide incentives for certain housing projects that filed an application prior to the implementation of the city's 6th cycle 2021 through 2029 housing element.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and council members. Roxanne Tanamori, Acting Planning Manager. Item 11C is a proposed zoning ordinance amendment to incentivize housing production on certain parcels with pending housing development project applications that have asserted eligibility for processing under the Builder's Remedy provision of the Housing Accountability Act, and were also filed prior to certification of the city's 6th cycle housing element between September 30th and October 13th, 2022. The purpose of the ordinance before you is to provide local incentives to produce housing in compliance with the city's approved housing element and the April 11th ordinance amendments, instead of proceeding with the builder's remedy applications that significantly exceed approved development standards for floor area, ratio, and height. The process for approval of the city's the approval and implementation of the city's housing element is outlined fully in your staff report and has included numerous public meetings and opportunities for community engagement. Council approved a settlement agreement with WS Communities and its affiliates in open session on May 9th. This agreement applies to 13 housing projects in order to settle disagreements on the applicability of the Builder's Remedy statute and provides the option, but does not require the council to adopt an ordinance for local incentives. Last month, the Planning Commission made its resolution of recommendation to the council in support of the ordinance. In summary, the ordinance provides several key incentives for housing projects and also establishes criteria for termination of certain incentives consistent with certified housing element final EIR analysis. The first benefit addresses affordable housing obligations. Applicable projects may provide affordable housing units off-site at any commercially or residentially zoned parcel in the city outside of the PICO neighborhood area, provided that off-site locations are not currently improved with residential units. In exercising this off-site option, 15% of the total number of base density units would be required as affordable units instead of 20%. Under state density bonus law, required affordable units must be provided on-site as part of a development project in order to be eligible for state density bonus related benefits. This ordinance before you would allow the state density bonus law benefits as if the affordable units were provided on-site. With respect to timing of construction and completion benefits, off-site affordable units would need to receive a C of O or certificate of occupancy prior to issuance of the C of O for the market rate units. However, an applicant can obtain a building permit to start construction of market rate units concurrent with or prior to associated on-site affordable units, off-site affordable units. Regarding parking, for settlement agreement projects within the DCP area, a maximum of 1 parking space per unit would be permitted, as opposed to the current maximum requirement of a half space per unit. This would provide an opportunity for an applicant to pool and share parking resources between projects. Finally, as detailed more fully in your staff report, the provisions for affordable housing units, state density bonus benefits, and the timing of completion benefits would terminate upon the issuance of an administrative approval applications that total 965 additional units when off-site affordable housing benefits are used. And finally, in addition to the parking benefit, that would continue to apply for these projects located in the downtown area, even if the criteria for termination is met. And with this summary, staff will conclude by recommending that the council adopt a finding that no subsequent environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA and as further detailed in your staff report. And we are recommending introduction for first reading of this zoning ordinance amendment provided in your attachment A to the staff report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Tanamori. Do we have any questions? Seeing any questions, I'll entertain comments or a motion. All right, go right ahead, Councilmember Terosas.
I just want to clarify that we're building on the Builder's Remedy settlement that we reached in May in putting forward these requirements, correct?
That's correct, yes.
That's all.
All right, seeing no other questions, any comments? Are you in the queue, Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, I don't, sorry. Okay. Then I will, and I am assuming we can do both of these items at once. I'll entertain a motion to adopt a finding of no subsequent environmental review required pursuant to CEQA and introduce for first reading the ordinance amending the text of the zoning ordinance to provide incentives for certain housing projects that filed an application prior to implementation of the city's 6th cycle.
Second.
Oh, I didn't hear the motion.
Oh, I will make that motion.
All right, no, I said I'd entertain a motion. Okay, moved by Zwick, is there a second? Moved by Zwick, seconded by De La Torre. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terrosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes unanimously, 7-0.
Next, we have introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code sections 4.08.270 and 4.12.180 to authorize electric leaf blowers.
Maybe they're going to eat the leaves.
Oh, that's it.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ariana Vito, and sorry, did I need to wait for you or ready?
No, go
Okay,
ahead.
perfect. And I'm here with the Office of Sustainability and the Environment to go over amendments to our leaf blower ordinance. So as most of you know, on the March 14th council meeting, Councilmembers Zwick and Brock brought a 16-item requesting that staff return to council with amendments and updates to the municipal code which prohibits gas-powered leaf blowers, allowing for electric leaf blowers, or in order to allow for electric leaf blowers. And the proposed amendments would authorize their use and enhance enforcement by allowing video recordings of code violations to be used as evidence in order for code enforcement to issue citations. Staff were also directed to review funding sources to incentivize conversion to electric leaf blowers. So we're returning here today with an ordinance essentially that operationalizes the recommendations from council. And the attached ordinance in your packet is the same as the draft that was initially included in the March item. So a bit of background on the policy history. So the city's leaf blower ban has been in effect since 1991, was introduced in order to really reduce the harmful environmental and health impacts that we see attributed with the operation of leaf blowers, in addition to the noise pollution. And then in 2010, there was an ordinance modification to increase enforcement, add training and education on the policy, and also to include property owners and owners of landscaping companies as responsible parties in the definition. So the goals of the modifications that we're proposing today are really to achieve the intended initial outcomes of this policy, which are to reduce air pollution that harms the environment and human health, reduce noise pollution that harms workers and also irritates everyone around, shifts the burden of compliance from the workers operating the equipment to the employers, and also to help with improved enforcement. So as we've all seen, heard, and smelled, leaf blowers are still used very frequently in Santa Monica, despite the existing ban. Since 2021, code enforcement has received 339 complaints specifically for leaf blower concerns, which is a little over 10% of all complaints received since this time period. And some of the environmental and health considerations that we're referring to are, one, gas leaf blowers have been linked to cancer, asthma, heart disease, and hearing loss. According to a study by the State Air Resources Board, gas leaf blowers and related lawn care equipment emit more ozone pollution than all of California's tens of millions of cars combined. Gas leaf blowers also emit the harmful pollutants CO2, NOx, and other hydrocarbons. They're also typically much noisier than electric leaf blowers, often ranging from 80 decibels to over 100 decibels. One note that all leaf blowers do create dust emissions that can harm respiratory systems, but electric leaf blowers are typically less powerful than gas blowers, creating less dust, although there's limited research in that particular area. And a review of the state and local action regarding this item. So in 2024, California is going to require that most newly manufactured small off-road engines, including leaf blowers, so known as SOARs, to be zero emission to support the state's goals of 100% zero emissions in small off-road engines by 2035. This state measure doesn't ban using older models of used equipment purchased in the future, but it will apply to all newly purchased blowers that fall into this category. There's been funding allocated to support this goal under Senate Bill 170. $27 million has been allocated to sole proprietors and other small landscaping businesses to help purchase zero emission stores. And as noted up there, about 60 California cities have some form of a ban for gas-powered gardening tools. And a look at some of the funding sources that are out there today. So the Southern California Air Quality Management District's 2023 exchange program offers point-of-sale vouchers of up to 85% of the equipment cost, up to a $1,400 cap for commercial gardeners and landscapers. Local government agencies, schools, and nonprofits are eligible to apply for these point-of-sale vouchers in order to purchase zero emissions landscaping equipment. And the goal of the program is to improve air quality by exchanging older, polluting gas or diesel-powered lawn and garden equipment for new emission battery electric commercial grade equipment. And then CARB, or the California Air Resources Board, also offers a point-of-sale voucher for qualifying zero emission equipment through their Clean Off-Road Equipment Voucher Incentive Project, also known as CORE. And these funds are for professional landscape services operated by small businesses or sole proprietors. And an option, if we're interested in moving this forward, is for local incentives to be included in our existing Electrify Santa Monica rebate program, which currently offers rebates for EV chargers and other electric appliances to support our shift away from fossil fuels. So, we have the possibility of adding that to the existing rebate program, which is currently managed by OSC. And so a review of the staff recommendation to introduce for first reading the attached ordinance repealing section 4.08.270 and amending section 4.12180 to authorize the use of electric leaf blowers. And then number 2, to adopt a finding of no possibility of significant effect pursuant to the section listed here under CEQA. We brought this item to the Commission on Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and the Environment back in April, and they recommended that the proposed modifications be accepted and that the city also invest resources to communicate these changes to the community. And so to summarize, the purpose of the amendments is to achieve the intended initial outcomes of the leaf blower ordinance and subsequent amendments. So repealing the section 4.08 would allow for leaf blower usage and also removes a duplicative code section. And then amending section 4.12180 would enhance enforcement capabilities by allowing staff to accept video evidence of violations, prohibit leaf blowers that exceed sound ratings of 70 decibels, and also help to shift the burden of compliance to the property or business owner rather than the employee of the entity if the employee was provided a prohibited device by a responsible party. And this enforcement process through video evidence is modeled after the existing water waste ordinance and has been used successfully for years, allowing improved enforcement while minimizing impact on staff in the field. Thank you.
And does that conclude the report?
That concludes it, yes.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions? Questions only from council members. Councilmember DeRosas. Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Councilmember Parr. Let's let you go first.
Thank you. Thank you so much, staff, for that presentation. It's so weird to not be able to kind of see you, but okay. So one of my questions is, once we pass this, or if it gets passed, how soon will we be implementing this?
Well, we would, and I believe it would take effect after the CEQA notice of exemption is filed, which we can do after this meeting. But I would defer to maybe code enforcement for any more specific timing on that.
But legally, it could be enforced 30 days after adoption.
So And that would be after the second reading, the adoption, right? Okay.
Correct. Okay. And then my next question, would it be possible to, and I'm sure you guys are way all over this, but would it be possible to have a flyer made up in both Spanish and English that also maybe potentially contains, QR codes to our website or what have you, that that a resident or a business can kind of download and give to their landscapers or landscaping companies that'll have information on rebates available to them, or you'll be able to obtain these leaf blowers?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we have, we can create a landing page on our existing Office of Sustainability website, and then also there's a lot of resources from the state that we can link out to. But yeah, it's also definitely possible to have Spanish versions. We have translation services that we can definitely utilize to do that.
I think a flyer would be really beneficial that's downloadable from that landing page so that, we can print them up and give them to, whoever is conducting our landscaping. Just to inform them, one, but two, to give them some resources as well. So that'd be really great.
Sure.
Okay. So that's my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brock.
Can we, in deference to all the gardeners in the city and owners that are going to have to be notified, can we defer actual fines for 6 months? In other words, adopt it, spread the word, get it out to the public, give warnings if necessary, but not give violation tickets, and give us time to make sure people actually know about the ordinance.
Certainly. That's easy enough for us to do. That's really just a change in our policy, our enforcement actions to, rather than issue citations.
And advise?
Yeah, absolutely. We already have courtesy notices that we currently issue when we receive complaints, but we haven't verified a complaint. We have the warning notices when we actually do see a violation, but we don't want to go straight to citations. So certainly we can continue that for...
Mr. Mitnick, can you introduce yourself? Because there are people
sorry.
at home who probably don't know who you are.
Certainly. My name is Daniel Mick. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager for the City of Santa Monica.
Would we need to do an amendment to the ordinance in order to ask for that 6-month deferment, or can that just be direction that's oral? Was that okay with you?
I think it'd be better, since it's potentially criminal also, that it be in the ordinance, and I would suggest that maybe that direction could be that for the first 180 days that the ordinance is in effect, a warning shall be provided first, but maybe for repeat offenders, we might be able to enforce. But that's up to you.
Councilmember Terosas, it looks like Councilmember Zwick would like to chime in. Are you willing to cede your spot in the queue to him?
I would, thank you. I would just point out that there is some language in the ordinance that speaks to this to a certain extent, and I'm not sure if this would satisfy your amendment, but under the penalties and remedies section, it indicates that someone would be responsible party, only responsible parties violating this section more than 2 times would be guilty of the infraction. And I feel, is that not sort of encompassing your practice as it is now in terms of only citing repeat offenders?
Not really. The infraction enforcement process is really done more through the city attorney's office, as I understand it. We primarily do the administrative citation process.
I see. Is that in a different section here? Or?
Right. There are 2 sections on penalties and enforcement. One is potentially criminal that requires 2 offenses within 12 months. The other is administrative citation, which can be 1 offense.
I see. Okay.
And so I'd like to waive the administrative citation for 180 days before enforcement begins.
Okay. Councilmember Terosas, are you finished, Councilmember Zwick?
I would accept that. I would second that amendment.
Well, we don't have a motion on the floor yet, because we are technically still in questions. Councilmember Terosas.
So I guess this is back to you. Isn't it true that the Commission on Sustainability, when you presented this to them, they recommended that the city invest resources into a communication policy for this?
They asked us to invest in making sure that it gets communicated effectively. Like they
Okay.
didn't specify a specific policy, but they did note that they'd like,
Because I feel like the best form of compliance is like education and outreach and awareness,
Right, right.
right? So to just piggyback off of what Councilmember Parra said, obviously in like the threshold languages that we have in the city, but I would hope to see, as we're, waiting for the second reading and adoption and 180-day ramp-up period, that we're developing out a communication strategy. I hope that that's a de minimis cost and we can, be out in the community letting folks know about this. And then my second question, my understanding is that the party that's like responsible for the compliance is the actual like property owner or the business owner or the tenant rather than like any sort of employee of the entity. So I just want to clarify, we can't cite anyone who's like working at an entity that's using this.
so
Illegally using leaf blowers.
technically they could be cited if there's proof that their employer gave them the
Got it.
authorized electric leaf blower and they chose not to use it for whatever reason, but the onus is really on the
Business owner.
yeah.
Got it. Okay, thanks, that's it.
All right, seeing Councilmember Zwick, did you have any questions? Nope, all right, we're finishing up with questions, so now we are in discussion and/or motion making. I think Councilmember Zwick is going to jump in.
Make the motion.
I will in 1 second. I'll make the motion, but I have a few comments as well. But I'll first make a motion to move the item.
Okay,
I'll second.
And does that include the 180-day grace period for citing people?
Yes, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, well, I mean, it's not a friendly amendment, it just, we had talked about it, so I just wanted to make sure that that was included. All right, okay, then go ahead and make your comments.
I think, as we've seen, we've had the intention of ridding the community of these gas-powered and internal combustion engines for quite some time. Landscaping equipment and otherwise, that's been both a health hazard, an environmental hazard, and simply obnoxious to many. And I think, I hope that some of the flexibility that this ordinance provides will both allow code enforcement to better do their job at responding to this problem, but also allow gardeners and landscaping companies the ability to switch to options that will be less harmful for the environment and human health. I imagine it doesn't make everyone happy, but I believe this is an attempt to better solve this problem. I was made aware of the fact that as the language in the ordinance currently states, it bans all gasoline-powered leaf blowers specifically, and I guess I'd want us to be aware, especially as leaf blowers are the sale thereof is banned going forward in the state, that we're perhaps cognizant of other landscaping equipment or gardening tools operated by internal combustion or gas-powered engines, and that we make sure that there aren't newly marketed devices under different names or otherwise that would be used to skirt this. But I'd be happy to move the item.
All right, we have a motion by Zwick, seconded by Brock. Are there any other comments? Not seeing any other. Oh, okay, Councilmember De La Torre?
Yeah, in terms of the, and maybe I missed it, but in terms of the communication, how much time are we going to give notice so that for people, is there a time frame where like we vote today, how much time will people, like let's say landscapers, how much time will they know that they have to make this transition? About 6 months? Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, I just missed that.
There's an amendment for 6 months, but it is already illegal.
Well, technically, though, legally, it will be effective 30 days following the adoption, which could be on August 22nd. Then, as far as administrative citations, that section will not take effect for 180 days after that. But the criminal part, if you're a repeat offender 2 times within 1 year, would still be effective right away.
Okay, thank you.
So basically, you could be cited for an infraction the second time you violate within the first 12 months of the effectiveness of the ordinance.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
All right, does everyone understand the motion? Councilmember Brock?
I would, that's confusing. So the criminal violation's even more serious, but we're not giving any leeway on criminal.
It has to be the second violation.
So it's more than 2 times?
More than 2 times, actually the third violation.
Okay, it just seems like we would be consistent if we waited the 180 days on both. So I'd like to make an amendment before we vote then.
Well, you are the seconder of the motion, so you need to propose a friendly amendment to the maker, who is Councilmember Zwick.
I propose a friendly amendment to Councilmember Zwick that we withhold criminal penalties for the same 180 days as we do civil citations.
Yeah, I'm happy to lead with education and not enforcement. I do think that as gas-powered leaf blowers, just in terms of infractions, in terms of administrative citations, at least are already illegal in the city. But if we think it's important to give this 180-day period, I'm amenable to that.
Thank you.
All right, is everyone clear on the amendment? All right, so it'll be 180 days forbearance, both for administrative and criminal citations. But I think we also need to make it clear that criminal citations don't kick in until a third offense. Is that correct? All right. Okay, so any other comments, Councilmember Parra, before we vote?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, then Ms. Anderson-Warren, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have approval of Downtown Santa Monica, DTSM, fiscal year 2023-24 budget and work plan, and authorization of various agreements between the city and DTSM.
I have a PowerPoint that's approach the dais just to get a handout of what uptake the page.
Thanks.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Good evening again. Jennifer Taylor, Economic Development Manager. Tonight I'm here to present Downtown Santa Monica's annual work plan, budget, and services agreement. Santa Monica's downtown area is a significant driver of the city's commercial, cultural, and tourism economy. DTSM, or Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., is a nonprofit corporation that was organized under the state law that currently administers Downtown Santa Monica's property-based assessment district, comprised of both commercial properties and businesses located in the downtown area. And actually, first, sorry, it's late. I'm going to go. So the list of staff recommendations, and then I'll go into some little bit of background to help inform the discussion. Adopt a finding of categorical exemption for CEQA. Approve the Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. fiscal years 2023-24 budget and work plan. Execute the proposed master services agreement, and I have an update to read to that, between DTSM and the city that will replace and supersede the existing amended and restated services agreement, and would authorize Downtown Santa Monica to retain private security services for the downtown for a 1-year pilot program. And then some updates to existing license agreements. So a first modification to community events memorandum of understanding, which helps support the activation of Lot 27. That's on 5th in Arizona, where the ice rink is, for 2 additional years, and expands the MOU to include 1318 4th Street, which is directly across the street, the site of the former parking structure 3 site, to allow for DTSM to activate both sites on an interim period. We're also asking for authorization to reinstate and amend the 3rd Street Promenade Public Services Program and Amenities License Agreement that will help support DTSM's efforts to continue to activate the promenade in fun, exciting ways, and also would allow them to reinstate the Promenade Vending Cart Program, which was a program that the city prior operated just before COVID. And then last, to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a letter of intent between the city, DTSM, and Rooftop Cinema Club for the activation of parking structure 3 for an outdoor movie theater. So I started to talk about DTSM as a nonprofit corporation that manages the downtown property-based assessment district. It's comprised of both commercial properties and businesses. Attached is the map that includes the overall boundaries of downtown Santa Monica, including the recently expanded areas of the Lincoln Boulevard Property-Based Assessment District and the Colorado Overlay Zone. The mission of DTSM is to work with the city of Santa Monica to promote economic stability, growth, and community life within the downtown. The roles and responsibilities of DTSM are outlined in the services agreement and also in an annual downtown Santa Monica work plan, and which is attached to the staff report. Under this agreement, the city authorizes DTSM to manage and provide a variety of programs and services related to the operation of the Santa Monica Overall Property-Based Assessment District. Under the services agreement, DTSM is also required to submit and council to approve an annual budget and work plan that summarizes the activities, projects, and programs that DTSM intends to carry out during the upcoming fiscal year. And on the right side of this slide, in May and in June, the DTSM Board of Directors adopted their budget and work plan accordingly. The annual projected budget expenditures for this fiscal year ahead is $10.6 million. Key priority areas of the work plan include operations and public space management, communications, events and economic development, and organizational management. As we've discussed already, the Santa Monica PBAD is the business district that's most heavily impacted by COVID. And the city and DTSM have a long-standing collaborative relationship and are prioritizing resources to help expedite downtown district's overall economic recovery, including addressing concerns of security, safety, maintenance, and homelessness. To that end, earlier this year, downtown Santa Monica, their board assembled an ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee is chaired by Michelle Aronson. She's a member of DTSM's board of directors. She's also representative. She works for Douglas Emmett, which is one of the largest property owners in the downtown district. The purpose of the ad hoc committee was to evaluate the priorities of clean and safe efforts in the downtown and to help to advise on key priorities for DTSM with both their budget and work plan for this upcoming year. And out of that came the recommendation for DTSM, which is in their budget, to bring on private security. These proposed changes to DTSM's responsibilities for the fiscal year for private security services within the overall downtown Santa Monica property-based assessment district would be for a 1-year pilot program. And this would necessitate an update to the overall services agreement that DTSM has with the city. And so for this reason, we're asking you tonight not only to adopt the work plan and budget, but also to adopt the proposed master services agreement that would authorize DTSM to directly retain and fund with their own money private security services in the downtown during a 1-year pilot program. This provides a little bit of overview for the background with the services agreement. So the city, and they were previously called Bayside District Corporation, they first entered into an original services agreement in 2004. And the purposes of that were to set forth the roles and responsibilities of the BDC, the Bayside District Corporation. In 2009, that was amended and restated, and subsequent to that, there were 4 amendments made. Each amendment helped to memorialize things like the change of the name from Bayside District to Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., the expansion of the geographic area to include the Lincoln PBAD, and the property-based assessment districts. At the same time, following the amended restated services agreement, the city and BC entered into a maintenance services agreement in 2010. These typically had a 1-year lifespan, and since then we have 12 modifications from 2013 to 2022. So over the last month, we have, and thanks to Isabel's support in the city attorney's office, we've been going through all 19 agreements to create a proposed master services agreement. They'll make it much easier to administer moving forward, to replace all the above and authorize a 1-year pilot program for private security services. I handed out that we have made one proposed modification to the master services agreement. And this will be attached to the staff report and agenda in the next day or two for the public to see. But we've added the last sentence in the first paragraph under section 14.4 subcontractors to require that with respect to private services, private security services for the downtown, DTSM shall submit to the city a copy of the proposed agreement between DTSM and the subcontractor for city review and approval by the city manager prior to execution of the agreement. City manager shall approve the proposed agreement provided that the proposed agreement is consistent with this overall master services agreement. Then the last bit of the presentation, and I've got DTSM team here to help answer any questions you may have, is really further along on the presentation you heard about an hour or so ago about all the combined efforts staff and DTSM are doing to help support the revitalization of the promenade and the downtown in fun and exciting ways. These 3 efforts were really looking at how we can leverage city-owned property to help support the success of the downtown. So the first item that is in the actions for you tonight is to extend the Lot 27 community events MOU by an additional 2 years and include the site across the street at 1318 4th Street to allow for DTSM to activate for events including things as the 626 night market, community events. They're going to be issuing an RFP for the 4th Street location for other operators. The second one is to reinstate the 3rd Street Promenade Public Services Program, an amenities license agreement to authorize DTSM to operate a promenade vending cart program on the promenade, and then lastly is to authorize city manager to proceed with discussions with Rooftop Cinema for a letter of intent to activate the top level of parking structure number 6. And we would be coming back to council in open session for discussions on that. It would be under a license agreement. And on that note, I'm sure you probably have questions. I have Andrew Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. is here tonight, along with Eric Stedman, who is the chair of the board for DTSM, and we also have a number of city staff here to help answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete apparently has some questions.
I'm not sure who this is for, but I just wanted to assure a couple things. And in regards to the covered 6 security or the ability to go into negotiations, that there were just some things that I know may have been addressed, and I just wanted to confirm that these 3 specific items are addressed. So in no way will the going in, having this private security would take the place of any overtime positions specifically that are right now staffed by SMPD, including the Friday night shift that is staffed, which is through overtime, and the 2 shifts on Saturday, correct?
This resource does not in any way impact our deployment of police department resources. That is an operational decision, but this resource is not designed to replace or undermine or in any way determine how we deploy our police department.
Okay, and then the second question, maybe these are all for you, David, is in regards to a police radio. I'm just dispelling any concerns people may have in the community that have come up, that there will not be, they will not have access, this covered 6 to SMPD police radio.
DTSM cannot in any way obligate the city to provide any city-owned equipment to Covered 6. That's strictly something between the city and our relationship, and right now we have no intention of deploying police radios to Covered 6. However, if the department wanted to have that conversation, I would empower them to have that conversation, but there's no intention of doing so.
On that note, I don't know how they would be able to respond to a call without a police radio, but the intent is not to have Covered 6 responding to any business, 911 calls that are made by businesses in the downtown area. The engagement of Covered 6 is, I just want to make clear that they're not going to be replacing the response of what a traditional police officer would respond to in a 911 call.
No, our OEM 911 dispatch center solely deploys our police department and our fire department only.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Swick.
Thank you. Couple quick questions, and again, I'm not sure who best to address them all to, but the staff report in discussing activations of 1318 4th Street made reference to the fact that there's no current established parking rate. That doesn't imply that we're going to be charging for parking there. That just means that there's no rate to base the rentals on. Is that correct? Or
Correct. And for that reason, we decided to have flexibility with DTSM. It would be a revenue split based on what the market will support for that site.
okay, and then my understanding of the security proposed security services agreement is that it would entail the loss of 16 ambassador positions. Is that correct?
That's correct. Approximately 16 positions.
And how many, I guess, is that a net loss of positions, or how many would we be gaining? Or I guess in terms of the security, is that a net loss of positions, or is that a total?
No, we anticipate gaining between, let's say, 8 and 11 Covered 6 officers.
And the 16, would they also be deployed in staggered sort of situations like the Covered 6 officers or security services are proposed?
The ambassadors that, the 16 that would no longer be required by our program, they'll have opportunities to relocate to other block by block, who's our vendors, operations that they have throughout the region.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just meant would the security services, I understand that there'd be three operating at any given time, is that correct?
Right, the morning shift will be a little lighter than the afternoon and evening shift.
Got it. I guess my question was, do the 16 ambassadors currently also sort of have shifts in that way, or is it full-time? Okay. When it comes, there's been a lot of questions as to whether or not these private security forces will be armed or not. Is there I think I saw in one proposal, or there were 2 proposals made that they both involved one security officer being armed at all times. Is that correct?
That's correct. The supervisor will be armed, and that individual will be former law enforcement.
So that would that imply that, I guess, if there was a different supervisor at different shifts, that there could be upwards of 3 or more officers at one given time, that security services that would be armed?
If there's overlap, then yes.
Or I just mean different people. There would be more than one person who would have that ability.
That's the supervisor position.
And what is the rationale given for why we need to arm? What would be the purpose of arming our downtown security services?
Sure, good question. I think I would answer that by saying, what is the rationale for not arming the other individuals? And I would say, from what we understand from our provider, Covered 6, is that the response from SMPD is such that they don't feel that the folks who are actually on the ground as our officers are required to be armed. But because there are challenges in our community, they do feel it is important that at least the supervisor be this elevated individual with this training that should be armed.
I guess I'm just trying to understand in what instance would we ever want a private security officer firing their weapon on the 3rd Street Promenade?
I hope never. To me, the greatest tool that they have at their disposal is their judgment and their ability to calm down any specific situation.
There have been instances with private security services deploying their weapons in situations. I think there was reference to a woman who was killed in Berkeley. Who would be liable were something like that to happen here in Santa Monica?
Well, I can tell you the language in our services agreement with the city of Santa Monica requires a certain level of insurance, and we require that of our third-party vendors as well.
All right, that's all for now. Thanks.
And we have a list. Councilmember Parra, I just wanted to know, would you like me to put you on the list?
I'm good right now, thank you.
Okay, let me know if that changes. Councilmember Terosas.
Thanks. Really appreciate this. Quick question. What kind of training do the supervisors have who are going to be overseeing the private security forces?
I can respond. I want to make sure I don't overstep on what our provider knows. I'm not a Covered 6 employee, but I can tell you from what I understand from Covered 6 is they have a very high standard of training. They have their own school, which doesn't just teach their own employees, but they also provide training for different law enforcement agencies throughout the region. It's our understanding that the supervisor will be former law enforcement and understand all the policies and procedures that we would expect of law enforcement.
And is there any certification that's like state recognized that they're required to get before being a supervisor?
That I cannot answer.
So
I imagine there is something. I just don't know what it is.
And is there an oversight agency that oversees private security firms?
Hi, I'm Eric Sedman. I'm chair of the board at DTSM. Mike Grant, who's the chief operating officer of Covered 6, is here in the audience. If you want to ask questions directly to him relating to Covered 6's operation and training and certifications, I think he'd be the appropriate person. If it's okay, he can come to the podium.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. If he wants to.
Yeah, he's here. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Michael Grant,
Hi.
Chief Operations Officer for Covered 6.
Great. So I was just wondering what kind of formal training do the supervisors have before they're being deployed out to the promenade, for example?
Sure. It will be a former police officer who's honorably served a California State Police agency, and they will be licensed through the Bureau of Investigative Services through the state of California. They'll also receive additional training from Covered 6. They'll either be graduates of both the physical security and executive protection. The supervisors that we have deployed right now, for instance, for the city of Beverly Hills, are graduates of that academy.
Got it. And is there any reason that we're not arming the folks who are not supervisors?
That was a decision through DTSM.
But you would have the ability to do that should we ask for that?
Correct, yes.
Great. Okay, that's it for me right now. Thank you. I think this question's for Jennifer, perhaps, or maybe Andrew. So in the official downtown area, what percentage of business storefronts are vacant currently?
We're just finishing up a study now, and on the promenade, the percentage of vacancy we have is approximately 27 or 28%, and we believe that extends downtown wide. So I'd say it's about a quarter of the businesses are vacant.
How does that vacancy rate compare this year to last year at the same time?
It's gone down slightly, but but we're still way down from where we were in January of 2020.
And then oh, sorry, I wasn't sure if Jennifer was coming up.
We actually have many businesses, many properties that are in process of being leased and opening. So the vacancies are definitely dropping, but they are noticeable because of some of the large shop fronts.
Right. And have you surveyed the businesses to figure out the business community at large to figure out what kind of incentives, if any, would help incentivize businesses to come into the downtown area to fulfill the vacancy rate situation?
The zoning that was presented tonight and the permit streamlining, consistently, we hear that. Continuing to help our businesses to activate the outdoors through the Santa Monica Outdoors program, the programs like sidewalk dining and parklets, and any other opportunities to expand those in fun ways. We're hearing from particularly businesses on the promenade itself and from the DTSM board about the importance of events to activate. So there's discussions about block parties tied to the Arts Entertainment District at the 1200 block, and then just obviously things like the rooftop cinema and really fun destination types of experiences. And we have a lot of interesting pop-ups right now too, from Barbie Land to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So combined, those are all really helping to create destinations and experiences, which then are helping to support our brick and mortar businesses, our restaurants and retailers, and also attract new ones. And I think the vending cart program, quite honestly, is going to help too, because that will serve as a gateway or an incubator to some smaller startup businesses to kind of help to kind of launch their business in like one of the most desired shopping districts in the country.
And have you heard from any corporate landlords on the promenade and or others that if the city helped to subdivide some of these larger leases, that would incentivize different types of business uses or interest from potential tenants to come down into the promenade?
Yeah, I think, we've been talking ongoing with a number of the property owners and also potential prospective businesses and commercial brokers about the size of spaces that people need. So I think there definitely is interest, and particularly if there was city support, besides just the zoning and the permitting.
Like money.
To grants, revolving loan funds, to help with, and we've also talked about maybe working with a couple property owners to create demonstration pop-up spaces so that they're kind of plug and play ready to go, as opposed to moving to different ones and needing whole new building permits.
Great. I would just say that I think you all are doing a fantastic job, and it's not lost on me what you're all doing on social media as well, really just showing this as a vibrant, thriving downtown area. So thank you. That's it for me right now.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to ask the question because it was brought up in public comments over the last few meetings as we addressed the security, the potential security on the promenade of armed security guards patrolling the promenade, and it sort of gives off this vision of people with like guns walking up and down. I understood it to be that when I went and listened, and everything I've read, and I just want to clarify that the supervisor that is armed is in a vehicle. Is that not the case? Can you just confirm? You're saying yes? So just to be clear, the folks, the security guards that would be walking the downtown area, would those security guards be armed, or only the supervisor who will be in a vehicle?
Yes, that's correct. Only the supervisor in the vehicle.
So there will not be armed security guards with covered 6 walking the downtown area?
No, not unless one of the supervisors was called by one of the other guards to assist in an incident.
And maybe this is a question for you, sir. How many incidences since you've been employed with Covered 6, or I guess it's your company, have there been where your security guards have had to use their gun or fire their weapon?
There's been one time.
And how many years have you been?
I've been with the company for 3 years. The company's been around for 10 years.
So in 10 years, they've had to fire their weapon one time?
Correct.
That's pretty good. And I had another question, but it's just left my brain. So I think you answered them. Did you guys go over the deployment as to how many on foot? I mean, I know we've kind of gone through this a few times, but just to be clear on how many actual physical security guards walking the streets. And then, I know what I was going to say. I had a question. I'm so excited about all the events and programs, revitalization as it pertains to hopefully filling up some of the empty storefronts, as it pertains to getting the public to come and enjoy the spaces. Would you agree DTSM board members, that in doing so, enhanced security presence is also important to keep everybody safe in events like that. We just experienced something that happened, unfortunately, down at our Santa Monica Beach, and I wonder if you guys agree or feel that while we want to have more activity, that there's also a benefit to also having security on the other end of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can respond to that. Every day we get calls and emails, and I see people on the street, and they talk to our board members as well, and they share some of the same stories that I know that you all hear at your meetings, which is why our board went together, established its priorities, and it had many, many, many meetings, including city staff, to reach this conclusion that we needed to have security.
Okay, and then again, sorry, back to you, sir. With Covered 6, is it in your, with the other contracts you have, the closest to us being Beverly Hills, I personally have engaged because I came and listened to both companies that had presented to DTSM, and then did a little bit of my own homework just to engage with some of the individuals that work with you, and I found that it seems to be that part of what you guys do is also help people with directions, help them navigate whether they're tourists or, looking for the bus stop or a certain store, and that is the majority of the engagement, at least where I saw your Covered 6 individuals, which was in Beverly Hills. What would you say is the majority of your engagement in the different various contracts that you have? Is it really engaging with customers, our constituents, residents, tourists, or is it really addressing criminal activity and other issues?
Primarily we hire for emotional intelligence first and critical thinking skills, and the officers that we hire have to be extroverted, outgoing, super approachable, friendly. We use a customer approach based primarily on the Four Seasons. So I was a police officer for 30 years, retired chief of police and city manager, but probably the biggest impact I've had in my career was working for Four Seasons. I was director of security. So I've utilized those hiring processes to hire the officers specifically for these types of accounts so that they're highly approachable and they're ambassadors for your city. So hypothetically, what they should be doing is looking for opportunities to help residents, citizens, visitors, store goers, so forth, to find their parking spaces, find stores, good places to eat, engage in friendly conversation. At the same time, they are very vigilant and they're looking for things that may be potentially a hazard. They're also looking for aesthetic issues. So if there's trash somewhere, they're going to pick it up. They're always looking for opportunities to positively change the environment.
Would it be true to say, because I engaged with one of your employees, that, and he did not know where, he just thought I was asking questions.
Sure.
And what I heard him say, would it be true that in order to make people feel safe, it's not about looking like you're scary? He said, as a matter of fact, it's having a smile on your face and engaging with people so that they feel like there's someone to come up to. Is that part of your core? Like when you're hiring, it sounds like you just sort of said that, but the way he recited it, I'm not doing it any justice, but he said it really quickly. Like, sure. In order to make you feel safe, ma'am, I have to be approachable is kind of what he said.
They have to be highly approachable. We don't, especially for these types of accounts, they can't be the stoic type personality. They can't be standoffish. At certain accounts, if they're working a perimeter, let's say in the space industry, and we're protecting, rocket parts or whatever, that's a little different. But because this is such an outward-facing type of account, like the city of Beverly Hills, for instance, the officer has to be very friendly and approachable.
I'm going to ask you a difficult question. The majority of our issues around downtown, and it's not just in Santa Monica, are mentally ill individuals who are unhoused. Lots are suffering with addiction, and oftentimes the response is difficult for police department, for fire. How are your Covered 6 employees trained to deal with those situations?
What we do is we engage those people in conversations. We try to establish a rapport with them. The difference between us and, let's say, law enforcement or fire is that we can take the entire shift to engage in a conversation. So we're not going to get tagged with a call and so forth. We're not going to be pulled away for any reason. We can actually sit there or stand with the person and engage in conversation for as long as it takes. The officers are trained to use, they're very reluctant to use any force at all. In fact, if we see the situation is getting out of hand, of course, then we would call law enforcement to stand by. But we don't want to become a burden to law enforcement as well. So we're going to take as much time as it needs to actually stay there, have a conversation with the person, and get them the resources that they need. And that's primarily what our mission is for the unhoused, for the homeless, is to get them to be able to utilize the resources that you already have available in the city. There's plenty of resources out there, but we want to hold those resources accountable. And what we're going to do is actually track that person through the entire system to find out if they actually were able to utilize the resources that are available.
Wow. So just to dovetail off of that, making connections so you're not just shoveling people along and saying, hey, you can't be here, and then they just move to another area. The idea is that you will have the Covered Six security guards would have direct contact with getting them to local services within the city. Are they also connecting them with services? I've often had my own experiences where these services are not available. I'm just curious as to what sort of services? Is it just the ones within the city? Is it also with outside the city lines? And then second, you were saying that you're also providing the update and following. Is that a report that's given back to the DTSM to show we addressed, is that quarterly, is it monthly? We engage with this many unhoused individuals, 6 of them went here, 2 of them went here, and here's the follow-up.
For the first part of the question, we're ongoing. We're developing the resources that are available now and available in the future. In fact, Melissa Lee is here, and she could speak more to those resources that are available. For the second part of the question, what we're going to do is identify the person that needs the help, and based on what their need is, whether they're having a critical incident regarding mental health or maybe it's drug dependency, whatever that is, get them into that resource program and then track them. And then generally weekly, we'll be giving a report about all of our contacts.
Okay.
And what the disposition is for those contacts.
This is all included in these services. So you're not just security guards standing and marching around the promenade with your hand on a gun, looking stoic.
Yeah, security really is the I would say that's secondary to our mission on this. The security is just to protect ourselves if something happens, and if we can intercede on a person's behalf. Of course, if there's imminent defense of life or great bodily injury is taking place, something that we would intercede. But that's primarily through the training of the supervisor. The officers are generally going to back away and call law enforcement if that's the case. But primarily what we're doing is making sure that the individuals that we're contacting are getting the resources that they need, tracking them through the system, and then reporting back to DTSM what the outcome was, what the disposition was.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Councilmember De La Torre.
I had some concerns, and obviously we heard some of them voiced by the public. I'm really appreciate all the questions, because most of the questions that I had were asked already. And just in terms of, use of force, in terms of your approach, it sounds like it's, you pride yourself in a de-escalation approach. Is that sort of what we're hearing today? That your approach is to come in, de-escalate. Your personnel are trained, to do that.
Absolutely, yeah. We actually have our own use of force policy that's above what the Bureau of Investigative Services demands from security officers. And the officers are highly trained. They're trained to de-escalate situations. They're very reluctant to use any force at all. In fact, that's in our policy and procedures that they shall have a high reluctance to use force.
Great, thank you. And just looking at the work plan, I mean, it's just a lot. There's a lot of good things happening. I think we're going to activate spaces from rooftops. I think it's not talked about as public safety, because we're talking about events and so forth, but I think all of that's going to enhance public safety. But I wanted to hear from the city manager as well. Aside from the resources, there's one security company here, and there's a lot of, whole work plan. What else can we expect to see in the Third Street Promenade? I can, an enhanced HLP team, right? Santa Monica Police Department. The county's providing some resources. Can you just give us a couple of other resources that we think can collaborate and coordinate with the security company that talking to today?
So I think we talked a little bit about it earlier in the evening where going back to last year, our police department has proactively enhanced deployments in the downtown area. And so that's been going on for well over a year at this point in time. And then in terms of what was brought forward in the most recent budget, we brought forward enhanced security in our downtown parking garages. So that's going to continue. We also have received council support to grow our police department, which we hope will result in our homeless liaison program team operating 7 days a week, as well as the officers that are not assigned to the homeless liaison program team being assigned to patrol to support that part of the department as well. Council also supported continuing to fund the direct action response team, which, as we've talked about, operates more broadly than just the pier. They operate in and around the downtown area and supporting public spaces in the downtown. We are also working, our police department has been proactively deploying technology throughout the downtown, and particularly in partnership with the Department of Transportation, installing cameras and automatic license plate reader systems in the city. So that's just a little bit of what's happening right now. As you can tell, we're operating on a very proactive posture in addressing public safety in downtown and the community at large, and I hope that's helpful.
Yes, and Salvation Army, I know there's outreach teams and so forth.
That's correct. There's also resources that were allocated to an additional Salvation Army team that'll be working actually in partnership with our police department, working with them to respond to 311 calls for service that come in to address homeless encampments and individuals experiencing homelessness as well.
Thank you.
Is that it, Councilmember De La Torre? Yes. All right, Councilmember Brock.
I'm not really sure you need more softballs thrown at you. But my first question, Eric, when you look at this complete program, and Andrew, do you feel this will make a difference in downtown? Will decrease vacancies, will heighten the amount of residents who come back to downtown as well as visitors and the office population? Do you feel it will have a positive effect when you look at your overall package that you're proposing?
Well, I know it's a yes or no question, and you know me well enough to know that I can't.
You never do yes or no.
Right. I'm going to answer yes, but I'm going to tell you why. In the year that this program has been developed, there's been a lot of talk about security and the need for additional security. I think the police are doing a fantastic job in Santa Monica with the level of personnel that they have. But there is a lane for what we call security that is open in Santa Monica, as it is in other areas. And I think what Covered 6 has done over the year we've been discussing a deployment in Santa Monica is fit a program into that lane. We don't have a safety issue as much as we do a perception of safety relating to behavioral issues of primarily unhoused individuals in Santa Monica. And the program that Covered 6 has developed will give the public that feeling, that extra layer of engagement, higher level than ambassadors, because their officers that are going to be on the beat will be like old-fashioned beat cops. They will engage the public, they will engage businesses, they will engage the tourists coming into town. There'll be a presence, there'll be a deterrent for behavioral issues. But in addition to that, they will also engage and outreach to the individuals that are unsheltered. Through that engagement, building trust in a relationship, giving referrals, and then tracking those referrals to the agencies that the individuals are referred to see where people are getting services, if they are, and if they aren't, why not? And then we're going to have the accountability. What is happening when these people are referred? Let's track the money. Let's get a program together where we can get a better understanding of what's going on. I think that for this program to be successful, it needs to be part of an integrated program between an ambassador program, a program with these type of beat cops on the street. We need to have the PSOs, the CSOs. We need to have help teams. We need to have the C3 teams. We need Salvation Army. We need fire. We need police. We need everybody working together, not separated. Everybody has to be communicating. The key with this program is what Melissa Lee is going to be doing. And she's here tonight to give you an idea of what she's done already. They don't even have a contract. And the amount of work and time they've put into developing the relationship with us at DTSM in order to advance this program, unique to Santa Monica. Santa Monica is a very unique community. It's not just a safety program we're talking about here. We're talking about a program that's foundational on outreach, then to provide an additional layer of public safety in support of police services, not in replacement of police services. We were going to work directly with police to make this successful, but it's the outreach portion of this program that needs to be the most successful because that's our biggest issue right now. So if I can bring Melissa Lee up here to answer some of your questions on what she's done up to this point in time, that would be great.
Well, nobody's asked that question yet, but somebody
Melissa, tell me what you've been doing and how happy you are to be volunteering your services in Santa Monica.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you for letting me speak a little bit about what we're doing. Just so you guys know, I actually do not have a military background at all, and I have never been in law enforcement. In fact, I'm a Venice resident and has lived in California all of my life. I actually was in the business world for 20 years, retired, and then found myself dedicated to service. I do a lot of work in the DEIB space and work with seniors and the work with homeless the unhoused community. And I sort of found my way through getting an EMT license in further wanting to help people on a different scale to Covered Six, and sort of fortuitously Santa Monica came into the conversation, and through my work in my own personal life, it sort of led to this relationship where they could see my value to this account, and here we are today. The things that we've been looking at so far for tracking and really helping people in downtown Santa Monica, we're looking at a couple of things. It looks like the city uses a program called WellSky to track the unhoused community currently. And I don't know if that's going to be a great fit for us because it's a really big platform. So we're actually talking to developers to develop something very easy that our patrols can use in the field that we can then access, like me personally and whoever else is on the team, to look at that weekly and sort of see the incidents, see the different interactions with people, and then put that into a bigger program like the HMIS system that's currently being used. And we would love access to that, even if it's just 1 or 2 people at Covered Six, so that we can then disseminate the information that we get to all the other city departments. One thing that also makes us unique is that we are not bound to any specific policies or procedures. We can really utilize all resources, right? And I think that makes us different. Also, we really want to help people. The amount of time that we've invested, Mike is not on the budget, I'm not on the budget, Chris Dunn is not on the budget. We're coming here because we actually care about Santa Monica. It's my neighbor. Chris grew up in the area, and we want to make a difference. And we also are willing to do the work to connect the services, right? And I think that's one of the things that is going to be vital in this position, is really making the effort to go one extra step and call wherever this person went, to call the service that should be showing up, to do this, to do that, to visit all the different places. And we're happy to do that.
Would it help to have a street team of homeless support services and social worker downtown dedicated to helping, so that you guys could work together closely?
That would be amazing. I've been doing some work with the People Concern, and I know that they run a lot of those services. If there was someone that was always available to be on patrols with us, yes, of course, that would be incredible. We would never say no to something like that.
Okay.
Well, I believe Councilmember Andrew can clarify. I believe DTSM is now employing an outreach person through their services today that I assume could serve that role.
Okay. Well, that deflated you right there.
No, great. I didn't even know. Amazing. We're all set.
No, that's good, because look, it needs to be coordinated services and not each service working in their own bubble.
Okay,
That's destructive. So my next question is for your security chief of operations, and I'm going to repeat some of the stuff that Mayor Pro Tem Negretti and other people already said. First of all, I've heard, when I talked to Chief Stainbridge and when I've talked to people throughout Beverly Hills, they've said that you're effective because you try and de-escalate situations. And the goal is never to have to use your weapon. I know you just say your team has used it once. My question is, how many use of force complaints have been filed against Covered Six in the city of Beverly Hills?
0.
Repeat that, please.
0. None.
Thank you. Okay, and then for staff, I lost staff, but you don't get to sit down.
Just to clarify, for that firearm incident, the officer actually did not fire the weapon. They intervened on a attempt murder that was taking place outside of the gates of North Beverly Park, where one female was shooting and another female officers pursued the shooter, and they were eventually arrested by Beverly Hills Police Department. So.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions about downtown. While we're doing this program and really trying to pump up the volume in downtown Santa Monica and do so much more, from movies to other things, I still hear some of the same issues that I've heard for the last couple of years. And how do we get businesses open faster? How do we get them permitted faster? How do we get their contracts signed? How do we get their inspections done? What is it that we need in order to help David, whoever? It's probably David, but you can, so you pass that off really quickly. But no, but the serious part. The serious part is when we're trying to reopen businesses downtown, and we're trying to be very enthusiastic purveyors of, hey, we have a great downtown, we want you here. And yes, we're solving the safety problems. Yes, we're solving the other problems. How do we make it easy for businesses to open and dispel the image, long-time image, that Santa Monica is, quotation marks, difficult?
So certainly I can speak to start, and then David can maybe speak to some of the permitting issues. Which, we're doing a lot, city staff in partnership with DTSM staff, around outreach and education. So all of the zoning changes that have been done and the temporary use programs and the Santa Monica Outdoors programs, it's making sure that our businesses know about them so that they can take advantage of them and benefit and participate. Just for example, we had about 2 weeks ago a brokers open event that was at 1212, so that our commercial brokers are also aware about all these zoning changes and what types of businesses can open as of right and get, apply for the alcohol exemptions, which streamlines the process much quicker.
So we're trying to apply them with alcohol to get them to open quicker.
Well, that will help with success with their profit margin. So we're supporting that, and continuing to just hear from our business community about where the hurdles are, so we can continue to see how the city can get out of the way and help support it.
Because that's, and David, you know this because I forward you a lot of these messages, but that's one of the constant refrains from businesses trying to open. I heard twice today from a cool store that's trying to get open on the promenade and just wants their inspections. They're eager to open. How do we grease the wheel to get some of them open?
Yeah, so it's a combination of many things, a lot of which Jennifer mentioned. It's things like the council did tonight, eliminating a CUP process takes 6 months off the time frame. So that's a huge move. Those are big moves. There are other things like the inspection. We were down several inspectors. We've hired all but one vacant position. So once that person's on board, we'll be up to full staff in terms of inspectors. So we'll be able to get much closer to that next day inspection that we've enjoyed for many years but haven't had in the last couple of years. So that's a big move. The business you're talking about today, we reached out to them. We're going to get their inspection done before the end of the week. And they were looking at I think an August 10th inspection. So it's that. So there's a lot of things I
might buy something from them if they open.
Yeah, I think we all want that store to get open as soon as possible. So it's a combination of all those things. Very long term, we we have an RFP out for a new inspection permitting system. So, but that's probably a couple years down the road. So there's long-term things, there's short-term things we can do, but really, we're very aware of these issues and really doing everything we can to speed things up.
You have a hard hat. Can we get you out on the street doing inspections?
Do that.
No, but and the very serious part is I think that's an extremely important part of the process that is hanging that open shingle on downtown Santa Monica and saying, we're there, we want you there, we want you in Santa Monica. We're going to protect your business, we're going to give you customers, we're going to do the best we can to help you succeed with events and activities and movies and restaurants, etc.
Yeah. One more thing I want to be sure and mention is that for the first time since the pandemic, our counter is open to walk-ins. So for a while you had to make an appointment to see someone at the counter. That could take a few days. As it is now, you can walk in any day, Monday through Thursday, between I think it's 8 and 3, and see someone, and some things can be done over the counter. So it makes it much easier to pull those permits.
So that may help as well. Last question I had on the promenade. We have a kiosk, and one of them is still empty. I know that there is still a buzz about trying to kill that kiosk. Tell me.
We are just waiting for final insurance and the lease to be signed. So odd one out is going to be the new tenant that's going to be moving in. So that's, I mean, any day
We're not
now.
tearing down the kiosk then.
We don't have the funding to tear down the kiosk now, and there's actually really strong demand to activate the kiosk.
That's fine. The kiosk looked beautiful. It's just trying to figure out the entertainment.
We're even
issues there.
activating it right now with a temporary Santa Monica Sister Cities children's art exhibit until our new tenant opens up there. So
I love our sister cities. I wouldn't say that's activated. But, all right. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. I'm done.
Councilmember Swick.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that there are other representatives of Covered 6, and I, as a result, had a few more questions. There was talk of the connections you will be making between unhoused people, perhaps, or people suffering from various ailments, and social services or resources. What is your knowledge of or connections to local social services or resources for unhoused people in Santa Monica?
Yeah, so I've been spending the last 2 months looking into all of them. I've talked to many people from the People Concern, from Step Up, to the Santa Monica Police Department Help Team, to the CRU team with the fire department. We have a lot of resources. And I've done my best to sort of look into all of them. I am happy and welcome to hear any other resources that are out there. I've scoured the City of Santa Monica's help page of all the things that we've had and made most of my outreaches from there. And it's sort of, we're going to have to go and get in and really see who is available and what we can do. We have our list so far, and I loved your question about outside of the city, because there are a lot of resources outside of the city that we can also leverage and utilize. And I think that's part of it, right? Part of the problem is all the people that are coming in from outside and getting put into the city, between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. And it's sort of like, how do we help those people? How do we connect them to things outside of Santa Monica? So we are doing our research. I have done quite a bit already. I've read all the reports. I've read and reached out to every single one on the City of Santa Monica help page. If you know of any others, please direct them to me. And we also want to build on institutional knowledge, right? So I think that's part of it too. If there are people that have that great institutional knowledge, like some of the ambassadors that we are talking to and bringing over to our team, that's really important for us too. We don't want to start at ground zero. It would be nice to piggyback off of all of the other learnings from everyone else so that we can make a successful impact here.
I'm just curious, I guess, maybe logistically, we have a lot of teams employed, as you said, through People Concern or the city itself that have different jurisdictions, different populations that they work with. I mean, there was talk of, if a situation escalates, we would call the police. Is there a process in place by which you would have a communication where these teams have certain mandates, they have certain, as you said, certain populations they maybe work with regularly? I'm just a little bit unclear as to how that coordination would occur and who would be, I guess, taking marching orders from whom in this arrangement.
So Mike can definitely speak to our policies and procedures in the field, but what we're developing is something for every single engagement that we have with someone who is unhoused, and even if they're not, they sort of go into the system. And so they can decide based on where we provide them, right? If it's like this type, if it's a behavioral issue, then they can call this number or take them here. If it's a housing issue, then there's between this time and this time they can take them here, or they can reach out to this service. So we'll have sort of a form for our patrol officers to look at, and then they will input that, and then we will follow up with wherever they called, sent, walked them to, whatever it might be. So we're helping bridge that gap of the places wherever we're directing them to, right? So, did Joe Smith come in? Did he show up? Okay, yes, you have an intake form on this person. Great. What happened with them? Okay, now they're moving on to the service. Oh, they immediately left. Okay, that's good for everybody to know, right? So like that kind of tracking, and that's why it's important for us to also be able to have access to the HMIS system that sort of tracks everybody.
Yeah, about HMIS, my understanding is that there are a number of legal and medical privacy issues around that. Do you have the legal ability to participate in HMIS?
So I would love to know the answer to that question. I think that, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'm sort of asking you guys. I'm like, can we have access to that?
Got it. So this might be more on the security side of things. Do you have an escalation of force plan for those that would be deployed in Santa Monica? A plan in place if a situation escalates. Like, what is the plan?
Well, it depends on the situation. Every situation is different. Obviously, if there's an imminent threat to a person, we would intercede on that person's behalf, remove them from the dangerous situation. We've been given a hypothetical before, and I believe it's based on some past occurrences where at a storefront, a homeless person is becoming somewhat aggressive with a person visiting the store. Instead of intervening directly with the person that's becoming aggressive, we would remove the potential victim out of the situation and then notify law enforcement that this person's becoming aggressive. So we would intercede on that person's behalf, but yes, we do have an escalation of force policy. It's similar to law enforcement in that we would use the reasonable amount of force to render the situation peacefully, but again, our use of force policy is the foundation of it is a high reluctance to use any force at all. In fact, we take that so seriously that our officers actually engage in mental conditioning as well, which is at a higher level of law enforcement. So we actually have a UCLA professor that comes in and sits with all of our academy classes and goes over mental conditioning for the officers so that they are engaged in emotional intelligence throughout every situation.
So you mentioned in that hypothetical, and I think before also, that in a situation that might be escalating, you would try, you would call in law enforcement in almost any of these situations if it was escalating to a certain point.
Sure.
So how does that relate to then when a supervisor would be called to respond with their weapon? Are you calling law enforcement? Are you calling the supervisor? Are they both responding? What is the order of operations here?
It depends on the situation, but if you're talking about an imminent defensive life situation that our officers are observing, we're immediately going to call law enforcement to respond. The armed officer is just is there to protect the other officers and citizens and store owners and visitors and so forth if there's an immediate imminent defense of life where law enforcement is not present.
So you would call law enforcement?
They will always be called first, yes.
But then if they were not present?
Yeah, let's say we have an active shooter on the promenade that's actively engaged in attempting to kill other people, our officer would intervene on citizens' behalf.
Sure, and of course in that incident, which I hope would be rare or never, and to that point, I think what I just heard, and I would agree with, is that the issue that we actually face on a daily basis, I think, if I'm paraphrasing, was less a safety issue and more a perception of safety based on behavioral issues of certain unhoused individuals in the downtown. My understanding is that these are the exact kind of people that require engagement and outreach, ideally from a trained mental health professional, or at the very least from someone with high, sort of, as you mentioned, competency and a sort of personal touch, and not necessarily a man with a gun.
Correct.
So, and my understanding as well is that a huge percentage of fatal incidents that occur, even with trained law enforcement officers, occur when an armed officer responds to someone having a mental health crisis. So I guess I'm just still trying to understand why we would require armed officers in this situation when the problem that we're actually trying to address is something that's very different. And if there's a situation that would escalate, we would be calling in our armed law enforcement to handle it.
So your question is, why would we have an armed officer present in the field?
Yes.
I think it's because of the incidents that have occurred in Santa Monica in the past. Some of the subjects, unfortunately, can become violent and aggressive. And if it turned into a situation where it's imminent defense of life or great bodily injury is taking place or imminent death, that's when that officer would intercede. However, we would call law enforcement first, given the chance, and that's why the armed officer would be there. You know, we also have to protect our employees as well. You know, our employees are going to be out there making as many contacts as they can with the unhoused and getting them, hopefully, the services that they need. I know that 86% of use of forces for most law enforcement agencies are with the unhoused. So certainly we want officers out there that have high emotional intelligence, critical thinking skills, ability to establish a quick rapport with as many people as possible from any socioeconomic level. But, you know, for those very rare instances where the situation immediately becomes highly violent to the point that it's imminent defense of life, that's why the armed officer would be present.
How are the supervisors armed, and what are they armed with?
They're armed generally with a Glock firearm, 9mm.
And how many rounds do they have in a clip?
10 per California Bureau of Investigative Services.
And would they be allowed to have a round chambered?
Would they have a round chambered? Yeah, that's the standard.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, can I just check in, Councilmember Parra? Just wanting to see if you have any questions?
I did, but most of them have been answered already, so thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti apparently has more questions.
I do, actually. Since we were talking about the majority of the people that we may be engaging with are unhoused and maybe suffering from these other issues that are a variety from mental health, addiction, and whatnot. How often, and this is to the DTSM board members, do you see Department of Mental Health or any of the local services addressing, engaging with the folks down in the downtown area on the promenade?
I can take it. As City Manager White says, we have somebody on our team that's specifically our social services outreach coordinator, and he works with folks at the county and Step Up and people concerned and other groups. He would be better equipped to answer that question. I can tell you it's not zero. I mean, we see folks out here. It's not with the regularity that I think we would like to see, but people are coming regularly to downtown Santa Monica.
So by putting the ambassadors or security officers who are also acting as ambassadors, are they going to be providing more engagement and more opportunities for engagement with those individuals and then connecting them with the limited resources that we have via these relationships through Department of Mental Health, the county, local agencies?
Yes, and it's our intent to connect them with the services that we already know are here in place to facilitate that work.
Okay, because I do hear that like there's a need for more social services, and I think, I mean, unless I'm clear, that's not something that DTSM is equipped to engage with because it just doesn't exist right now at the county or local level, correct? Like a program that can come and give everybody all the services they need?
Correct. We have one outreach worker for our team.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I have a few questions, and then we'll get to comments and hopefully move on. So with regard to we heard some of the training that the employees of Coverage 6 will get. Are they required to have any sort of academic degrees, like an AA or an AB?
No, they're not.
Okay. And what kind of equipment will they have? They obviously won't be armed. You said that. Will they have, for example, handcuffs, zip ties, a baton? What will they have?
They'll have a taser, oleoresin capsicum or OC spray, handcuffs, a radio where they can connect directly with DTSM and other officers in the field, and also medical supplies as well. Most of our officers have gone through advanced medical training, for instance, like Melissa Lee. They can provide a higher level of medical assistance in the field as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are all the questions I had for you. So, and I guess, Andrew, Mr. Thomas, I apologize. This will go to you. So, this is a one-year pilot, as I understand it. During the course of that 1 year, do you anticipate that Covered Six will be providing you with any sort of reports?
Yes.
And what will those reports be?
We expect regular updates, monthly reports at the minimum to be provided to our board on a written level, and then presentations every 3 months.
And what information will be in those reports?
To see every engagement that they've had, deployment reports, if there's been engagement with social service outreach. We expect it to be all encompassing.
Okay, and are there particular metrics you're going to look at to try and figure out whether or not the program is successful?
Yeah, we'll look at crime statistics downtown and work with the Downtown Services Unit to understand what they are seeing in our downtown. We'll also talk to our business community, talk to law enforcement.
And I'm just trying to figure out, though, from a metrics perspective, I mean, obviously talking to people is important, and their perception is, oh, I like it that I see someone there. But I'm thinking more about what would be the hard data we would look at. And I understand this may be an unfair question. How would we separate out? For example, in our budget, we authorized a significant number of new police officers. We authorized, because of CS money available, additional help team. So how do you parse out what you're seeing that is attributable to Covered Six versus all the other things the city is doing?
Yeah, it's a difficult question, because I think we need to evaluate the metrics, the actual data that we understand from police in terms of crime statistics, part one and part two. But I also think it's important to hear from our business community, because those are the folks that are really asking for this program. And if we hear from them that they are seeing fewer...
There would be an in-person report?
Correct.
Okay, and would presumably be like from one of the supervisors?
I hope it's from Mr. Mike Grant, who's been speaking to you.
All right, okay.
I haven't specifically asked him yet, though.
Putting him on the spot there, huh? And with regard to the officers that will be armed, the Covered Six officers that will be armed, they'll be in cars, is that what I understand?
That's correct. The majority of the time will be spent in the patrol vehicle.
And will the patrol vehicle be moving, or will they be parked somewhere?
Yeah, it'll be moving, yeah. So there's areas, obviously, 3rd Street will be probably dedicated mostly to foot patrol. The outside areas will be the vehicular patrols.
Okay. And you said they'd be carrying a Glock 9, is that right?
Glock 9mm, yes.
All right. I think those are all my questions. Seeing no one else in the queue, I think we're ready to move on to comments, or if someone wants to make a motion. All right, Councilmember De La Torre.
Second.
Yes.
What are you moving? No. You guys, you can't just move. You got to tell me what you're moving.
Move approval of the item.
Okay, well, the item has 6 different.
All of those.
Okay, well, let me check.
I would say move staff's recommendation.
Move staff's recommendation.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Second.
No, okay, whoa, guys. Everyone, take a deep breath. Staff's recommendation is all 6 items. Is it all right for all 6 of those to be in one motion?
Yes.
All right. So we have a motion from De La Torre. It was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Negretti. Can I clarify that motion includes the proposed language change that we were provided with tonight?
Yes.
And is that also true to the seconder? All right. So we have a motion by De La Torre, seconded by Negretti. Councilmember Swick.
I'll admit I have skepticism that this will produce the changes that we all desire. I worry that whatever security service we hire won't cause our residents to change or to return their retail shopping habits to what they were prior to the pandemic. I worry it won't reverse the drop in international tourism from China and other countries. And I know it certainly won't make those who are unhoused in Santa Monica suddenly have housing. And yet, despite all those observations, I am willing to defer to DTSM, the board, and those that pay the assessment, what they think is best in terms of how to spend the taxes through which they are assessed. That said, I'm not comfortable with any private security forces being armed. I don't understand what instance we would ever want private citizens firing weapons on the 3rd Street Promenade. Use of deadly force, even by our police officers who are highly trained and overseen by this body, is a remarkably delicate issue, and I just don't feel comfortable sort of entrusting that to any other private body that doesn't have the same oversight. And personally, I would be more likely to keep my family away from this area if this was the direction in which we decided to go in.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
I just wanted to make the comments that this was not something that came about as a hasty decision. I think it was close to a year in discussion at DTSM, and there was plenty of dialogue, there was plenty of input. At our city council meetings, we have heard time and time and time again from both residents, from stories of people who don't even live here and have visited here, have come to speak at our city council meeting, from business owners. We have to respond to our constituents, and we have to take a step forward and make some sort of decision. This is a one-year pilot. If we find out in 1 year that this isn't working, then at least we can say we did something. But if we continue to do nothing, I think we're remiss in what we are doing up here. So while I don't think that the intent of DTSM and contracting with a private security company is to solve homelessness or to address all the mental health issues, I do think we cannot sit here and pretend that this is not an issue that is big. It is regional, it's international. We point out the problem all the time, and then we kind of throw up our hands because we know that locally as a city council, there's very little we can do. And even more micro, as a DTSM bid, there's very little that they can do to respond to their constituents. Bless you. And so I think we are all doing what we can with the tools that we have, and we have very little tools. So until things change with laws that are above our head that help the individuals we're talking about and reduce some of the crime that we're seeing, we have to do what we can do from here. And I think to assume malintent or to assume and take tone with those that presented here tonight that they're taking a position of coming down there to have some militant, I don't think anyone wants that. I don't think DTSM would want that. I don't think Covered 6 would want to show up and create an environment where people feel scared because that wouldn't benefit them for the second year contract. So I think the idea is to make people feel safe, and we can look at it from both ends. And I think the other end that I actually did my homework on was to visit on 3 separate occasions and engage with these folks and see what it looks like. And what I saw was people who were available to ask questions, people who were visible, that if you felt like you needed help. I have teenage girls that visit the promenade. It would make me actually feel more comfortable letting them go alone, knowing that they have other resources in case something happens. My daughter's friend's cell phone was grabbed out of her hand by a middle-aged man, and she was pushed. My other daughter has engaged in many different incidences that were scary coming home from the promenade. This actually, you have one experience, I have another perception for me because I have teenage daughters that go to the promenade multiple times a week. This makes me feel more safe. So it's all perception, and our individual perception is not what decides. I think I've been listening to all our constituents. I also experience the city as a business owner who deals with these issues. And I am hopeful, and I'm also really impressed because I listened to the other company that also presented as well, that this is more than just a security. This isn't just about security. This is about engagement with our community members and engagement with the most vulnerable community members that are experiencing mental health issues and whatnot in our downtown area. So I'm excited to see that we are actually filling a gap that is much needed, that goes way far beyond security, and I'm happy to support this item tonight.
Councilmember Brock.
There, I got my microphone on. I likewise will support the entirety of the DTSM plan. I know they've been thoughtful. I started talking to them about this a year ago, August. This has been a long-term process, so they didn't magically snap their fingers and say, let's switch private security firms, because we already had a private security firm. Hopefully what we're doing is upgrading the security, upgrading the response, and making sure as much as we can that our residents will feel safe. And I talk about our residents more than our visitors or our tourists or our office workers every day because they live here. We've got to provide safe corridors, safe passage for our residents to come downtown, to shop, to eat, to walk, to enjoy downtown, Palisades Park, 2nd Street, 4th Street, 5th Street, the entirety of our downtown experience. That's what people have loved for 30 years, and starting in the mid-'60s. This is a long time now historical promenade that we need to make sure that we not only preserve and protect, but enhance. And we have to recognize, as Mayor Pro Tem Negretti just said, that there are issues down there. Let's solve the issues. And standing still is really not an option. It really isn't. So will Covered 6, sorry guys and girls back there in the back of the room, will be the solution for every ill that has befallen downtown Santa Monica? Absolutely not. It isn't. But if they provide more of a level, a feeling of safety, they'll succeed it. If they do connect with our homeless services that exist and homeless services we can help bring to downtown to intensify our efforts, then they will have succeeded. What we can't do is put blinders on and hide from the issues in our city. We need to confront those head on. And we need to make sure that the experience when we walk around downtown on a sunny day and it's gorgeous out and people are smiling and laughing and families are walking with shopping bags and food in their hands, we want that to be the norm. We need that to be the norm. The businesses downtown must have that be the norm. So I will enthusiastically support this. I wish, and I'll echo DTSM, and I'll echo your treasurer who spoke earlier, Barry, that really in Beverly Hills, the city pays for the entire effort. Their merchant groups don't pay. So as our economy recovers, I hope that our city manager, all of our other people in the city will be able to help DTSM relieve them of that burden once it's proven and make sure we do as much as we can to have multiple layers of security. And that includes our public safety officers. It includes community service officers. It includes efforts to have homeless street services talk to the people who are on the ground. I still very much believe that every person who's homeless in Santa Monica should be approached every single day, without any pause, that talking to them once every 3 weeks doesn't work. So if the gentleman and lady in the back of the room will make sure that their people from Covered 6 are out talking to those people in need often, every day, that will help our city. It'll help all of our residents because not only do we have to have compassion for our unhoused, we need to have compassion for the businesses who take that risk to open in Santa Monica. We need to have compassion for those restaurants that open their doors and smile and ask you if you want food. And smile when you're eating it and you're enjoying it. And you're having a great time and you're seeing a movie at the AMC. So I will vote for the motion. Period.
All right, Councilmember Zwick.
I'd just like to clarify that I will also be supporting this change in security services. I think it's clear that there are ongoing problems that businesses are facing downtown, and no one is denying that, and everyone wants to give those businesses all the tools that they need to resolve those problems. But I've been told multiple times during this presentation and others that armed response is not the goal of this security service. It's engagement. It's increasing perceptions of safety. I've been told a weapon has been deployed once in the decade in which the security service has operated in various cities. That only confirms my belief that it is far more likely that there will be a weapon discharged in a way that gets us into trouble than gets us out of it. And I do not see why weapons are integral to the mission that DTSM is trying to address. So I would be making a motion to say that while I would approve the item, I would make a motion to say that the security services be not armed.
Is that a substitute motion?
It would be offering an amendment.
All right. The maker of the motion is De La Torre and the seconder is Mayor Pro Tem Negretti. Would that be a friendly amendment?
Just to clarify, I have a point of clarification. There's only one staff member that is armed, right? So one
per shift.
Per shift.
One per shift. So it's not all of them are armed, but it's one per shift. No, it's not friendly.
All right.
I would like to try to make another amendment.
Sure, go ahead.
My understanding is that typical rules of engagement, even in war zones, ammunition is not chambered. It comes as part of an escalation of force in the plan. I would make a motion that no rounds be chambered until that officer is actually engaged in an escalating force situation.
And is that a proposed friendly amendment?
You have to answer first, right?
Well, I just want to clarify with Councilmember Zwick. That's a proposed friendly amendment?
Yes.
Is that friendly to the maker?
No.
All right.
Can I ask a question?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Councilmember Brock, do you have more comments? Or are you just in the queue because you didn't take yourself out?
Because I didn't take myself out.
All right. I haven't made any comments yet, so I'm going to make a few and then we can vote. So it won't come as a surprise to some of you folks sitting out there, because I've said it to you, that I do have misgivings about using private security. Not because there's anything inherently wrong with private security, but I do disagree with some of my colleagues who are suggesting that it's somehow we haven't done anything and therefore we need to have private security. At our budgetary hearing, we approved 5 new officers plus 1 sergeant. 7. We asked the voters to vote, and they passed Measure CS, which gave us more resources for outreach teams. I think this city, compared to almost any other city of which I'm aware, and I look at the agendas of other cities, I look at the budgets of other cities, does more to address both safety and security as well as the issue of people who are facing life, sadly, on our streets. So I think somehow the notion that we're standing still or this is the status quo, and therefore we need to bring in this private security to sort of move forward, I find troubling. But I also agree with Councilmember Zwick that we appoint half of the Downtown Santa Monica Board, the property owners who pay into the PBAD, elect the other half. And this is something that the DTSM Board, although not unanimously, I don't believe, wants to do. And I want to defer to them. If they think it will be helpful, then let's give it a chance. I want to make a couple of observations. The first one is, I don't think these guards are unarmed. I think carrying a taser is an arm. It may not be a deadly force arm, but these guys are going to have tasers, or women are going to have tasers, are going to have spray. And obviously I take Covered 6 at their word that they don't escalate and use these weapons with any sort of, frequency. But I do think that for some folks, knowing that there are people on the promenade who are carrying tasers and carrying irritant spray could, in fact, be a little scary, to be quite honest with you. But having said that, I think it's important, to Mr. Sedman's point, that we accept that there is a perception regarding safety on the promenade, that if this is something that will help move the needle on that perception, then it is something that makes sense. I am very interested to see what the metrics are that are included in the periodic reports, and I'm certainly interested in seeing the periodic reports about the engagement. And again, not in any way trying to disparage the folks from Covered Six, but, and I appreciate their willingness to engage, but just like we're never going to police ourselves out of our unhoused problems, we're never going to security firm ourselves out of our unhoused problems. And I think that the idea, you know, I mean, the knock at DTSM has always been, well, the ambassadors didn't reduce homelessness, because the ambassadors were never hired to reduce homelessness. They were hired to engage with the public, give directions, be friendly faces, that sort of thing in the downtown area. Similarly, I think we're doing Covered Six, in all honesty, a disservice if we all sit up here and think that somehow they're going to reduce homelessness. They might engage with folks who are experiencing homelessness on the promenade. They might be able to refer them to services to which we'll be eternally grateful. But I don't think this is if our goal is to make people feel more secure, then maybe this is an option to try. If our goal is to try and reduce homelessness, I don't think this is going to accomplish that. But I appreciate that Covered Six has brought in people who are willing to do outreach with the unhoused people in our downtown area, and refer them to services, and that certainly could prove to be useful. So while this, you know, if it were up to me, this would not be my preferred solution. Again, I think we need to defer to the duly appointed and elected members of the DTSM board. It is a one-year pilot. I am going to be very interested to see if there are ways to suss out the effectiveness of the Covered Six presence versus the other things that we are doing in the coming year. Because actually, I think this city has big plans for the coming year in terms of increasing police presence, increasing services available to people who are experiencing mental issues on our street with, for example, the therapeutic transport van, you know, providing services to other people who are suffering with addictions, et cetera, through the Salvation Army outreach and things like that. So we are doing a lot, and how we are going to determine what successes may be attributable to what the city is doing versus what Covered Six is doing. I don't know that we'll ever really be able to know that, but it will be interesting to try and make that determination, because obviously as a one-year pilot, the question will always be, well, should there be a second year? But we'll cross that Rubicon when we come to it, as they say. Seeing no one else in the queue, I just want to check before we vote. Councilmember Parra, did you have any comments?
No comments, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Zwick, did you have another comment?
I'd just like to propose a substitute motion wherein we approve the staff recommendation, but with the added stipulation that Covered Six not deploy security forces that are armed with firearms.
Is there a second for that motion? Seeing no second, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to comment on the fact that I could be wrong, but I don't think any of us up here have ever been security guards, police officers, or anybody who have had to put our lives on the line to protect other people. And I don't want to come up here and go back and forth about giving tools to people that they hope that they don't have to use. And I think we went through that. But we all experience the city very differently. And I don't know how many of us up here go out late at night or what parts of the city we walk. I know for myself, opening up a music store in the morning and being there late at night, I've engaged in situations that are really scary. I've been told, being robbed multiple times, get this special kind of alarm system, get this kind of gate, get this kind of camera. But the only thing that's been effective is when we have a guard standing in front of our store, which unfortunately we can't afford. And so like we're going back and forth and we're making all these assumptions. And I just think no one is saying that the city's not done anything. We're up here just trying to do more, and we're politicizing something that is as simple as, well, we've heard your concerns. DTSM has gone over this and pontificated on this whole thing for a year, and now we've come to the moment, and now we're going to go back and forth about tasers and chambers. And I didn't even understand your Second Amendment. I wouldn't even want to sit here and say how somebody should load this gun or not, as we're talking about it as if it's been used, as if this company that we're talking to has used their gun, and he just explained the situation once in 10 years. And I think it's because we're politicizing something, and I think we just need to move forward. We have a security team who's going to be making connections. Yes, they are not going to be building apartment buildings for anybody. They're not Department of Mental Health. They're a company who is thinking outside the box, that has seen what is happening today in society and has said, wow, it looks like we need more than just security to make people feel safe. We need to be able to engage with individuals who are experiencing homelessness and other issues. We have people having psychotic breakdowns. Look, no one's saying that this is zombie. People exaggerate. We have both ends of this that's polarizing. We have people who want to pretend like nothing's happening, and that's not okay. And then we have people who are saying, oh my God, it's the worst place we've ever seen. Let's take a compilation of pictures of every horrible thing you see during the day and come here every city council meeting and exploit it. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying in the middle, Santa Monica is much safer than a lot of our neighboring cities. I visit other cities east of here weekly in programs that I do for my nonprofit, and I can tell you, I feel much more safe at night here in Santa Monica walking alone than I do in the other cities. However, it's not to say that we don't have our issues, and we are fortunate that we have resources and people who are willing to put their heads together and their finances to do something about it. And that's all. So here we are, the lucky citizens of Santa Monica that have a DTSM board that has figured out a way to address some of the concerns of our constituents. At this point, the city is doing an amazing job at revitalizing the promenade, reducing red tape, creating opportunities for engagement with the community, and DTSM has come up with a response to the community's concerns with safety. And coupled with everything that we're doing in our amazing police force, our CSOs, our DART team, and all of the services that are in the city, and we hope that the county and whatnot can provide even more. We hope to gnaw around the edges of this situation, because we are not going to police, security, build, or social service our way out of this issue. But we're all just doing what we can do. So I'd like to just move forward with the vote.
Ms. Anderson-Warren, can we have a roll call vote?
Sure. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Absolutely yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0.
Okay. Now we're moving on to the 16 items.
Yes, we are. But first we need a motion to go past 11.
I'm second.
All right, moved by Terosas, seconded by Brock. We need a roll call vote, please.
Terosas and then Brock. Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously. We'll be going past 11, so let's move on to the next item.
Okay, next we have a 16 item. It's recommendation to rescind the July 14, 2022 appointment of Sonia Wilson and Boyko Buczynski to the Human Services Commission and consider new appointment to the vacancy on the commission with the term ending June 30th, 2026.
All right, and Madam Clerk, it says you are going to,
Oh, I'm supposed to introduce this.
it says introduced by you.
I'm sorry.
Because it says nominations, but we're not appointing anyone, we're just voting to rescind these nominations.
To rescind tonight.
And as I understand it, it's because they were never appropriately sworn in.
Right, they never were sworn in, they never attended a meeting, and staff tried many, many times.
Right.
You guys have documentation.
Right, so what this does is simply rescinds those two appointments, and then we'll have to open up the two positions in accordance with our normal procedures.
That is correct.
All right, does everyone understand that? Does someone want to make a motion?
I
like to-
move.
oh, go ahead.
You go ahead.
I'd like to move to rescind the appointment of Sonia Wilson and Boyko Buczynski to the Human Services Commission and consider new appointments to the vacancy with the term ending in June 30th.
I second that.
All right, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, seconded by Councilmember Terosas. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, and then we have designation of voting delegate and alternate for the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo. This will be held September 20th through the 22nd in Sacramento, California.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Phil Brock and Caroline Terosas.
All right, well, we only get one voting delegate and we get one alternate, so
Yes.
which one for which?
Phil would be the voting delegate and Caroline would be the alternate.
All right, any other nominations? I would nominate Carolyn to be the voting delegate and Councilmember Brock to be the alternate.
Who is it now? Can I ask? Is it how is
There isn't one.
Oh, it's a
You-
League of Cities.
You appoint it every time we,
every time. Who went last time, I guess? How was it structured?
Carolyn and I went last time.
But that was at SCAG.
Oh, that was
That was
SCAG.
SCAG.
League of Cities.
Okay.
Do we know who?
I was the SCAG, the league delegate last year.
And the voting delegate at SCAG.
Yes.
And who is the alternate for League of Cities?
No, I've never been to League of Cities. Sorry, my mic isn't on.
there it goes. All right, so let's do it. So we have two nominations. We have Brock as the voting delegate and Terosas as the alternate, and Terosas as the voting delegate and Brock as the alternate. So can we have a roll call vote? Do people understand the choice?
So you
Well,
say
you're going to either, I think what you should do is, we'll just do it this way. Say Brock if you want Brock to be the voting delegate with Terosas to be the alternate. Say Terosas if you want Terosas to be the voting delegate with Brock to be the alternate.
All right. Councilmember Swick?
Brock.
Councilmember Para?
Brock.
Councilmember Brock?
Brock.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Brock.
Councilmember Terosas?
Terosas, but obviously I'm losing here.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Brock.
And Mayor Davis?
Terosas.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll both represent us well, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Request of Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, and Councilmember Swick that the City Council direct the City Manager to explore and propose policy and regulatory changes needed to elevate Santa Monica's attractiveness as a major event venue. Positioning Santa Monica as the sought-after location to attract local and international events would facilitate the city's ability to proactively capitalize on several upcoming opportunities and support local businesses, stimulate economic recovery, further promote tourism, and provide new revenue sources to fund community programs and services for Santa Monica residents.
All right, and I'll take the first stab at this. So this is an outgrowth of ongoing conversations I've been having with folks around the community. I'm sure most people know that recently the CONCACAF finals, the Gold Cup finals were held down at SoFi Stadium, that in 2025 there will be additional CONCACAF games played at SoFi. In 2026 there will be World Cup games played at SoFi, and of course in 2028 we will be a venue city for the Olympics. In addition, there are a number of other events that, for example, we recently had the AIDS ride conclude here in Los Angeles, and although it hasn't happened in a while, for some years we had the marathon end here in Santa Monica. And so the idea is to address some of the impediments to whether it's bringing the events directly to Santa Monica or having events that are being held in nearby venues and making sure that folks who are attending those events come to Santa Monica to stay in our hotels, to eat at our restaurants, to enjoy our shore. The idea is to try and address some of the impediments we've had to doing so. For example, we have issues with the use of certain parking lots during certain times of the year when we could probably offer those parking lots to some of these event promoters, not only make money, but also essentially be a way of broadcasting the beauty of Santa Monica. We know that worked very well during the Super Bowl when it was at SoFi. We also had a number of events down at the beach when Major League Baseball had the All-Star Game at Dodger Stadium. And so the idea is really, every time we did that, there was sort of a one-off where we had to go through the process over and try and decide what to do, which was very time-consuming from staff side, but also made it difficult for us to know what we could offer the event promoters in terms of opportunities and what our charges would be. So the idea is to try and come up with policies and procedures, working with stakeholders to make sure that we can do our best to bring these events, or if the events are happening in neighborhood communities, benefit from the events that are happening in neighborhood communities. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, did you want to add anything?
I mean, I think you covered it all.
All right, Councilmember Zwick.
Likewise, you did a great job, Mayor.
All right. Any comments, questions? All right, I will move.
I have one.
Sure, go right ahead, Councilmember De La Torre.
I think it's great. It's right on point. One thing though is I'd like to. I feel like up front to say some. There should be some language to talk about diverse. Diverse events. Like that we're inclusive in the type of events that we promote or that we are trying to attract.
Well, that would certainly, how about if we do this, that I was going to make a motion that we direct the city manager to explore and propose policy and regulatory changes needed to elevate Santa Monica's attractiveness as a major event venue, positioning Santa Monica as a sought-after location to attract inclusive local and international events.
That sounds great.
All right, and to attract inclusive local and international events, and to facilitate the city's ability to proactively capitalize on several upcoming opportunities and support local businesses, stimulate economic recovery, further promote tourism, and provide new revenue sources to fund community programs and services for Santa Monica residents.
So moved.
I actually moved that, but I'll take that as a second. All right. We have a motion by Davis, seconded by De La Torre. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously, 7-0.
Okay. Request of Councilmember Terosas, Mayor Davis, and Councilmember Zwick that the City Council direct the City Manager to return to Council with recommendations addressing skilled and trained labor requirements for renewable energy projects and related infrastructure either city-funded or placed upon city property to be installed by state-certified electricians. The City Manager should address the proposed requirements outlined in Attachment A in developing recommendations for Council consideration.
All right, Councilmember Terosas, I think you'll take the lead on this.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks. So I think that all of us have said that creating a healthier, cleaner, safer city and built environment is important to us. It's one of our priorities. It's been a priority for a long time as we've been at the forefront of sustainability. And I think the development of our electric vehicle infrastructure is kind of central to that. I would also say that we know there's an unprecedented amount of federal and state funding coming down currently under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, Inflation Reduction Act, various greenhouse gas reduction fund monies coming from the state. And I think that it's incumbent on us to create the green new economy of the future. And that really means creating a pathway for folks into high road jobs. That's jobs with pension benefit, family sustaining wages, and make sure that we're working closely with our partners in labor as we're building out this electric vehicle infrastructure. I would just say I was actually surprised to learn that the city had not already adopted such a policy. It's pretty standard in other jurisdictions that I've worked with. I think if we're going to say that we're a leader in fighting climate change, we have to make sure our electric infrastructure is developed in alignment with our climate and sustainability priorities. I would also just say that I'm familiar with IBEW, the Electric Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. One of their representatives spoke. They specifically have an electric vehicle infrastructure training program. It's an industry recognized training program that's been recognized by the state to address technical and safety requirements, and it provides skilled training for state certified electricians. So I'm actually asking that we put in skilled and trained labor language into future projects on a going forward basis. I want to be very clear that this would not affect any projects that we currently have in the pipeline. So thanks.
All right, Councilmember Zwick, do you have anything to add?
No, that's fine. Thanks.
All right. I think the only thing I would add, that the thing that I find particularly attractive about this, aside from the fact that obviously making sure that we are using, well-paid labor for our projects, is the apprenticeship program. Because I will say, during my time, for example, on the Expo Construction Authority, one of the real issues we had was we had a local hiring requirement, but there were insufficient people within the community of Santa Monica who qualified for those jobs because they didn't have the appropriate certifications or training. So having an apprenticeship program will increase our ability to actually provide more opportunities for folks in Santa Monica. Any other comments or questions? Anyone want to make a motion? Go, take it away, Councilmember.
Sure. I move that we adopt 16D, and I will direct the city manager to return to council with recommendations for addressing the skilled and trained labor requirements on renewable energy projects.
Second.
All right. Moved by Terosas, seconded by Negrete. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0.
Okay, and our last item is a request of Councilmember Brock and Councilmember De La Torre that the City Council direct the City Manager to assign unspent funds from the fiscal year 2022-23 individual council member travel budgets allocated to former Mayor Himmelrich and former Mayor Pro Tem McCowan to the fiscal year 2022-23 travel budget for any council members whose expenditures exceeded the amount that each was allocated for the year.
All right, Councilmember Brock or Councilmember De La Torre, who's taking the lead on this?
Yeah. I think it's a valuable thing for council members to visit other cities, attend conferences, learn from colleagues. So this is really important, and there's a need for this. Thankfully, Councilwoman Himmelrich and Councilwoman McCowan didn't use all their allocated travel funds, so this would not impact any of anyone's travel funds now, and I think it would provide us some resources so that we can continue to expand our horizons and our knowledge of what other cities are doing to address the serious problems that we're facing here in the city of Santa Monica.
And did you want to add anything, Councilmember Brock?
Yes. I was told at the end of March that I was, after attending the Civic Well Conference in Monterey, that I had exceeded my year's travel budget. I had not been aware of that in the past because we were in COVID, because we had a change of staff. We had a new staff member who was diligent about the new administrative assistant in City Manager White's office, who let me know that we were running over. At that point, there was no way to rectify that. And I am now being very diligent in making sure that I do not go over and that my travel funds will last the entire year. However, as Councilmember Delatorre mentioned, the conferences I went to, I brought back many ideas for Santa Monica and was able to engage with other council members several times in order to understand more about my position, my job, and responsibilities and what opportunities there were to help the city that I love. So I ask that we move to transfer those unused funds on the condition, obviously, that it never happens again.
Is there a second?
Are you
I'll
seconding?
second. All right, so moved by Brock, seconded by Para.
Okay.
I have a couple questions. So we actually, at a previous council meeting, I apologize, moved all of the unused travel funds, including Mayor Himmelrich's and Mayor Pro Tem McCowan's, rolled it over into this budgetary year's discretionary funds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the effect of this would be to remove how much from the discretion, because the money would then have to come out of the discretionary fund to do this. Is that correct? I mean, effectively,
$5,861.
Okay, all right. And that would come out of the discretionary fund that we have available to us this year as a council.
It would come out of the funds that would have been rolled over into discretionary into fiscal year 23-24.
Right. So if we adopt this motion, then that money will not go into the discretionary fund. I just want to make sure I'm understanding how this is going to work. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
So I have a question. So up until just recently, and I don't know because, I mean, I've been on here 2 years, but anyways, has there been given, city manager, an accounting periodically, regularly, like, hey, here's your, because this is the first time this year that I've gotten, like, here's your budget and some information relating to it, and it sounds like prior to this, there wasn't regular updates saying before, as you've used this much, you're now registering to go to another event, and here's how much the event costs, here's how much your flights are, now you only have this left. Like, was that not something that was done regularly? Is that how we got into this mess?
So I would say you probably would not have heard about it regularly because as it was being tracked and monitored, folks were not exceeding their travel budget allowance. So, for example, in this case, as Councilmember Brock mentioned in March, staff had brought to my attention that he had about $1,000 left in his account that he was projected to go over. So that triggered a notification to Councilmember Brock that he was going over. Other notifications have been provided to council members when the projection was that they were going over. Otherwise, there's no need to provide that notification. But we have, on a proactive basis, decided that we are going to start regularly providing that information to council members. But my suggestion to you would be that you had not heard anything because there were no issues.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not being required to obviously we should be checking it to a certain degree, but we're not booking the flights all the time, so oftentimes we don't see that information. And whether it's exhausted or not, are we now going to make sure that we're proactively, is what you're saying, we're going to be getting quarterly or updates on where we're at? Okay, and then just to clarify what Mayor Davis said, because we did vote now, before it would go, the leftover funds would go into the abyss of the general fund. But now what is much better is that it's still within the council discretion, so to speak, right? Because it still has a community benefit, not that the general fund doesn't, but there's some discretion as the seven of us up here as to where that money goes. Correct. And so the funds as of this last fiscal year are now going to roll over, but taking these funds out, does it come out of discretionary fund that we have allotted right now as of July 1st?
No, so we would have transferred over Let's just make it simple. We would have transferred over about 15 to 16,000 to discretionary funds.
From everybody's unused.
Prior to this action, if council approves this action tonight, that we will transfer over $9,762 to discretionary funds.
In addition to the discretionary funds that are given to us.
In addition to what is currently in your budget for fiscal year 23-24, that's correct.
And prior to this additional, we never had this sort of extra surplus because before Mayor Davis made that motion to change where it goes, it would just go into general fund. So in essence, what we've...
Correct. You did not have policy guidance that would have transferred unused travel funds to discretionary. That's correct.
And then this, to be clear, this is a one-time thing. And you're not going to be attending every single conference.
So if I can, not only that will it be monitored, but if I can respond to that slightly. I was notified on March 20th that I was already over. And I don't make any of my, I don't make a decision to go to a conference without talking to the city manager's office. In other words, I don't just, none of us make any just snap our fingers and say we're going to go to a conference on our own. So the registration is paid for by the city. The hotels, generally, it's a credit card that's used by the city manager's office, CM's office, to pay for that. And I always discussed with whoever was in the city manager's office, whether it be Gilbert or Stephanie, plane fare and how to minimize plane fare or travel. So in every single case, the city knew everything in advance. And they flagged me after the Civic Well conference in Monterey.
So this is just for one conference?
No, it was just general. I went over, and really what someone should have said is before we booked that conference, hey, you would go over if you went to this. So they didn't. And obviously probably Oscar had the same thing for other council members. I know, and Anuj has made it very clear. Anuj sent out a memo 48 hours ago that from now on they would give us quarterly reports and we would have an idea. And I'm sticking I will stick to that religiously, because I certainly don't ever want to be seen as using the city's money in vain or going over the budget. I just didn't know what I was assigned. And staff never, because there were changes in staff and changes because of COVID when we didn't travel the first year I was in office at all. That was the difference. And in addition to that, if it's not a city-sanctioned organization that we're part of, that either one of us is a representative to or that we are part of. So independent cities we're part of. Last year, I did ask for permission to go to contract cities because they cut the fee in half. And I came to council on a 16 item and asked permission. So even that, staff knew about in advance. I would never do anything unless the city approved it.
All right, Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, Ms. Anderson-Warren, is it possible to put the chart up on the screen just so that all of us can look at it? Thanks. So I'm just a little bit confused, I think, because if it sounds like what you're saying, Phil, is, or excuse me, Councilmember Brock, is that kind of staff was approving this and you didn't know your budget. But it sounds like you were told that you had about $1,000 in your account in March. So how many conferences did you attend after you were notified of that?
The difference was they had already paid. So at March 20th, they showed that after I attended Civic Well, the day after I came back, that I was going to have a deficit, which I didn't know about. Otherwise, I would never have attended the Civic Well conference, which is energy, the environment, and looking forward at what we can do in California to do better.
So the conference was $5,000?
No, I think it's $800 or $900.
So how did you get to the $5,000?
Hold on,
okay.
hold on. And then the second part of that was that the next conference, I believe the SCAG conference, had already been paid for by the city at that point. So as you pay conference registration, at least I try and make sure that we pay early bird registration to try and save money. And for instance, the SCAG conference, I got a day free on that conference and a reduced rate because I'm on a SCAG committee.
And city manager, isn't our council travel policy in city code? Like, this is not, we have a council travel policy, do we not?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, it's a resolution.
And I'm pretty sure that was provided to me when I was onboarded to the council. And I'm pretty sure that would have, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, was that provided to everyone on the council?
I can't speak to what was provided to council members prior to me being here, so I would defer to others. I can only say what we've done since I've been here. So we provide it, but Councilmember Brock, Mayor Pro Tem McGray, they all started before I got here.
We weren't even open for a year and a half.
Yeah.
It was like.
Okay.
Okay. I would just say that I think we have a pretty generous travel budget, and I think that, you know, for me at least, I'll just speak for myself, fiscal responsibility is very important. I think that there's a difference between like personal enrichment and benefit to the community. And I think there are some trade-offs there. You have to decide like how, you know, what is the amount of personal enrichment and city business I need to conduct versus what are the services that we're going to provide to the community. And I'm just concerned that we've already made a decision that this is money that can go into council member discretionary money. And last year we funded things like graduations and trips and for our youth. You know, I think, you know, sending our students abroad, et cetera, and and now we're suggesting that instead those dollars should go back to us effectively. Sure, but again, I'm still struggling with that trade-off. And then I would also say, you know, I'm not clear, are we presenting itemized accounting of like when we have meals, et cetera, et cetera? City Manager White, I mean.
So we have invoices for registration, we have invoices for flight, but for food, it's done on a per diem basis, so we don't need to have receipts submitted to us. We just will reimburse for meals other than what is covered by the conference, and the amount of the per diem is based on where the conference is.
Yeah, just because I would say I've received communication from folks who are concerned and want to know about the itemized accounting of the over expenditure and like how we got to this, you know, multiple thousands of dollars amount. So I would just say I would express that I have concerns.
Councilmember Swick.
I would say I've been contacted by a number of residents of our city as well about this, and I feel like our first duty as elected officials is to ensure that the hard-earned taxpayer money that we take is spent wisely, and that we spend and that we stay within our means as a city. I think a lot of residents are concerned about our ability to be good stewards of our tax dollars, that we spend the money wisely, that we spend it on programs and services that keep our residents safe and healthy and happy. There's a lot of concern that we don't have enough money to do a lot of our basic priorities, from after-school care to public safety to parks to arts to funding trips for our students so that they can go and receive cultural enrichment regardless of their economic status. I know that our discretionary fund budget this year is less than it was the year before. And I'm also struggling a bit with what kind of message we're sending, particularly during this time of financial distress when we can't even stay within our own personal budgets, which we were all allotted, and what kind of message we're spending when money that could be spent on any number of services within our community to enrich our community, that could add hours to our library, say, or that could provide a voucher, motel voucher to get a family off the street, or any number of things should go back to our own pockets. So as much as I would like to help in this situation, I don't know what kind of message this sends, and I don't know what kind of message it sends to residents who've expressed concern to me about how we act as good stewards of their tax dollars.
Councilmember De La Torre.
I mean, it wouldn't take much to go into the former council members that before we were elected, right, before 2020, and study, how much everybody used in terms of like travel and so forth. And I can guarantee you that it was a lot more than what we're looking up right there. And other things as well, like I learned that, Council Member McEwen, for example, the council was paying his internet, for example, and he was the only council member that was that the city was paying for his internet service. None of us get internet service, right? Am I right? We all have to pay it from our own pockets, and that's a service that we're providing to the community by us, getting the communications, responding to constituents, and so forth. So, I mean, what's our salary? I said $14,000 the other day, and Brock said, "What? You're getting $14,000?" It's like $12,000 a year, right? For what we provide, the service that we provide. I think it's a great deal for the city of Santa Monica, the amount of work that we do in these long hours and so forth. So all in all, this travel budget is not, it makes it sound like this is going to somebody's personal sort of benefit. Like when Brock or Councilmember Brock or anybody goes on that's all conference. Those are conferences that have been approved. It's not like, hey, I want to go to Spain, to take my family and go on a vacation. That's not what that is. That's what we got invited to go to a conference. We're going to represent the city of Santa Monica. So, let's just be very clear about that. So in terms of the answer, on the question of like, well, how do we explain this to the residents? I think it's like, these are conferences. This is professional development. This is representing the city of Santa Monica. This is about learning, what other cities are doing. I think there's a lot of value in that. I think so. I think every time that I've gone to a conference, I come back inspired, to serve, new ideas. There's things that we're bringing forward right now. I can just say from my own personal experience, I went to one conference, and by the way, there's conferences also that we get scholarships for, so I know for just not too long ago, I applied, did the work, got the scholarship, so it cost the city of Santa Monica $0. And I brought back a lot of information on workforce development, and I'm looking forward to developing those plans, with my colleagues to make that happen for the residents of the city. So I think, I know, politics gets in the way of a lot, but really I think there's a lot of value here, and just in defense of all of us, nobody was given a report to say, hey, you're going over. Just not too long ago, though, and I just want to give credit to staff, because this did happen, where a staff member, Gilbert, told me, hey, you've met you're at the, basically we can't get you to this conference, for this fiscal cycle. And so there is new communication. I know a new communication. We doubt that this is going to happen again. I mean, Councilmember Brock just said, that's not going to happen, because we'll have that information in front of us that we didn't have in the past. So I'm hoping that I can guarantee the residents of this city that this will never happen again. This will be a one-time thing that's beneficial to the cities, to the residents of the city, and beneficial to the city, and beneficial to those that are serving up here in terms of our professional development. I don't see that what's $5,000 out of a budget of $700 million? Is that what our budget is? $740 something million. It's not a huge amount, but duly noted. I think this conversation is important. I'm hearing the concerns of everyone here, and we will do a lot better moving forward.
Councilmember Brock.
And one reason we'll do better is because our staff will provide us the guidance that we need to be able to do better. But I'm going to take a couple of minutes because, and I apologize because it's late, but I just want to look at just one of the committees that I was at for the National League of Cities the other day, which, by the way, I really object, Councilmember Terosas, to you saying anything about personal enrichment or personal gain from a conference when we sacrifice our normal work life to go there. So I've lost money on every conference, on everything I do for the city of Santa Monica, almost every day. My business has lost over $200,000 that we had made the previous year because I'm a council member. But that's more important to me, trying to help my fellow residents. So I want to go over just one of the committees that I went through in Tacoma for the National League of Cities Public Safety and Anti-Crime Commission, and 7 hours on that the other day, and over 2 different days. And that's not counting the Council on Education, Families, and Youth. We talked about retention and recruitment of public safety workforce. We talked about the 988 National Crisis Hotline. We talked extensively about fentanyl trafficking and what we could do to get the federal government to provide more earmarks to individual cities, not to states, but to cities in our nation. We talked about draft resolutions, the prevention of fentanyl and substance use overdoses and deaths, because part of this particular committee was working on federal earmarks and federal programs to make sure that we try and get money to our cities. We went to a drone demonstration. I already said earlier we went to on a visit to 3 different homeless shelters, 2 hours at each shelter. We worked, we saw drones, the drone company that's now working in Santa Monica. We went to an outdoor demonstration with them and they showed us their capabilities. We went to drones as first responders. We had a 2-hour session on mass shootings, how to prevent mass shootings in our cities and how can we communicate to our residents better. We talked about transforming 911, which is something we need to do in Santa Monica. We talked about things that didn't have to do with Santa Monica, for instance, the Farm Bill. We talked on my behalf, I brought up the fact that I want the Alcohol and Tobacco Administration to not just talk about how we're going to decide on what the ballistic caliber of each bullet that's used to catch murders, but to do youth programs to try and stop murders from happening. So giving youth services in each city, more services, more after-school help, trying to envelop students with help so that young people didn't turn to gangs, they didn't turn to drugs, they didn't turn to violence. We talked about something that I think is very important and we haven't really discussed fully in Santa Monica. And there has been tons of federal money for broadband and broadband micro utilities as well. We haven't discussed that very much in Santa Monica, but I discussed it during my campaign because I thought it was important. We talked about PFAS contamination and regulation. We discussed the bipartisan infrastructure law, which had just allocated $10 billion for PFAS. All right, we talked about the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee on bipartisan legislation. We talked about homes for every local protector, educator, and the Responder Act of 2023. A lot of these things you're involved with at LA County, but I'm not at LA County. So the way I get this information is by going to a conference, by going to seminars. We talked about the fact that not only did we need early entry workforce housing for people in our community, we also talked about the 2018 Support Act, how it had failed in some ways, how it succeeded in some ways, which was to tackle the opioid crisis, which is impacting Santa Monica directly each and every day. That's not training we get in Santa Monica. But by convening with 300 other mayors and council members across the nation, there's a chance for us to get that information. So I can go on. I mean, it was everything from rail safety, which doesn't have to do with Santa Monica, but they were talking about the East Palestine, Ohio disaster. So we talked to the chief and deputy chief of the Tacoma Police Department. I met with police officers and mayors from other cities, including everyone from Cerritos to Torrance to New York City to Atlanta, cities that we would never have contact with. So when I go to a conference, and as you know, Caroline, because you were with me at another conference, I take each conference quite seriously. And it is absolutely never, ever an attempt to gain anything by going to the conference except gain more education, Mr. Zwick, to help our residents, to help my constituents. I hope you guys take advantage of going to those too within budget. Period. I can go on. I don't want to keep going on. But I'm actually kind of offended that you're trying to make political gain over something which isn't about political gain. I understand you're trying to make it into a campaign issue for next year, and that's BS.
Okay, you're getting way off base here. Councilmember Parra would like to speak next. I'm going to give her the floor.
Thank you. I'm not going to beat, a dead horse, but I also take offense to Councilman's comments about expenditures and what happened, because our experience was very different than your experience being onboarded onto the city and then your interactions with staff. And so we essentially were behind Windows and virtual for a year, pretty much, give or take. And every single department head and that we dealt with was an intern person. And people were telling us one thing and then doing another thing. And this happened on and off for over a year and a half. And during that period of time, in the 2 years, and mind you, I am a city employee. I read everything. I'm very familiar with how this process works. Again, when someone is booking your flight, your air, working on your per diems, working on your transportation to and from, you may have a guesstimation on maybe one or two of those items, but at the end of the day, you don't know exactly how much that conference actually costs. And so, shame on me for not asking every single time. But you know what? You would think I have enough things on my mind that having to deal with, with all the work that I'm having to move forward, that's something that would be, given to me on a quarterly basis. And so, I heard from the city manager saying, you haven't heard from anybody because you obviously didn't go over. But at the same time, we didn't hear from anybody. So that tells you right there that nobody was letting us know, hey, by the way, heads up, you're $1,000 away. Heads up, you're that away. And so that's something that needs to be taken into consideration, And one of the things, too, when you talk about, personal enrichment, really? I'm, again, city employee, just like you're a county employee. Whenever I go on vacation, I have to take my own personal vacation time. As a city employee, it's not a lot of time that you get. Not only do I have to take vacation time, I have to work out babysitters and practices and all these other types of things, so that I can attend a conference, so that I can be better informed and understand, a little bit more about what affects my city and my community. So this particular issue today happens to be an oversight. So miscommunication, oversight, call it what you wish. Call it what you want, but to politicize it, and every single time you guys are trying to find little things to try to politicize, that's not okay. And I'm not down with that.
Okay, Councilmember Parra, let's stick to the issue and let's not make personal attacks on our colleagues. I mean, you can finish, but I just, I'm not making personal attacks per se. I'm just saying, it felt like a very personal attack on Phil and Oscar, and I'm not good with that. And so it goes both ways. So I'm done.
Can I just clarify that?
No, you can't clarify. We're going down the
Richmond is being
we're going down the list. No, we're not, because I haven't had a chance to speak yet, because you've all been yelling at each other. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I think it's important. It's late, but I do think that this conversation is important. And I'm just going to cut through the passive aggressiveness, and some of it is just, some of us have expressed our opinions quite directly, and just bring up a few issues. I think there is a difference 2 years ago and even today of who's on the dais, right? We have a very diverse dais, which is what makes us so unique and great in a lot of ways. However, some of us have served for over a decade. Some of us have served in other capacities in government and have been to events or conferences or have the information already and don't really see these as valuable. So there were 3 new council members And I think they were eager to get whatever information they could. And so I just want to point out that, you know, this is going back to this diversity, equity, and inclusion piece that we talk about, that a lot of times it's not just about, it's about a lot of things. It's about what information we all have, what education and background we all have. And I think a lot of the people who were, you know, the 3 council members that were elected in 2020, myself included for this, you know, some of us have not been privy to a lot of the information that's given out at these conferences, not to mention the connections. I've been to conferences and I have seen other council members, both council members that aren't on the council anymore and ones that are today, and they have relationships with other cities that are valuable. And so I do think that beyond just the information that we get, also the relationships that we make, they're long-term, and they do give us an opportunity to work with individuals that are working on the same issues and hear from them and create friendships and a professional circle where, you know, you can engage with people and kind of gain some skill set, have other cities to look at. Like, for example, there's mayors in other cities that I've met on conferences who I now have a friendship with, and they often bounce ideas off of me and vice versa, and it's been really helpful. So I just want to point that out. And I think I understood what, and I don't want to speak for you, Councilmember Torosas, but I think the point was being made that, you know, we go to these conferences to impact the community. And so we're either getting information that is making us a better council person, and, you know, therefore we're serving the community better, or we're literally getting information that we're going to take right back to city council and apply, and it's going to impact our city somehow. And I think there's this gray line in there, then it goes to like perception and independent feelings about certain things. So for example, just to be really clear, I remember a couple years ago asking our old mayor, like, should I go to this? Should I go to that? And it was, you know, everyone had difference of opinions, because I do work full time. I have a retail store, I have kids, and I have to pick and choose what makes the most sense. So I was told often, like, first of all, we all have our issues that are specific to us. Some of us are attending conferences that are specific to certain things, whether it be clean energy or the environment. Some of us are more concerned with public safety or whatnot. And so I would be told, this is not really worth your time. This one is worth your time. There's nothing wrong with that, because I was asking, these are my confinements and the time I have, is this worth it? A lot of these conferences tend to be repetitive. So for me personally, I get the information. If I see if it's sort of going to be repetitive in another one, I might not attend. However, some of us may feel like every conference has something to offer. I mean, trust me, I look at this all the time, and I see conferences I would like to attend. My schedule doesn't permit. So I think some of us on council, and I'm just going to be specific, Brock has more flexibility with his time, and that's okay. Your work is different. You don't have to open up a physical location. So you've made yourself more available to conferences, and so because you're the highest tier, it's not a negative thing. I'm just calling it like it is. I'm just calling. No. Listen, I'm talking, but I have the floor.
You don't.
I'm not saying you don't work. I'm supporting. I'm supporting everybody here. This is not a negative thing. I'm calling it like it is. Some of us have jobs that require us being somewhere physically during the day. Some of us have jobs that are a little bit more flexible, but still require us, or we have families that make travel harder, and some of us don't. And some of us want to go to all the conferences, and some of us don't see value in all the conferences. And that's all. And in particular, I think the issue is, if you're going, I think the comment about like whether or not you have to figure out, like, am I going just to make myself more informed on all these issues, and how much does that really impact the city? And I think that was the comment. But I do want to point out that we don't get to say, like, you just gave a long report, Philbrook, about the last conference you went to. And we are incentivized to get up here, report out, and now we have the chocolonely. And the key is to get it out quick, because we don't want to belabor the meetings, right? And so in that short amount of time, we're not really able to share what we took back from the meeting and how it's going to impact the community. And I think that's an issue. I don't want to say that everyone should get a 10-minute report. I don't know if maybe there's some other piece of information that would make everybody feel more comfortable that, wow, people really came back with something. I don't know if it's something written or some written piece that we should be submitting. But I think that's an issue too. Like we're kind of, the key is to say it as fast as you can. So we're up here and we just kind of, rattle off the titles of the things that we went to. And it may seem to the public like, well, what did they really get out of this? So a lot of it is unseen information. It's unseen and connections that may be providing more benefit to others because some people don't work in government and don't have all the experience. And for other council members, they might not think that these things are as valuable. They might think they're a waste of time, or they might think they already have the information, or they have other resources to get it. So I think this is the issue. It doesn't feel equitable when you first look at it on paper, because I'll be honest with you, when I first looked at it, I thought, well, geez, I didn't get $4,400 more to go anywhere, or I don't get to put that into the discretionary fund to maybe give it to a baseball team or the high school that's going somewhere. However, this is just a circumstance where there was poor systems in place before that weren't alerting council members to what was left. And there are council members that really want to go to more conferences than others. And we can sit here and try to figure out why that is, but I mean, that's just up to personal opinion right now if we sit here and do that. And I think the key is just not doing this in the future. And I would assume that now that some of us have been on council for a couple of years and we've attended some of these conferences, we're probably, I would think, you might skip some of them the next year because you've already been to it and the information's the same.
Did you want to speak, Councilmember Terosas? All right, so seeing no one else in the queue, I'm going to make, I don't think this has anything to do with the value of the conferences. I mean, if people want to go to conferences and they find them valuable, that's great. I will say in the past, when there have been conferences that I've wanted to go to and I've been close to my travel budget, I pay for them myself. And how do I pay for them myself? Because I want to remind everyone up here, we get over $1,000 a month from the city. And I use that to supplement the travel budget if need be. On other occasions, for example, I know you all went to Asilomar that used to be held up in Yosemite. I love the Ahwahnee, but the Ahwahnee is twice as much as the Yosemite Lodge. So I paid for my own hotel, again, using the money I get as a council member. So I don't think this has anything to do with whether or not any particular conference is valuable. I think it has to do with the fact that if people go to conferences and they find them valuable, great, but at some point we get a limited budget, and the question is whether or not who's going to absorb that overage. And I do want to address the issue about it doesn't seem like a lot of money. Then let me just give you a perfect example. This last weekend, our local Pony League team qualified for the World Series. They've asked for us to supplement the families that they have 7 families for whom going to the World Series will be a financial burden. I can't give them, I mean, they wanted like so much money it would have used our entire discretionary fund. But in talking to them, there was some amount we could offer. I would be uncomfortable offering that to them because it's roughly the amount that we would be diverting from the discretionary fund. One of the reasons I made the 16 motion was to take the unused travel budget and to move it into the discretionary funds. Our discretionary fund started out at basically 2/3 of what it was in previous years. And in the context of the budget, we all saw that clearly we spent $180,000 out of our discretionary budget last year, and we only have $140 starting out this year. And so the idea was, how could we find some additional money? Because I do think that discretionary money is also very important. I think it is very important for us to support the youth in this town, whether it's allowing families that might not be otherwise be able to afford it to go on international trips, or to support Samo High graduation, or to support, open street events, because I have an outstanding request from 2 bids who would like us to support their open streets events. And given that we have far less money this year than we've had in the past, it's been one of those things where I've had to tell people, well, we'll have to see. And so I look at this, with all due respect to council members Brock and Negretti, De La Torre, I apologize, that this is money that if we give to take out of the discretionary fund, that is money that we cannot use for other purposes, which to me are very valuable. And so that's to some extent where My concern is, I was not involved in the conversations about, when people were told they were going over their budgets, but I do know, because I've actually had to do this in the past as well, you can cancel conferences. If you were going over your budget, you can say, I had to cancel one time because I had a trial where the judge said, you're not leaving. And I was like, I'm supposed to be somewhere else. And he said, that's nice, you're not leaving. So you can cancel these conferences once you became aware of the issue. And again, it doesn't have to, or you could have gone and said, well, I'm willing to go, but I'll pay for myself, which I have done in the past. I mean, I just signed up for a conference in Dallas in October. I'm paying for myself because it's something that I was invited to go to, and it sounds very interesting. So I guess that's my concern, is not so much that it's taking money sort of out of some amorphous fund, but it really is impacting our ability to help, some very worthwhile causes within our city. And yeah, it's not a ton of money, but I guarantee to that Pony League team that $5,000 would make a big difference in the ability of some of those families to go to the World Series. It might make a difference for some of our youth at the high school to go to Europe with a choral group or an orchestral group. So that's sort of how I'm viewing it. And obviously I'm glad to hear that we now have processes in place where this isn't going to happen again. But I do think that, I'm very reluctant, with all, again, due respect to Council Members Brock and De La Torre, to effectively take this money out that we've already allocated to the discretionary fund and take it out and make it unavailable to do other things. Council Member De La Torre.
We're a governance team, and if we were really a team, it would be like, look, the facts are, people weren't notified. There's been staff changes. I mean, even as city council members, we've been requesting staff support. Councilwoman Torosas shows up to meetings now, with support.
Let's address the issue before us relating
I'm talking
to
about
these
what
budgets.
council members need, in order for them to be effective in their work, and here, the facts are that if people aren't notified, we depend on staff to tell us. Like, in fact, now it's happened. I just went through a situation where, our staff member said, "Oh, you know what? You've met your allocation for that fiscal cycle, so you can do it next fiscal cycle." Okay, fine, but that's the first time that anyone has ever said anything. This happened because, in part, lack of communication so people understand sort of, okay, where you're at with those funds. It won't happen again. Obviously, we know there's value in doing what's being done here. But if we want to get into like, well, we don't have enough money for this and that, I can point at decisions that people have made on this dais. $15 million on a voting rights case to keep Latinos in the city of Santa Monica, from having one seat at the table. I didn't vote for that, but some people did. Some people excluded me from conversations, How much did that cost the city? $800,000. So we're talking about, maybe like at least $16 million, that has already been spent, that decisions have been made. Talk about like, how can we really support, people, residents and so forth, and the decisions we're making and the impact that it's having. To point this out, it's politics, it's really kind of like not even positive for our working relationship. I get it, I get it. Let's hold each other accountable. I'm not against that. Like, believe me, no one's ever going to have to go through this again because there's now communication. But we know that this is a problem that, no council member here is individually responsible for alone. Like, there was some miscommunication, and now we got it right. And I just feel like, look, if we were a governance team, we would sit down and say, okay, this one happened again. We've corrected it. There's value in what we're doing, going to these conferences. It's not like, people are going on a personal vacation. Like, that I'm not going to go into that anymore. I just feel like it's really hypocritical to stand here and point something out. Gotcha. You guys are in trouble, when it's like, well, wait a minute. We want to talk about money and how, money's being spent in the city and the amount of waste, on legal adventures, ego-driven legal adventures, protecting your own personal power and privilege, and wasting taxpayers' dollars. That's what's going on here. $15, $16 million worth of that, not $6,000. You know what I'm saying? So we can have that debate in the public. We can talk about it because that's what we're doing right now. I just feel it's kind of a low blow at a time where we should really be thinking about how can we work together as a governance team to solve the city's problems. And by the way, this problem will never happen again. There's a solution to that. And I just think we should move forward.
I think, Councilmember Parr, did you want to add something?
I did want to add something. I think that there's 2 points. I mean, one thing that I wanted to say, Mayor, with all due respect, I think that the comment about, using your own funds to pay for conferences or what have you, I think that that's a little insensitive because quite a few of us, again, this goes back to equity. $14,000 a year may be a drop in the bucket for you, but for some of us that have to pay for childcare and other things, to be able to even be here, not to mention because of this job, push me in a different tax bracket. So guess what? I get to pay $12,000 a year in taxes for the last 2 years. And so it's my entire paycheck. So to say that I have extra money as a result of this quote-unquote job, to be able to pay for my own conferences so that I can learn more, so that I can be more effective on the job, that's a little hurtful, insensitive, and really there's no equity in that. And then one of the last things that I wanted to say was that, I know that the 16 item that you, or the mayor, put on the agenda a month or two ago to roll over unspent money into the discretionary fund was clearly as a result of you knew that bill, that Councilmember Brock and De La Torre were over their money, and so that's why that was done. And so had there not been an open conversation back then how we could do this, we wouldn't be here today. This would have been resolved, we would have fixed it, we wouldn't, move forward. But it's almost like trying to politicize and trying to make, these council members look bad. And there's no need for that. We're here to work on policy and to move things forward for the city, and not all of this. The mistake is done, the son is done. But this is really upsetting. I'm done. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
Yeah, I'm sort of tired of belaboring this also, but I find this whole exercise absurd. The city manager's office didn't tell me till March 20th when I was already in deficit. They had never told me before. I had been on the council 2 years. First time I really ever noticed that. Now, maybe I was naive. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Your comment about we should just pay our own way. Yes, from now on, I'll do what other council members do on this dais and start raising money to do things. I haven't done that because I want to be pure to my constituents, that I'm not here about money. So I've lost money every single day I'm on the council, and I don't care. This is, to some extent, the culmination of my life's work. This is the highest honor that I would ever want in the city I was born in. But to tell me or tell anyone that, well, just use your own money. Well, that's great, except my flourishing office is closed down by 2 strikes right now. And for the last 2 years, Catherine has really been running my office because I've been walking the city, talking to residents, and trying to solve problems in the city. So I'm sorry. What you may think is crying tears isn't for everybody. And one of our problems in the city is how do you get a huge variety of people, a diversity of people on this council? Because what you're implying is you either stay a stupid council person, right? You don't know, hold on, that you don't know anything other than this city and you're not going to find the ideas that you could try and use to be a better council member for the people of the city. And experience does matter. You bested us early this evening in the discussion about the Planning Commission vote, right? Jim Reese got 1 vote. You voted yes or no on him, and then all of a sudden for Mario and Nina, oh, well, we opened that to a whole discussion of multiple candidates, but we didn't do that for any other commission tonight. So your experience, your 12 years, 13 years, 12 years on the dais really made a difference tonight. That's experience. That's wonderful. Okay, I'm not denigrating you. I'm applauding the fact that you knew how to best us this evening. But Councilmember Parr is absolutely correct that this was supposed to be solved 2 months ago. City Manager White suggested at the time that I asked other council members for part of their discretionary fund, or their travel fund, sorry. Councilmember Terosas donated $250 to me when I found out I was over. All right, and that's what David said, hey, do that, that should solve it. You then put an item on the agenda and told the other council members in your orbit not to donate any money, even though they had money left over, because instead you were going to try and shift it from me. So yes, this is a great, hold on, this is a great 2024 campaign issue for you. You know, your candidates in 2024 can use it. All right, but at the same time, I shouldn't be in this position right now. It's not my fault. And yes, I brought back value from every single conference I've gone to. And I've become a better council member. It doesn't look like it today because I got bested politically by you, but that's the case. I come back with information, and Councilmember Negretti is absolutely right. One of the problems is you want us to give our report as quickly as possible, so you give us a candy bar. When what we should be doing is talking to the public about what we did at the conference, what we learned, and if it takes an extra 15 minutes of our night, I think it's valuable. And I've been personally sort of upset that when I do go to a conference, that I don't get to share that with the public and sometimes other council members as well. So that's one reason I brought each of you back the National League of Cities 2023 report tonight, because at least you'd have that, because I wouldn't get to talk about the total of 16, 17 hours I spent in conference activities over the last 3 days. I'm very proud that I'm a member of the Public Safety Committee for the NLC. I'm very proud I'm on the Council of Education, Youth, and Families. I'm very proud I'm on the SCAG Environment Committee, because I'm trying to make sure I'm well-rounded, and the areas that I don't know a lot about, that's what I've gone to a conference to learn about, to make sure that I come back and I'm better equipped to help our 94,000 residents. So I would like us just to take a vote and just have it be over with one way or the other. All right, but yes, I'm offended, and as Council Member Delatorre said, it sure doesn't build brotherhood on this council, or sisterhood. So I move that we vote.
Well, actually, you can't call the question because you were the maker of the motion. Councilmember, I'm just telling you, that's Robert. Motion by Brock, second by Parra. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember Delatorre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously, 7-0. I believe that gets us to the end of the agenda, but we do have a couple of adjournments. I have one, and then I believe Councilmember Swick has one. I think I'll go first. Tonight, I'd like us to adjourn in the memory of Harry Frankfurt. He was born in 1929, which is a Santa Monica resident when he passed away. He was internationally renowned Princeton Professor of Philosophy Emeritus and a major contributor to the philosophy of moral choice and responsibility. Professor Frankfurt wrote a widely read and discussed paper in 1986 that became an unexpected bestseller when published in book form 2 decades later. The title was appropriately blunt, given its subject, which was the difference between simple lying, in which the speaker wants to conceal the truth, and speech intended to persuade without regard to care for truth. And as he said, simple liars know that there's such a thing as truth, but the purveyors of the kind of speech that concern Frankfurt don't care if what they say is true or false. All that matters is that it serves their purposes. His essay was called, appropriately enough, On Bullshit. That's in quotes. And while our public discourse no longer bats an eye at at such bluntness, it's late. The problem he identified is only intensified, as we all know from politics. He was born in Langhorne, Pennsylvania, and he was adopted as an infant. He studied classical piano as a child and decided rather than becoming a professional concert artist, he would become a philosopher. The closest thing he could think of to his parents' desire that he become a rabbi. He earned his BA and PhD degrees in philosophy at Johns Hopkins. After 2 years as a draftee during the Korean War, he embarked on his academic degree, first teaching at Rockefeller University, then at Yale, where he became chair of the philosophy department, and finally to Princeton until his retirement in 2002. He continued to play the piano. He was a devoted amateur throughout his life, to the delight of everyone who knew him. He died in Santa Monica on July 16th. We extend our deep condolences to his wife, Joan Gilbert, and his daughters, Kate and Jennifer, and his 3 grandsons. Councilmember Zwick.
It is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of Winona Winnie Allard, who passed away on July 13th, 2023. Winnie was Santa Monica's city librarian from 1990 to 2005, and she was passionate about library service and the vital role and impact it plays in our communities. She was particularly proud of Santa Monica Public Library and the staff, service, and community that made it sparkle. Her welcoming and attentive style could easily calm the most irate patrons, but she did not mince words when there were issues that needed addressing. She was a force to be reckoned with. We have her to thank for obtaining the funding and support to build a new main library, as well as renovate the branches, including the addition of Montana's meeting room. Our annual Santa Monica Reads program, previously known as Citywide Reads, was developed as a result of her desire to connect our community in reading the same book. Winnie was featured in Miss Magazine for standing up to law enforcement in defense of patrons' privacy. She also had a very keen eye for recruiting talented staff, most of which made significant and long-lasting contributions to Santa Monica Public Library. Through her vision and skills, she and her team achieved many long-lasting goals that have served and will continue to serve our community for many decades to come. Please keep Winnie and her family in your thoughts and prayers.
Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn. And just as a reminder, we only have one meeting in August. We will be skipping the first meeting. And our second meeting, I believe, is August 22nd. Is that correct? All right. So we will see you then at 5:30 on August 22nd. Thank you all.